I find that one works really well. And then people make fun of them. They're like, dude, why didn't you just Google it? And they're like, well, I did, but it looked like it was Santa Barbara, or I thought it was something like something that they think it is. Um, and Urban Dictionary, it does show up. The CSB is just, bro. And some people do. Yeah, I think it's hilarious too. So then there is a way for them to figure it out. What else do I do? Sometimes if somebody writes me just a huge fucking paragraph or something, I will. Well, I don't want to say I do this. I guess I do it to people I like and people I don't. Um, Sometimes somebody will write me a huge paragraph of something, and I'll just give them like a thumbs up, like, "Hey, I read it," or an okay, like I understand, or a heart, or something like that. Like I don't really have anything else to add, but I want you to know that I read it, and we can talk about it later or whatever. And then some people will just write this incredibly hateful thing or whatever, and I'll give them like that okay thing. And and it kind of it in my own way, I didn't ignore them, but also it's like I'm not going to be just like
Yeah, you know, just you're online all day, every day. Because like they just cited the thousands, but they want to talk about like that doesn't mean the rabbis are doing.
right, exactly. And be nice. I have no problem stopping what I'm doing to talk to you. But um, if I'm in the middle of doing something and you want to just come in and ask me the same fucking questions that everybody else, well, okay, that's fine. But you're gonna have to just wait for a second. And
So that like that that
yeah,
those computers.
yeah, yeah, they are on. They're streaming at any time. Right. I mean, you see that they're on. I don't know. I don't know. What? Well, and they think it's weird, and I know it's not normal. I know it's different, but it's like, how else can you record your whole life? But I mean, how else? If somebody knows an easier way, please tell me what it is, and I will do everything I can to buy it and to be able to utilize it. At this point, the best way that I have found to do it is through the use of laptops and Chromebooks and phones and I mean as this happens and I recognize that hey, that's more and more people who know about me, more and more people who are talking about me, and that's exactly what I'm falling right into my trap. And if they don't realize that, then that's their prerogative. They're certainly entitled to the right, which is great. Um, I noticed. Okay, so my big thing is see like are people following me more? Are the amount of shit that I get in Discord and the amount of people who are watching me on YouTube. And every day my YouTube numbers grow, which is good. I mean, they grow in the amount of people who are watching me and the amount of time they're watching, and that that's definitely beneficial. I really still think that like the way that I will go viral, I really mean this. Absolutely, in my heart of hearts, believe this is one of the people who are in a Discord that I'm in will notice, like, man, this motherfucker is always in here. I'm gonna try to find some shit on him to make fun of him, and they'll see how much content I have, and they'll tell a friend, "Wow, this guy is fucking bonkers. Look at all his fucking accounts. There's so much fucking content here. There's so much to make fun of. Let's go tell another friend." And then they come in here and they'll be like, "No, you have 100 different YouTube accounts, 200 different Instagram. Yeah, I know all that. I'm the one who created all that. Yeah, I know that. Finally, you fucking saw it." And they're basically like, all right, well, they'll just be influential enough that they will have told the right people, and then it grows from there. I do not think I'm almost sure I will grow from a negative perspective than a positive perspective because it's very rare. I don't want to say very rare. It, it's um it is just, I think, human nature to want to be able to perhaps find an anomaly on the internet, and I'm an anomaly. I'm different. I recognize that, and I embrace it. And not everybody does. So if there are people out there who don't, they kind of bring you down to whatever level they feel is appropriate. And I just need one of them to be influential enough to tell the right people. And it's getting to the point like normally when people would come in here, I'd like hop up and be, hey, hey, you want me to tell you about it? And it, I mean, I still do that to some extent, but getting to the point too where it's like if if our paths align, that's great. But I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, and if not, already joined my fucking server. You will get bored. You'll look through all your servers and realize that nothing's going on, most of them, at any given time. And you hop in here in the future and just see what's going on. And so I'll get you right off the first time. And yeah, so I'm enthused about that. I uh, I really think the one I know I could be wrong, but this one Wall Street Bets server has 1,000 people, which isn't the biggest of servers, but it's still big enough. And I get a lot of haters there, really mean haters, like guys who are just over the top. And that's great because it tells me that they are interested in me. And I've been banned there so many times. I've been banned there quite a few times. I can't even count. And because of that, um, I've like warned them. I've worn them down. And then also, these guys, these these guys love to fuck with me. They love to kick me out, and I've got this robot that just brings me back in, which confuses them because it's like, hey, watch this guy sleeping, and how is he coming back into this Discord? It confuses them. I think that that's somewhat hilarious.
Yeah.
So with that,
Western
I,
water.
I was just say I'm going to do the thing. How you living, Pimp?
Yo, what's good, kid?
I'm just adjusting some computers. I'll be with you in a moment. How's your day going?
It's doing all right. How's your day going, bro?
Excellent, excellent. Just one moment. I'm almost done. I'll be there.
No, you're good. Take your time. Take your time.
You the man. There. Kick hella feral. How you doing, big dog?
Yo, what's good, brother?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Wait, so I had a question.
Go for it, big man.
If you don't mind, like
Go for
it's like a little interview type question.
Okay.
Have you like you actually stream first of all?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm live on 11 different YouTube.
Where you stream at?
YouTube primarily.
Really? I just be seeing I be seeing you a lot in other chats. So I just be like,
100%. So I imagine you've seen me on Kick.
yeah, I be seeing you be like clicking this shit and then you put your link in there. Low key, that's smart though. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, got you in here, right?
Yeah, low key, that's actually smart. Is it working? Like how many viewers do you think that you have to see your stream and like click your shit?
Oh, it's at least a few dozen a day. So that works. I mean, I get people in here. I get people in my YouTube streams. Yeah, so I live stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, this gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace. Some other things that we discuss on the stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, de-extinction, really interesting scientific aspects. Um, Essentially, you can watch my life like a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the death of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's really a time capsule or timeline for society. And I think in the future, perhaps people may study it. It's essentially history that I make every single day. I ensure to keep radio going so that every major news story is archived every single day. And allow people to watch me in 360 degrees from 11 different streams. So right now on YouTube, I'm live on 11 different YouTube streams. You can watch me this way. You can watch me from straight on. You can watch me from behind. Any which way that you want. And we do a lot of learning in here. We do a lot of growing. I do my best to be a positive figure for people and maintain optimistic states of mind and just do everything I can to make people's lives better. How's that sound?
Nah, okay. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Nah, I was expecting that. That's crazy. So like, wait, so you actually stream for like how's that? You know, like,
Oh, absolutely. I'm on 33 platforms. Just one moment. I will. I'll send you my one link, and you'll be able to see everything at once. Just one moment. I gotta see where I put my phone. I've got so many phones, my man. It's exhausting. Okay. I have 33 different devices. Currently multi-streaming on 33 different platforms. The only one that I don't really stream on is Kick, and that's because I sacrificed my Kick account for the ability to spam everybody. And I mean, I don't know if you know who Eddie Craven is, the owner of Kick. He and I are friends on Discord, and he knows what I've done. Basically, I was not really well known on the internet until I started utilizing his platform in order for people to be able to find me. And now I'm one of the most famous people on Kick that there is, and I don't even stream on it. So if you would take a look at the link that I just sent you, and you'll see, you'll be like, wow, I've never seen so one person with so many different lives in my entire life. And yeah, it's essentially an archive of society. And I think it's very interesting. Did you ever see the movie The Truman Show? That's okay. It stars Jim Carrey from the 1990s. It's essentially a story of a person whose entire life is on camera. And the only difference between Truman, the main character of that movie, and myself, essentially, is that we have my consent to do this when that in the movie was done without his consent. I'm sure you're aware of like television shows like Big Brother, where they put cameras all over a house. Well, I've just done the same, and where I live, and ensure that I do my best to have every waking hour of my life recorded for the last 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic.
It's like you shower and you do everything else. I don't know if I've seen you in Aiden Ross. That's like the dream for you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm the number one streamer in the history of his Discord, which I think is quite cool. Meaning no one has streamed it there more than I have. And yeah, it's just gives people a way to find me. And I think that, you got to be able to find me to know who I am. And I've given anybody in his Discord a portal into my life. They essentially can do what I do on a daily basis. And I really want to bring attention to people of the world that we're not all that different, that we all laugh, we all cry, we all yawn, we all bathe, we all go to the bathroom, we all are much more have much more in common. And that the big message is that we don't need words. Essentially, we need leadership to be able to discuss the fact that we can have peace. The reason why I'm so passionate about peace is because I'm a big thinker. I want to eventually help the world with space tourism, terraforming of different planets, and eventually interstellar travel. And feel like, Rabbi, how are you going to do all that within your lifetime? There's technology out there, life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells and nootropics and cryonics, cryogenic ambrosia therapy, where the platelets of younger people are utilized for the benefit of older people. And these types of things will get us at the current life expectancy of, let's say, age 80. Will get us to age 100 and 120. But eventually, my body's going to break down just like yours is. And then we need a new option. And that new option is known as mindful technology, where we scan your brain to a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and we take that information for later download into an Android avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a board, a robot, and a human being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is that you have an opportunity, perhaps, at digital immortality. When we start thinking really big terms like that, and then the idea of space tourism and terraforming other planets, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel, faster than the speed of light, all that shit becomes real. All right, well, that's shit. And, having another one of my dad is a great listener, and he is the best person I know at
cognitive empathy that's more perspective taking. So not like emotional, like crying, but trying to see someone else's point of view and trying to put yourself in their shoes. And you really instill that immediately. And then you maybe read a ton of science fiction, which probably lets you know.
How you have curious about the world and how you find it. Last question. What role does love play in human condition? This we've been talking about love and robots. Uh, you're a kind of guy school for robotics. Feels like all of that landscape is
Yeah, I think there are a lot of different kinds of love. We need perfect for the essence of personality. We need more words to describe the different kinds of love that we experience, right? Love is so important, and I also think it's not zero sum. But that's really the thing about love is that when I want kid and loved my first kid more than anything else in the world, and I was like, how can I second kid again? Love that kid also. I'm never gonna love it as much as the first, but I love the first really. It just like my heart gets expanded. And so I think that people who are threatened by love with artificial agents, they have to be credit with that.
artificial intelligence, yes, if done right, expand your capacity for love. I really appreciate it. This is awesome. We're still going to talk about half of the only talk about it. We're already like way over 3 hours, so thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Today, you're awesome. This is being a great roboticist, great writer now. That's an honor to you to talk with me. Thanks for doing it.
Right back at you. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dave John. For this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, I'm going to leave you with some words from Maya Angelou. Courage, the most important knowledge of virtues. Because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Hey, look who it is. Yay, how are you?
Hey, I literally joined this morning and you were asleep.
Hey, that happens. You gotta speak of something, right? How's your day going?
It was good. I literally over. I didn't sleep all day. I went to the club last night.
How was that?
It was good.
Did you meet any nice
Yeah, but
people?
I'm going.
Did you meet any nice people?
Yeah, I did. I met some people, but yeah, it was cool. But
Excellent. You give out your number to anybody?
hell no, I don't know my number.
Okay. Then how does somebody get a hold of you when you're at the club?
I just gave them my Instagram.
Okay, that works. All right, very well. So did you give
I
out?
would give you my number though.
Oh, no.
Give anybody else.
You're good. You're good. Yeah. Okay, so did you dance?
So I'm not like a dancer. Like I don't twerk. I'm just a person that just watches other people.
Sure.
I would just get drunk on the wall.
Excellent. What did you have to drink?
I had some rum mixed with something like some pineapple juice. Just kept having rum the whole night.
There you go. Okay, so
Yeah.
have you rehydrated today?
So I just woke up. I have like 3 bottles of water to me, and I'm drinking right now. But like I have not seen daylight today. Like
Okay. Well,
I was really sleep.
hey, that's a good time. Did you sleep well?
Yeah, I did. I feel better because I woke up this morning and I felt like shit.
There you go. All right. So, the club that you went to, is it a popular club?
Yeah, it's a regular club in Houston.
Oh, did you go with friends?
Yeah, I went with a group of friends.
Very cool. They took after you, or they looked after you.
Yeah, they did. They make sure that like I wasn't getting fucked up, but yeah.
All right. Are there any songs that you will go out and dance to?
No. I mean, if it's Bruno Mars, yeah.
Okay, so there you go. Everybody, they their dance. That's great. Bruno Mars is great. He's very talented.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. And you have big plans for your week.
So I have work tomorrow, but yeah, I have work this week. Other than that, that's about it.
Do you have to work every day?
And then I have to go to a WWE show.
That's amazing.
Meet up with some wrestlers.
Wow. So are you really into wrestling?
Yeah, so I'm a trainee. I train, but I haven't trained in a while because I've been so busy for work. But like, I know a lot of wrestlers and kind of do things like after the shows and stuff. Yeah.
Wow, that's really cool. So is it your goal to be in WWE?
My dream is to become a wrestler, yes. But the wrestling industry is just crazy.
It most certainly is. Definitely. And it's not like unless you're a really, really big wrestler, it's hard to get a rewarding career out of it.
Yeah.
But, okay, so how did you get like did you want to always be a wrestler since you've seen it on TV?
Yeah, but I didn't start like actually taking it serious until COVID, like after.
Okay. So the pandemic hits and Kanye said, I'm gonna be a wrestler.
Yeah.
All right. And I mean, I've seen a lot of the training that they do. It is brutal. So doesn't that take a toll on your body?
Yeah, it does.
All right. So you have to find time to heal and everything.
Yeah, and it's mentally draining.
Right. Do you have a stage persona?
No, not yet. Like I have, like next year, that's when I'm gonna start like actually being consistent. Like I wasn't consistent this year because of my work schedule. And I had a lot going on this year.
Now, what's your dream persona?
I work for myself. Like I feel like I'm already a character.
All right. You think that that's going to fly with Mr. McMahon?
Man, Triple H is in charge now,
That's
so
true. That's true.
I just have to put that up with him.
Okay. Now let's say he says, Brenda, I love your attitude. I love your style. I love everything about you, but you can't be Brenda. You have to change this. What do you want to be?
No, I haven't really thought about that.
You haven't thought about what your persona would be? Wow, I would think that's
No,
okay. All right. Well,
because I've had talks with people and they like my name. Like, I use my name and
oh,
be myself.
I think you could use your definitely. Um,
Like, a lot of people don't use their name, but I feel like I'm already like a vibe.
I agree with you. I think you are a vibe. I so like normally when I see wrestlers, they're either like one of two styles. They have a gimmick or they are kind of themselves. I think that you fit into that. You're just going to be you. Would you have colors that you would want to wear even? I don't know if you heard me. Would you wear like a certain colors that?
It had exited out like in. Anyways, what did you say?
What colors would you wear as your outfit?
Pink.
Oh,
Because
cool.
my hair.
Oh, your hair's pink. Very cool. Well, yeah, then you are a vibe. They'll probably walk in and they might say, you need to tone it down, girl, for the WWE. You are on your own wavelength. But that's okay, so you wear pink. So that means like pink elbow pads, pink knee pads, pink boots, pink shorts, pink top, everything pink.
prefer pink, but like I'm not gonna lie, I am in my vintage era. Like I'm now in blonde, brown. Like I am in my Mars era
Okay.
in life.
Oh, you're
So
allowed to.
I'm trying to tone it down on the colors. I've had some very vibrant colors, but I want to go back like to natural colors.
Okay. Now, I imagine you like. I've always been impressed with the choreography of wrestling. Do you actually get in the ring and go through the motions with the people?
Yeah, but like I haven't made it yet. But like we do like cut promos and things like just for practice. So like I haven't made it yet as a wrestler. Yeah.
Well, I mean, at the time, um, have you ever had a match against someone?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Hopefully I will.
Okay. Do you like to wrestle? Like, did you wrestle in high school or anything like that?
In high school I did like wrestling, but like I only did it for like a month. I moved to high school. In the high school I moved to, didn't have wrestling.
There you go. There you go. But at least you have some experience. Do you,
Yeah.
do you find that? I mean, the thing that I would worry about is that it's not getting injured because I know a lot of these guys get injured. These guys, um, I, is it, are you like a naturally? Are you able to fall pretty well?
Yeah, I can take bumps and fall. Rabbi, I'm getting a big time fall.
You
Hold on one second.
absolutely. Shout out to Brendan. We're gonna make it.
So they're going to have to kill any human on the planet, including Gordon Ryan. So Gordon Ryan fighting a chimp. I gave it the size 1,000 times. How many times? It's not even compared. It's not even moving. Do you think it's do you think anyone would disagree? And more, the following conversation with John Donner, his third time in this podcast, is widely considered to be one of the greatest divine in martial arts. This is the Let's Speak podcast. Supporter, please check out our sponsors in the description. Here's John Donner. ECC, mission director in the world, just had a couple weeks ago. We saw many demonstrations of greatness of athlete and coach. But a year ago, the team there at the time did we see that most of those we had a very, very time to meet many kids, which began in New York City during the peak of COVID. Training in New York became very difficult to sustain. So most of the team despised this living home. I was the only person in the group that liked living in New York. I think part of the problem was that I was the only one that lived in Manhattan. The others had to commute to New York. There's a world difference between living in New York and commuting to New York. So most of them had a very different view of New York City. That was compounded by COVID, when even the base camp training became very, very difficult. And so everyone decided they wanted to leave. So there was a cross between I could break up with myself and a team, or I would have to leave New York. It was a difficult decision for me that time for New York. I put out there and get most of my friends and associates that I know here in America. New York. So that I thought these guys being unstable, incredibly loyal to me, students. So I should also be loyal to them. So I decided that if they wanted to work with them, we decided to go to Puerto Rico because it was in private train code. I personally wanted to go to Princess. I thought
many of the students, including senior students like Gordon Ryan, Craig Jones, have been to Puerto Rico and stayed with one of the head officials of the 80s, Rothschild. So they loved their experience in Puerto Rico, and almost everyone wanted to go down there. So I tried to explain to them a little difference between going to an extra vacation versus living there. That have any effect. So the decision was made, majority of the decision was made for Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, the conditions in which the team lived changed significantly. When you're usually in such a big city that if there's any tension between the team members and the people members fighting each other, you can kind of vary the size of the city. There's so many distractions. You come in, you can work out, you go outside, and it's one city. In Puerto Rico, you live in a very small little town, Dorado, and most of the athletes were living with each other. And so, unlike New York, where there's always a break, you train together, but when training was over, you went on your life in New York and New Jersey. With everyone living in very close proximity to each other, any tensions got magnified because there was no way from it. You didn't get away from people. If you had a problem with someone on the mat, now you had to live with them for the rest of the day and the night. And this goes on for long periods of time. So I believe it had the effect of magnifying whatever tensions there were. In particular, there was a family tension between two brothers, which magnified over time. And it's so often is the case. You get two brothers growing up, one older, one younger, and you grow and feels somewhat like a young tree underneath a big tree. And uh, sometimes the sleep is late, so there was no happiness. And as a younger brother, you know, as a little tree, and grow with a bigger tree. Yeah. So lots of big trees. There's a lot of aggression happening with them. So as time went by, these tensions started increasing. They came to it was difficult for them to be trained together. At that point, we started when those training then we got to start to address these. The attempts at reconciliation fell through, and a decision was made to move the dates. I wanted the team. What I wanted to do was keep the team together as long as the period so they don't return together. So as if there's problems, but let's just cut it out 1 year, we move to Texas, let's just go there and keep them deep. If some people don't want to train with, that's fine. But I believe that the team will be weakened by breaking apart. I believe that their excellent before as training partners, their depth of level is increased dramatically. Many of the younger athletes are really starting to come into their own. And so my take on it was, okay, there's problems, so let's all just stay together until ACC 2022 is a unified team. Go out, repeat yourselves as best you can, and then not making decisions to be break up or not. But that was rejected, and the team was split. And they lost. We made prior arrangements to go to a local gym, and they took that gym, and we were left with no gym, and more or less focused in Austin. So a year out. So roughly 3/4 of the competitive athletes left. Um, so at that point, it's probably the best because at that point, not only did we not have a place to train, um, we had very good training partners who have remained, and the main athlete in the team called Ryan was going through a particular bad spell with his unresolved stomach issues, and it was doubted as to whether or not he could compete at all. Was actively thinking about retiring from sport and maybe compete ever again. Yeah, so that was the time when I met the whole program seems to be dead in the water at this point. Most of the competitive athletes have gone terrific training funds for the people are made around two initially one that was in the possibly where is your mind? I think it's everything bad past the time. I had a lot of bad things in my life. So my experiences we have a few seen God and time more hopefully cure most. And I'm confident and because I can produce magic, but it's going to take time.
So that confidence is in part a source of strength.
Yes, it's like it wasn't confident that 2022 I was doing it 1 year without a care and with a team that was completely broken up to even a team to get into it. So things looked over and I was confident that getting out time and get in from a group of students in the book. As it turns out, one of the demonstration partners we used during for instructional videos, he was in Boston, John Collar, John was interested in the idea of coming down and training, but he always felt like it would be difficult because there were people in his weight class who were already there, it would be awkward. But now that they left, that opens up an area of seems the first time to come back from Boston to Austin, Texas. I began teaching at the local school. It was about like going back into my earliest days in business. I went from teaching at the big integrated academy for a tiny school in Puerto Rico, now an even smaller school in Austin, Texas. And locals would come in and train, and I would watch every day, teaching there twice a day, 7 days a week. And I would see people come in and train, and I'd say, this guy has potential, this guy has some potential. And I would recruit people and bring them to another gym where they would train with professionals. And if they proved adept and hardworking and someone who could work well in that team, they would stay and build their skills. As time went by, more and more such people started coming out. And we had some remarkable people like young South African football, Luke Griffith, Tin Man. He had lost in the European trials for ADCC. And he was down on his luck. He came to Boston, did a show against the local club, lost again. And feeling bad about his performance. I thought it was a lovely kid who worked hard and trained well. So he became one of the main training partners. He was similar size to Gordon, so I encouraged him to train with Gordon and Eric. And more and more people started coming to train after that on a couple of basis. I got a text from Gordon, who was filming an instructional video in Boston. He said, hey, Nicholas Mercalli was training at this he was shooting a video at the same time as me. Just some graphing. He's a really nice guy. He's delivering everything without any problems. Those of you who don't know, Mercalli is one of the outstanding jiu-jitsu competitors of this generation. There's an amazing game. It's a superstar with the geek side of the sport, but it never even trained without a geek. Once in his life, so it was first better. No geek training sessions was Gordon Ryan, the best no geek competitor of all time. And I remember Gordon texting me saying he's really talented, he's a nice guy, and he wants to come down to Texas and train. So I said, yeah, sounds great. So over time, just more and more people started coming in. And I told everyone that you guys are raising interesting knowledge. Like, you've got very little time to get ready for ACC. It wasn't even in ACC, you had to win trials. Same for Dan Minnesota. He failed the trials and they get to get up and get into ACC. So around this time, a doctor suggested by Burgess, who himself had stomach issues earlier in life, began working with Lang and mostly organized disputes of using the behavioral. He was able to get Golden Rye not cured, but significantly better than most before. And to a level where Gordon could train up to 5 to 6 days a week. And it was a big improvement on what was going on during the end of the time in Puerto Rico. So things started moving. We had a core group of athletes training at local gym, which was very, very generously offered to us by the local sunglasses company in Austin, Texas. They have a private corporate gym which we were able to train in. And these talented youngsters from around the globe actually came together and said, you will be able to train harder than you can train in your lives because you've got less time to get ready for this than anyone. And you have to right up against people potentially who know exactly what I teach because I've been teaching them. I've been teaching years, in addition to the other 50 people. So it was a real challenge. I must say, all of them everything else, all they gave twice as much. And we had a crazy training session, 3 classes per day. I know that sounds easy, 3 classes every day. Try to do it sometimes. These classes aren't the average classes. These are preparation things. They will mentally is very, very hard. And we had many people come in and alongside us and they felt off by the side of the road in days, forget about weeks, months, or a full year of this. I give you a very abbreviated set of skills to be athlete. Like short breaking it down to what I believe will be the most essential skills. Anything that was an essential goal is see preparation uses design and to hit focus entirely on HCC, the one exceptional competitive, all the period of training. So it was compacted by time and also by the breadth of skill that I taught. It was just pure existing preparation in a very short period of time. Dan Venezuela and the program that I was before one with trials and got into CC. Nicholas Merrill, Georgia, Stars, who was involved in the show. Local shows here in Austin with his first 3 major matches. And with each match, you can see progress being made. The ACC people, okay, it's good enough to compete. We ended up winning decisively a match against one of the greatest American graphics all time up there. Levante, it was a clear sign that his skill level and no-gi was sufficient to justify an invite.
And by the way, a lot of our decided matches in this 80s on the first and retired.
Yeah.
Which is, that's a great as well. But that's indeed.
So there was this long and tough preparation. It's kind of talked about the FedEx group, but then it felt the need to build up his own better record prior to ACC because he'd been active for so long with his competition. So he proposed one of the ambitious camps that I did a little marathon, which was he would take on the current WNL champion, Pedro Marino, who's number 1. And also, I believe the current world champion, TJ, as a shootout match, as a warm-up match. We would fight his old nemesis, back then, Gary Minute, medical at Black Belt, and his defeated Gordon in the ACC in 2017. And then the ACC felt that there's going to be 3 big high-profile matches back-to-back And even though it's a 15-minute match, no time limit, which is a very different to Wikipedia, and then ADCC. So we had to drag out a 14-week camp covering 3 matches with 3 different rule sets, which meant that diametrically opposite directions. And the entire team had to go through all of this over this 14-week period, in addition to the previous year that they had worked on. There was a further complication that the World Championships, and we had to throw an extra body parts for that to help them get ready. Because we involved in both like gold medal the geek competition, and then the next day it's come back to Texas and begin the preparation. They're crazy, crazy time. But they all came through it so well. I'm immensely proud of what they did. And shockingly, they less than 12 months, we went for a more successful XC team performance than we did previous ATC. It was in fact the most successful team performance of the divisions, and it's testimony to how hard those young men worked in course less than a year.
People could just is it heartbreaking to you that the so-called Down Our Death Squad split, or the team as it was originally called split? You know, with a short life on to they put so much of their love and work into this team, and I really more. It was a very good part. It was a sad time. It was, not a particularly emotional person, but it was an emotional time for everyone. It had an element of tragedy so far as a team breakup, as well as a family breakup, which is much more serious. I do believe that in time, even the most intense family breakups can be reconciled. And I also think that once time begins, people will remember just how easy it was for us to get along and how it was like for many, many years. It's so easy to have and destroy years of friendship. So most people for the week of those 10 years, when I ran into the old squad members at ACC, got along like a house on fire. It was like we had a problem. The house on fire. Yes. Sorry, that's a New Zealand expression. We could have gone the other way, right? So only in New Zealand you can say that's a good thing, yeah.
so I still believe times you can be fine, but there was an element where that youngsters need to grow up, and sometimes think about this way. There's a generation of much older students look at and the years and the viewpoint that I have is a reflection of the time in which I grew up. And I think it's from a completely different generation, a completely different world. It's got to be hard from the athlete's perspective when you're training superbase and you're getting good. Everyone's getting good fun. And it's very, very rarely, it's always tough and imagine too. Everyone around you is going to be a superstar. And you look at them off, you check social media, everyone's saying, oh my God, and you come into the gym next to them all and tell you not good enough. And every day it's like, well, what's more for me? How do I have to work? I feel not good enough. Like, I want you to be the best in the world. I want you to get great. And all the friends that are getting clothes, we still need this whole thing. It's like, you gotta get better. You're good more. You're not working hard enough. At some point, I can fuck this up. I can see it's tough. And the glad I get, like, when I was 20, we get along hard, and if someone always got to look at skills, it's not really still this business. You're already doing very, very well. And I'll get all that tiny percentage of people. And then you got this kind of constantly going, more has to be done, more a year. I think then, of course, like I said, it's like, let me just enjoy this part. Yeah, it's always a short you can also be can, or you can go around where you just get to enjoy life. Like there's more to it. So life just looks like a can. You really have to admit it for a bit of time of the week. So of course, years go by, you want to try them. So, you have to make this choice sometimes between extreme excellence versus being incredibly good. But just enjoy my life a little.
And so like that incredibly good is a hard thing to deal with. So Kayla Harrison won her first gold medal at the Olympics. To go back to the gym and to trust again if you want math here me do question yourself trust the man so it's not you can pay your junior major senior in that case to say, okay, I'm gonna go back to this grind. There's still a path to improvement, there's still a lot to grow, and still have the you just demonstrated greatness. So it's just a stepping stone to this. That's really tough for athletes. Winning is actually great. Gold medals are great. Plus, there's the personal self-impression that comes with that, which is you give so much of yourself to trying to win that. But once you do, there's a lot of personal stuff you have to deal with, which is like, well, what am I wanting? To understand what's exactly what am I chasing? Just winning, or is it some bigger picture of excellence that's beyond just so that's all of that mixed together. And then when you have to be as a team working close together, obviously the personal relationships, all of that gets exacerbated.
Yeah,
Do you think the team ever gets back together?
I think there's different chances. Right now, I think they have an excellent team themselves. They're doing very well. They have an excellent sponsor, ABCC, so there's not a need for them to come to us. But they lack. They still have everything I told them. There's coaching, teachers, and technology. So, whatever they so if they do, I still think these three personality conflicts that conflict would emerge currently if they started training together. But the final outcomes that really does emerge t-shirts excellent. Uh, what have you learned that modify that team conflicts? You have to deal with these giant egos as well. Egos are highest egos. Where I was laughing, so egos are doing. It's like, what do you think drives competition? You want to be good at anything, you have to have an ego. Um, uh, no, I don't believe it's good or even helpful things. I'm a realist and I understand that it's the sport within the weight division. Just as guys get better, they're going to be looking at their training partners and thinking, like, I'm going to fight this guy out there. And they're training next to each other. Of course, there's going to be tension. There's always going to be disagreements about, what's the right way to act around certain people, certain issues. And people are going to come into conflict. Everyone's being programmed to be an alpha. Like that is kind of conflict. Your question is way to solve this. People want to 8 to 9 kilograms very successful. Yes. But there's also a tipping point where things can flare out of control and there will be periodic breakups. But you're the person who's ahead of the growth of the coaching of all of them. Coaching is far. And I'm sure we're looking through the realistic too. That's just the nature of things. It's that it happens. year ago, to find numbers of like and try to get greatness out of that. What was my operation like? The Gordon or Nicholas, the John Carlo, the other athletes, all of the mental side things, like there's some key insights gifted preparation. I really think that people, when they talk about mental preparation, need to take a step back and realize that all every element of what people describe as mental preparation is physical underpinnings. Literally 95% of what I teach the athletes is physical skills. And it's my belief that every mental aspect of competition, the most important which will be competence on stage, is a direct result of the accumulation of physical skills. People tend to see things like confidence as a mental state, but it comes out of the performance of physical skills. All my life, I've seen sports psychologists try to create confidence in athletes who go on physical games, and it all ends up being the same kind of cheesy professional speeches, highlight video, where they try to pump artificial confidence into people. And I've never been impressed by this, nor have I seen it have any kind of positive effect on athlete performance. What I do see build confidence is the sense that athletes are developing skills and using them successfully under conditions that closely mirror the individual for. Once they get this down, that's where true confidence comes from. Confidence doesn't accumulate a skill, which makes you be responsible for successful performances in the past. And if you accumulate enough of these, your confidence rises. So when it comes to the mental aspects of competition, I created a program where everyone was given 7 skills that they had to work on. Skills directly related to what I believe are the most important elements of success in any competition. And then they accumulate those skills over time. I do it in 2 different ways, depending on these offensive skills or defensive skills. For the accumulation of offensive skills, I like to have my than themselves so that they start to gain confidence over time. Just as you would never get around to put 5 pounds on the bar television, but you start with middle bar and gradually get over the times and gradually lifting. So to take a brain, you would say, okay, do I go with that? And then succeed. I have the athletes practice their offense on the balance and work their way up. Defense, on the other hand, you've got to start them in the deep end of the pool so that they start to speed one arm their ball on the okay, so I put more 5 measure athletes at the start, which is okay, there is a problem here. And then in the defense, they start off with lower belts and build up their confidence over time. So just as a weight builds up, as opposed to build weight, to lift weight over time, so to down here in by gradually increasing resistance, challenges, build that up. And so over time, they start to experience a time to break a switch off and hit and go against very good athletes, each other. Small Largo Griffith would do a 4-power match with Gordon Ryan. Well, they're fully aware that there's no competitor in the world with Gordon Ryan. So if you have a competitive match with Gordon Ryan, that's a very, very healthy sign. So they went from the start where they were being programmed against being mild resistance, building up over time, and then building up to the resistance possible for sport. And their goal is not to win, obviously, but their goal is to provide a competitive match. Now, Gordon doesn't have any confidence issues, so it's good hard competitive training for people that are in some ways better than most facing a competition. And the other guy is getting that clear their assist and what their current skill levels by going against the defense. And we add to the second skill. The athletes have to go out positions to use the idea of performing in front of strangers on stage. And the stranger, unless you're going up, he loves the judging like the people you don't know, performance atmosphere. And so they will give that matches and WNA competition event, season trials, local great events here in Austin, and get a schedule to fight. The thing for ACC, obviously, is ACC offers from quotes, full actors, and potential. So about 3 weeks out was the last time we had a competition. And by this method, confidence starts to grow. And so the mental preparation came out of those physical underpinnings, that idea of progressive resistance increased over time for both offense and defense, building up to a peak where they're going against the best athlete in the world, so they get accuracy is kind of where they stand. Once you get in a competitive match, the best guy in the world, you don't take the you are next, you're ready to fight anybody.
That defense is broadly defined to defense in symmetrical positions and positions like guard, and then defense also includes escaping from core positions. We're big things after ideas of defense. The idea that you should be able to mount defense when you stay in space, mostly around anticipation of identifying danger visually from opponents, and all the way through to the deepest level of defense. We've got 100% defensive and terrible positions, and you have to perform out and over time get back to a position of even better, back to an attacking position. You have an Instagram post on this topic. Get ready to step out for the biggest moment of your life. Ask yourself one question: how different is this from what I do every day? The answer is not very different at all. The mode with confidence. Do we do everything in the same manner? Ignore the hype and distraction. Get ready for action. But for people who don't know, the follow down her job on Instagram. You have nuggets or large buckets of nuggets of wisdom often, which is quite profound looking at what you just said. But anyway, so there is some aspect where you want to mimic the conditions of your training in what for some physical reaction here. Actually, so for me, the simple focus of whatever small amount of mental training I can master comes down to a very, very simple concept to understand. This is the idea of the competition in terms of normalcy. Most people see training and competition as two different things. Training is normal activity, you do everything, and competition is the exception. Okay, it's the going out, there's people watching, there's a crowd that making lots of noise. In fact, the promoters of shows go out of their way to reinforce this. Look at, for example, ACC, Andre Gilmore. Do they just come out and absolutely? There's music, pageantry, there's fireball. There literally should be fireball. Yeah. Some dude in the car sitting with Joe Rogan. I heard about that meathead podcaster, comedian, or whatever. It was a meathead. But you see what they're trying to do. They're trying to create theater and trick. When in fact it's just a grappling match. It's just two athletes. That's the reality. Now, what they try to sell you is just not reality. This is somehow bigger and different. And we get lost this with pageantry. So that it becomes not just a grappling match, but a grappling performance. Same way you have a theater performance. And my goal as a coach is to dispel that and say, when you go out there, there's only one reality. You, him, and the referee enforcing the rules there. That's it. Everything else we see, the smoke, the fire, music, is an illusion. And it's put there intentionally to make you feel a certain kind of way. And your whole goal is to see this as an illusion. Walk out and see only the reality, which is that this is what's the same, real thing.
experiences wondering how you get around. So the actual act of moving or realizing it is an illusion. How do you practice that? So when you step on the mat, once you're aware of it, I always say to them, it's like when you see the Jacob and you hear his tricks explained. You never see the magic you can. If you see a good cow trick, or a good magician, they explain it to you. I did this, that's it, honestly, they look at it like, it's not that special. And when you explain to people this idea of the pageantry, then just that when you watch the magician and you learn the trick, all the magic flies out the window. So, so that's for the pageantry, but what about physical intensity competition? Isn't there an extra, it's the same become, at least it's not like, they're twice as strong as they're IPGA championships. The physical intensity is always pretty much the same. They experience it every day in the gym. And like you go up, you grab a hold of it's not like it makes it grab it twice as strong, sound twice as fast. This could be a little stronger, a little faster, but not so much so if you're going to approach the game. There's not that much two bodies out there on stage. So if you're picking up intensity with 40, you might be shot by ACC. But in terms of in training, you have to try to match the competition. No, that would be for every athlete that you're moving into. You can do it for short periods of time. But the training has to be carefully monitored in terms of intensity. We're trying to sit basically minimum twice a day. You've got to keep things on the racks. Every other workout, like one of the 5 rounds would be full power. 6 days a week, 3 times a day. This is going to be qualities. And full power is the reminder of some of us good about. First, we've always been voicing things good about. But we're cross matching the feeling of the intensity of competition. So, periodical. Periodically, you can't be rare. It's not real. It's not real. Like, meaning, like, one, out of hours of hard sparring per day, like 100% full power. That way, that's more than enough to get psychologically ready for the intensity of conflict, but won't break your body over time. That's what. But there's competition doesn't it have that extra level of animosity? Like it's a little bit more conflict than it is the game. Because sometimes it's personality. It's like, for example, like gold mine and people like that. They admire each other, or they respect each other's skills, but they take it down. They love each other, that's for sure. So there could be certain matchup that is more intensity. I think these other matchups where the athletes come out and they're not kids and I'm not going to. So first of all, I would love to look at a couple of matches. And before that, let me say big thank you to Bill Grappling. First of all, the grappling, just in general, by guys, footage, and tournaments that would show the sport best night for one. They do an incredible job of that. So if you're interested in supporting grappling, this sport, helping it grow, you should definitely support Flow Grappling. Go to their website, sign up. Also, Flow Wrestling. I'm a huge fan of wrestling, so maybe they'll do a Flow Judo, something like they don't really have to do any major judo stuff. So anyway, I'm a big supporter of theirs, and I do have criticism that they know about, which is I hope they continue to improve on the aspect of making the footage discoverable and accessible, making it easy for you to search with Google and on their website to find matches, to get excited, like me, Joe Rogan, and getting excited about the match. I want to be able to pull it up super quickly. I want to be able to pull up Ryan's matches super quickly, make it super easy to show and share. Paper, fine, and when you sign up, you should be one not 5 clicks.
Gasser who said he's the organizer of the next one. It should be 2024. Well, he should follow his official on Instagram and just send as much love to his all team generals. Like I said, the most prestigious. It's like one of the best rappers that show up, and the match happened. It's like some of the most historic matches in just ever happened. Anyway, if I could talk about some of the interesting performances for the athletes of age. Post on Instagram. Let's start with Gordon Ryan. Gordon Ryan, ATC 2022. The greatest event of grappling history is over. New stars emerge. Established stars shone bright again. For one man of all classes, Gordon Ryan. There were way before that. I've seen many questions with grappling, but I've never saw them like this. So many misread, polarizing statements for many others, inspirational. But after this weekend, I think fans that is merit. He is the best ever. It was a long, difficult journey to to just 1 year ago, and so on. The story. It was a virtuoso performance, unmatched technique, preparation, and confidence. No one else can claim credit for this achievement. This was his and his alone. No one else today brings the technical depth, tactical insight, and confidence to hear them on stage as he does. I had many students, and I have only Gordon right. I think Gordon responded. All this is true besides the credit. It says with you, thank you, and I'll part emoji. Very nice. So anyway, that's as a way of introduction for the time. You take me through a set of performances. It may be any matches that stand out. He competed in the division plus 99 and it's correct. This is your next I was listening to polygraph with matches and you need to get invited on formal movements. People in the sport who are just widely recognized superstars who bring some kind of brand value. They've proven in the past that they can what it takes to be at that level. In this format, there are two kinds of matches. There are great division matches in which you compete against people your own your own size and weight. Any size can handle. So you can have very small people fighting very large. And there's a second category called super fight, where established champions who have won previous openweight tournaments fight each other in one-off battles, one ethnic against another. So in matches, you will fight competitively over time towards the gold medal. And one category fight one circles, which is usually the headline fight of the event. Traditionally, if you were the super fight, you could not compete in the weight categories. It was seen as too risky because you might get injured during the weight category, or you might fight for very tough fights without getting forced. So you're ineffective during the main event of the trade. So for a lot of the agency board, the idea of being allowed to do both weight category and the super fight was never happened. Online requested to do this because of his extraordinary stature in the sport. The ACC organization raised that was the first time ever. In addition, Gordon Ryan would be fighting the first person to win 3 gold medals in 3 different weight categories since 1994. So it was a huge event on Gordon's part. And bear in mind also that prior to this event, just a month and a half earlier, he was a former ADCC openweight champion. He had defeated in the past in a completely different rule set.
previous to that against the current board. There'd been a build-up to that. He'd been very active coming up to the event, and then he identified arguably the greatest ECC champion which will occur late on Sunday. And we have to fight the toughest people, including the possibility of fighting against the in the weight division prior to getting to the super fight. So it was genuinely considered that he may have completely overstepped himself. The biggest concern I had is the coach, and I'm sure the organizers must have seen concerns that he would get injured or exhausted fighting in his weight division. There were two athletes in particular, Libre Pena, who had given Gordon a very tough 40-minute match. The rules second at a short information, and his former training partner, Rick Rodriguez, who could give very, very tough matches if they came up against each other. So there was a genuine concern that Gordon may burn himself out before he even got to fight. The guy who must be the greatest seasons champion of all time. So how concerned, how do we manage this? So what we looked for is extremely efficient methods of reducing the time of the matches, making the matches as short as possible. Our favorite way to figure standard and the most delightful standard and it's way to be so hopes that things strong is actually quite right. But I think it's now very sorts of opponents.
It's nice to see Gordon looking small relative to his opponents, which is absurd. But it is a condition. Plus 99 kilos. Sorry, that might be sorry, I opened. Plus 99 kilos.
Everyone looks like they're incredible form. So our big thing is our biggest components. We've always got slightly over the legs. And so we just like this drug based on those the real presentation motion
That is, for regular matches, it's 5 minutes and 5 minutes, total 10 minutes, and then the finals match is 20 minutes. And after time, spent with no points.
So it's going to be very, very long. So we put this in perspective. The more match is 5 minutes. The match is 6 minutes. The national is time. So these matches are 40 minutes long. Now that's a long, long graphic match. And
That's like that can happen before.
I know you get absolutely spent. So the whole thing is okay, cool. So not only get to the finals, he's going to fight the toughest ACC rapper of all time after that. So quick and energy efficient match will go to the legs. And in the case, let's to get some very, very quick matches, good leg off finishes, and in a few cases where you finish on legs, then you can take his opponent's back. And that's a very low stress. Walk by. In one case, the back on the ground, forget about taking the choke market position instead. Until they look for the weight position, really low, which set him up well to go into the finals. No injuries, very limited to extent. Now it sounds easy to take that off. Okay, the strategy work. But in order to get that strategy to work, you have to have one hell of a set of skills. And you can see those happening.
Yeah, I would love to go through that. And I should also mention the people who look into this will try to complicate it. Thanks for looking at it. The thing that where you could speak to that, maybe to you it looks like a vision, but to me it looked like a Gordon was not even trying. There's a relaxed aspect to the whole thing. So maybe I have to do the same energy. It looked very easy. And he made the path just mission look very easy. Well, here the first match against an opponent that again was bigger than him.
okay, I'll just go initial. First, you will see the gold lake stiffly bottom position. The hardest work is initial grappling two athletes take a standing position and just to take downs. That's where most of the energy gets put into. So working the idea of energy efficiency, let's go out and we chose to sit to the out position and then start looking to access our opponent's back. Because the end position on the outside arm trade explosives, which is beat the arm to get behind his opponent. The other question is going to be getting to a scoring position that's too quickly to score at this point. We're just concerned with the stage of just energy expenditure, make that blood work harder. So hard work, and arm drag, back, hooks. The hooks are not particularly important here. You don't use this most but interesting is a part of here, but interesting to which was to occupy all of the two and look at the 5-point demarcation, sorry, a 5-minute demarcation point where points begin to get scored. So it's like, yeah, I believe I'm speculating based on his actions. Keep order at bay in a defensive field position until the 5-minute mark occurred, in which case he would shake Gordon off, walk away, and force a takedown there. How many people are comfortable with that? And what do you think about the turtle position versus those trying to come back to guard? Turtle position is the second ball position. It's maybe only associated guard position with ball position, which is the key is guard position and turtle position. Now, as a general rule, guard position offers a much greater variety of attack options than turtle position does. But that's not to say turtle position and turtle can be effective ball position can work effectively from there. So there's some cases you made that you wait up, if you're on my team, you have high face. You get contact, it's good. I was down. It's not easy. But there was a logic to what he was doing. People think, oh, he just goes back taking, so he didn't have any strategy. Now, do you pick the right person to use that strategy? It's probably not. So we'll tend to bring the tail down, hook in. At which point, is this becoming an extremely controlled position for the back? At which point are you happy with where at this point? It just started to dawn I actually had a strategy, which was to maintain the current position that he's in now, and then shift Gordon off after the 5-minute mark. So, now it's time to look at the call for 5 minutes. Right now, this guy's only dangerous is Gordon from straggling and finish. Okay, now the guy's trying to go. Now, you see, most of just elbows off the mat. And you don't see there's only one particular elbows off the mat, which is to stand up. But it's clear what his actual strategy is. It's to get up to a sustaining from the for the takedown. So we did have a strategy. Now, our counter strategy is always based around the power half loss. It's a common move in sport wrestling, and it's a great way to break people down as they try to stand up. Gordon is a master of it. There's a power half Nelson and one half on him as the elbows are off the ground and knees are off the ground. He's searching the truth on the match. And as you can see, he's successful doing so. And now it's clear what the man's strategy is. Like Gordon's going to break it down to a head. Put a man on the head, he can't stand up. Gordon successfully does it, drags the shoulder, using that one-on-one grip with his right hand, puts him down to a shoulder and a hip. That means stand up is no longer an option for his opponent. Now Gordon comes in, he's already scoring because of the toe position he's in. Shows his opponent stays down on the shoulder. Now Gordon's responsibility is not looking to strangle him. His opponent has basic defensive structure is consistent in the gym position down. Gordon has the master of flying up defensive arms and penetrating under the chin to get to the strangle. See that short. Is the traffic around. Notice no grips were required. It was just a spontaneous trap. It's penetration of the neck. So the arm was trapped until like, yeah. So now it's already got one defensive arm, but he's sticking that away with his left hand. And it looks like not much energy was spent during it. So that's it. As the toolkit left with very simple stuff. Very energy expenditure, no injuries, and sufficient.
Is that there is a kind of certain look to going of that could be interpreted as nervousness. That was an incorrect interpretation. Okay. So there's a what do you interpret as negative? Nervousness is part of this tone, but sometimes on the surface, confident behavior looks like almost like anger, and there's Gordon's face had like a vulnerability to it, almost like you go to judge confidence. Some look at the face, look at the extremities of the body. That's where the truth comes out. You see the body language of the face and chest, more almost the body becomes. Look at the feet. What there were, I mean, just we can see it from the lens. He was very relaxed the extremity. That's true. See, you look more confident. I think this thing. What are you thinking of? What's going through your head? This is the same stuff. Are you into things like the to your head on a specific time, or do you not think about that at all? For me, it's just about okay, what's the most efficient cost of victory against this particular opponent? It's just okay. I've done my job. I've taken them through an extent supply chain to prepare them for every conceivable situation that they're in. I've efficient. I can see the muscles with it. My main role, what I call, is I avoid what most people do, I call just being cheer. Most corporate, not corporate, cheerleaders. They express some kind of emotional support for training officers. Sometimes cheerleaders, they express their own emotional because the match goes on. I always believe that 99.5% of the job training is done, coach is done, looking at the state that we're on the map. At that point, you shouldn't be at all. Everything I needed should have been not just told you, but into remember there's 15,000 people in that crowd, so half of the page of the words I can say, there's too much noise. But my voice is like your head. Because I've heard it so many times over the last 14 years. You're sick of hearing that one. And they're programmed they want to do. So I'm usually very confident. I'm also very confident that even because they train in this case more. And so in part their goal was to analyze what happened, to take that to the next time. Because things are at faces of vision. Sometimes they will want us to improve or spread it and just say, I'm going to go with this. When there's much easier alternatives, but because they're so focused on the alternative choice, they get this tunnel vision and just focus only on that. The most constructive thing the quarterback can do is a little bit of presence and time. It's very important. You see matches, they have the scoring disruption by the line. And to the game, always associated with tunnel vision. That, okay, you're doing this, you just did this, and so that's the main goal. So here, so it's one of several anticipated matches against the second line of Cuba, which is a very tough opponent. And again, this efficient is considerably outweighed by his opponents to make the efficiency. His opponents are likely to avoid standing competition by jumping into God. So now, like that court be top position. He has a very good court guard. He's a very good job process. So he's an excellent guy, but very young. But Gordon is announced and God has wasn't today. So it's a tall order to hold Gordon on for a game and a match. If the shareholders don't have one of the very guard pass here.
little bit. So he's trying one arm under the neck. Now, normally we always insist on those being advantageous angle first, control getting angle. But there's a height advantage to his legs. Means that he's very, very wide his legs. So he can have legs and these people talk to the open next season right out the middle. Now, could just go back to the legs because the legs actually go flex so far apart at this point that you can see isolate leg contact that of course to show off awesome ground rates. Very often he'll go into a match and say, okay, I'm going to show the skill and he'll use it as a demonstration of techniques he teaches in instructional videos. So he will be showing the awesome foundation in this part here. This little step, I just put it go back once in. Okay, you can see that all of his opponents' defensive frames are built on his opponent's left-hand side. So everything gets defense on the left. But you can see this comes up price, and that price is back closer on the right-hand side. You can literally see his opponent's back on that side. So Gordon's whole place sufficient pressure that the opponent overcompensates on the side of pressure just to set up a quick switch close to the other side. Here's the vulnerability. Here's the back exposed that the opponent has to switch back on the ground, so back. That's a whole champion out there that he doesn't recover in the first stage. Unfortunately, and so you see this changes in direction left, right in a very short period of time. So people are very, very confident about it. Now it's goes up to another. He's looking to create more aspects of the context. It's just like it. It's really a lot of things. And that's what it's doing. Doing a lot of things. So the other guy doing that hot seat. Just the trigger angle, elbow. It almost seems like goes out, but just turning with arm on the back, dipping it back down, and hold two stops. For example, he's going to set position itself. He's going to be satisfied with that extended position. The elbow comes up over the shoulder line. Yeah, only then does he show. There's a little right? There's a little show that the man is people. He's very influential. Sticks his tongue out. So yeah, I mean, there's no point at this stage. He really is going for submission. And like this happened with that. Is it the match that was the only match with the finishes of five submissions? Was a very comfortable one. Was there when it came off the mat? It was a big frustrating. He wanted to get a finish. And I think he was more upset about how he actually finished taking most of the night by winning medals. Um, so I think it's a lot about engagement with country thrilled to be one of the great graphics of this generation, decisively in this fashion, but was not happy. So this is going third match with Susan. This other guy, yeah, basically different. They all wrote a mistake today. This should be good. Because of the Jake the previous two matches are good on Saturday. Now we're on Sunday. This was a different conflict opportunity to speak about it and compartments there. Now we're on Sunday morning, and the idea is that Gordon will be fighting the biggest fight of his life late that afternoon. So now we're into the idea of the observation. Okay, it's okay to have two matches on Saturday because you get rest on Saturday night. But now Gordon has to beat two people back to back and save energy that they decided to fly on Sunday, late Sunday afternoon. So now the emphasis is on the quick win and cold line. So we're delivers on this. Now, when you entangle your opponent's deck, the basic choice you have is between sprint, usher the army, and cross after the army. In the last 5 years, cross after the army is the more coordinated to aim for the hill, coordinated to drop, the value of straight after the army, very straight down. And some of the value then push takes out straight to the weights in both straight and cross positions. And if the opponent is move its straight out and you take cross after the army, lift it to the right leg, if it's hard to block. And as a result, goes back into after trying to go after the army, small it to 5 or 6 feet and it's very quick damage. So the opponent, if you have to ground it, then you can take one of his punch legs to the face, as a shield and expose the heel. So the initial off balance to the left, you get the defensive reaction. The opponent overcompensates, exposes the heel, and then it's submission. It's dangerous that they can broken. The court has absolutely ferocious outside heel until you felt it. It's quite different.
So we can give on it probably before you even felt the heel felt control that it's
It's
good that they doesn't want the
when someone knows what they're doing, gets a bite on your leg like that, you feel it deep inside your knee, ankle tendons, and it's
there's a sense in which you almost tap you got a couple of taps almost like this if they're early.
you hold it up, it came up with something like that. Yeah.
He knew that the late the big cut got it. So this is within like 30 seconds. Within 10 seconds.
So this is an excellent example of someone saying, okay, I'm going to conserve energy with a short match. I'm not just going to go down into a neutral position. I'm going to directly pull into a leg lock attack from standing position. You don't see that much in heavyweight divisions, but something you see more in the lightweight divisions.
So we got to go to the final match of Ford within his division, which I think, as opposed to basically Depania who lost to Nicky Rod.
Nicky Rod had a great match against Felipe Pena and passed Felipe Pena's guard. I think only the second person in ADCC competition to accomplish that. I believe with a body lock. It started as a body lock, but he converted to half guard, top head and arm, and passed out of half guard top, chest to chest.
I think I listened to Craig Jones' sort of interview summarizing what happened in ADCC, and he briefly mentioned that Nicky Rod might have the best body lock pass that he's ever felt. So like they're very good. The way to face Nicky Rod is don't get him, don't let him get the body lock.
But there's a problem if you stand up, he's a good wrestler. So there's a time of it. Like you have to sit down to guard, but that goes into his body lock. But then if you stand up, now you're going to his wrestling skill. So it's a great thing.
And that's what in facing Nicky Rod, Born Ryan here chooses to yeah, if you look at the limbs, there's a relaxation there.
We should also explain some things here. This is a finals match, so instead of being 10 minutes long, it's 20 minutes long with the option of a 20-minute overtime. So this could potentially be a 40-minute match. So you can see why the ADCC people were very concerned about doing this match, because what if this match is on 40 minutes and then an exhausted Gordon Ryan is about to fight Andre Galvin, who's fresh and ready to maul.
And on top of that is one or two former teammates
who know each other's game very well. So there was a high likelihood in most people's minds that this would go the distance. We train with each other for years, every single day in the gym, 7 days a week. You get to know each other's tricks. One big problem here for Nicky Rod is that his body lock guard passing game, which is train with on the ground was taught by us. So it's not like we're going to be taken by surprise, right? So that must have been figuring in his mind.
Do you think psychologically for Gordon, psychologically it's tough? So for him, that body lock was happening. Do you think it's tough for him to know what to do here?
It's tough because people don't remember the outcome of the training sessions. It's hard to go up against a guy who used to dominate you on training and then say, okay, I'm going to beat him in competition.
Can you shut all of that off?
Memory is there. You can't lie to yourself.
Well, what do you think about there's been a lot of Olympic teams out, been a lot of big upsets at the Olympics. There's something where people find something that judo is a different sport. Grappling, judo
There's much more upset because a mistake in judo will have ramifications that will be felt within half a second. And if you take a wrong breath in judo, you can be thrown in half a second and there's no recovery. Your shoulders at the mat, remember the focus done. In jiu-jitsu, you could, especially in athletes, you could get taken down and mounted by your opponent, but you could recover from a bad start. In judo, boxing, kickboxing, MMA, you get hit, there's no recovery time. You just get swarmed on. And jiu-jitsu is a much more forgiving sport where you could make a series of blunders and you just recover from. You don't make a series of blunders. Boxing is unconscious.
So that there's a blunder case, but also people were getting. I mean, again, maybe it's emphasizing emotion, but there's been epic performances in wrestling, Olympic wrestling, in Olympic judo. As an example, Satoshi Ishii, he had a 2008 performance. We talked about Japan and all that stuff, but the Olympics, he destroyed everybody on this path to the Olympic gold medal. That's when Teddy Raniero was also competing. He got the bronze. So, I mean, that, and you could say he was at that time the best in the world also, but
But I think it would be very fair to say he was the best. But he would beat the 3 All Japan championships. I think he could say anyway. Keiji Suzuki, they were Olympic champions. He was already.
so you don't believe that.
They're not. So I don't think that a person can walk on stage and be better than what they are supposed to be. You have a skill level. It's set in stuff. This is your skill level. You don't just go on stage and suddenly your skill level here. What you do is a situation where you have a skill level, okay? Another opponent has a higher skill level, but he runs into confidence issues. So that he only uses his 4% of his natural skills. And then he will foregrow someone who's technically lower on the skill scale than he is. That can happen. But you can't just magically acquire skills.
Yeah, but
I
all
still
of
not
us
say
are equal to all.
yes. So the question is, who manages that full bed? And that can create action. Absolutely.
I don't think Gordon should have fallen in confidence against his own teammate when the pressure is so high, it loses no basis for it to occur. He says he doesn't have confidence issues. What do you attribute that to?
There's there's nothing in, there's no experience that he's had that would make him say, I shouldn't be this confident.
So it's the typical, like we talked about mental preparation.
They're all good matches in a row. Because the experience, there's going to be a psychological dissonance between his experience, his recent experience, and what he believes. I mean, if you're going to use this word, he's lost weight factors. At some point, reality is going to break in. But if you're just never losing a competition, dominating people in the gym, then there's nothing to experience that should be confidence.
Guys, he was just in a small function. Why is Gordon Ryan's? So we're looking at triple bottom special athletes here, special human. I can just look at human history. There's a lot of, not a lot, there's some special humans. It seems like Gordon Ryan is one of them.
I totally agree with that.
Can you try to like dissect
That's what I meant when I sick. I have many students that are not going online. I have taught many people, but they don't all have his skill. So there's obvious work ethic. What distinguishes him from other athletes? Great question. I'll try and find this. More than anyone else I've ever taught, he has a memory of the things that he taught to him. He has an ability to recall information that is extraordinary to people like me. So that's definitely a big part of it. Secondly, he has a pride in technique and technical prowess that will not allow him to settle for anything less than perfection. And he will hate himself when there is imperfection. So there is a love of excellence and a hatred of excellence. He has an ability to pull the trigger when opportunity arises, which is truly extraordinary. Many people know what to do, but when the moment comes, they back off and they'll doubt themselves. And Gordon sees the opportunity, the trigger falls every time.
So Gary just won't come back. There's a few times where he gets a little bit of an advantage and he chooses to get a big you know, get there's a dance, he gets one step ahead and he's able to chase that. Get a little glimmer of the back and he's able to chase that all the way to back control. So that is that kind of the trigger that goes also.
It runs deep too. It's like either the good athletes, I can be the athletes. Okay? They see a small opportunity to get as big a bite of it as possible. So that the mentor wheels that the train can see the bag, you can take the bag. And if Gordon sees an inch of your bag, you know that's the direction it's going to go. If your far shoulder is within an inch of the floor, it's going to be nothing. If your shoulder comes off the floor, you're like back on the other side. He's a maximalist with opportunity. He's not satisfied with, oh, let me get a good enough outcome. It's like I want the. So when you combine all these things together, you know, your core information, which is just far superior to anyone else I've ever coached. An ability to work in the training room towards not just good technique, but excellent technique. The confidence to pull the trigger whenever the opportunity arises. A maximalist mindset where it's never enough to have a good enough outcome. It's always going to be the best possible outcome. And the fifth element, which I believe is very important, is extraordinary depth in his technical prowess, in particular with regards to his defensive acumen. Everyone that looks at Gordon focuses on his offensive prowess. They see him dominate other athletes. But what they don't see is what I see every day in the gym, where he works from impossibly bad defensive position. Someone locked him on a full heel hook on his body and a full juke coming out. And a complete bend mounted with Gordon's two arms stretched out over his head in what looks like a hopeless position. And Gordon would work in these positions. And of course, because it's such a bad position, sometimes he can. But he just works so relentlessly in these bad positions. Stage, he's like, if this guy got a possible position on me, there's nothing to do with it. Within 30 seconds, I could turn it around on him in this match. That gives his game an overall breadth and depth, which is very hard to deal with. It means there's no obvious weak point where you can just say, okay, I'm going to attack him here and use this strategy to defeat him. And that goes back to his confidence. That the reason why most people lack confidence is they a strong God player. You've got an excellent guard, but you're terrified of leg locks. Your opponent has strong leg locks. You will shut down your own guard. And won't play as freely as well as you normally do because you're afraid of the leg lock. You'll pull your feet in, you'll play a very conservative guard game. But if you had extremely adept leg lock defense, then you just play with all the confidence you normally do from a guard position. Gould puts himself in that situation. He's so defensively sound that it translates into his offensive confidence.
When you talk about memory and recall, it's interesting. And I can't help but see parallels between him and Magnus Carlsen, who's a chess player, who's the number one in the world, the arguably the best ever, certainly the best ever. He just look absolute numbers. Chess has the luxury of having memory, which you cannot have in jiu-jitsu because it's a game of just is just a board game. You can actually calculate the probability against who's the highest rating, average, maintain that rating without competing against the number two in the world. He can just prove that he's the number one in the world for many years. Anyway, there's a certain similarity. One's going to recall. So memory recall information is fascinating. One is not so much a love for perfection, which is something you mentioned, but he has the flip side of that, which is what you also mentioned, is the hate for imperfection. Now, in his madness, it almost creates a level of anxiety for him that's almost destructive. So the thing he seems to hate the most is imperfection against people he knows are influencing him. So the thing he loves is competing against people that are close to his skill level. Thinker is people who might actually be better than him, especially in certain positions. He loves competing against them. He hates competing against people that are still, from the perspective of everyone else, what are called super grandmasters, so top three in the world. He knows he's much better than them, and the anxiety of being not perfect against those people. That's why he, I don't know if you're paying attention. He stepped away not only defending the world championship because he hates the anxiety of playing people worse than him. Interesting. Because they would somehow make him look bad. No, he just, for him, at least the language he uses, it's just not fun. And he likes having fun. To him, it was fun to win no matter the skill level with the world championship the first time. But then defending it is a very cool process. It's with classical chess, you play many hours, 7-hour long games. And on top of that, he really hates the fact that it's only, I forget what it is, but it's single digit number of games. He says it's the most sample. So I can't, I would like to play 20, 30, 40, 50 games if I'm going to do it this way. But then if they're too long, it's going to take too long. So he's really emphasized the fun of it and the clear demonstration of who's the best. Now, chess is an interesting game. It's probably different than grappling because it's been played for centuries. So there's this giant body of people that play. Like, there's other Gordon Ryans out there. Imagine a world where there's multiple Gordon Ryans or something like that. It's a different dimension. But you have, like, sharks everywhere. And so there's fun to be had at the very, 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 very top. But the memory recall is this one, and the hate of perfection. More intense than the game. That takes us back to the final. Yes. So here, Gordon's facing Nicky Rod, former train final. And again, the intention here is successfully put in the context that Gordon will be fighting the greatest ATT grappler of all time in a few hours after this. So what we're looking for is a quick resolution. Still the shortest possible match. Now, there's a complicating factor here.
Nicky Rod was a wrestler before he was a jiu-jitsu player. On paper, the way his route to win is by wrestling. He's not going to be able to submit Gordon Ryan, and he's not going to be able to pass his guard. So he has to win by wrestling. In the ADCC finals, you cannot sit the guard. So the approach that Gordon used earlier that we saw on video cannot be used in the finals. Gordon must wrestle his opponent. So on the way out, Gordon and I were talking, and we'd had discussions obviously during the camp what's the appropriate thing to do here. And there had been some matches earlier in the event where it was becoming obvious that stalling was being heavily punished by referees. So I said to Gordon on the way out, just give him your leg. Let him take you down. Because in the first 10 minutes of the finals, takedowns don't score anything. There are no means of scoring the first 10 minutes, but you can't sit the guard. That will award you a negative point. So I said, just let Nicky Rod take you down. And he's like, Nicky Rod's not going to take the bait. And I said, if it doesn't, I'll call off the scoring. And so.
And then Craig Jones also commented after the fact, I don't know why Nicky Rod took the bait.
So if we see the start of the match, you see Gordon comes out and offers a leg. Now, it's not that Nicky Rod is smart. He knows what's happening here. And what's he going to do? Stall for 10 minutes and get like 5 stalling falls put against him. So Gordon gives them a takedown that way. They go to the ground immediately, no effort. And the match now favors Gordon. Gordon is significantly more skilled on the ground. The question is, how can we make this match as short as possible? And as is so often the case, the answer comes back to legs.
So for people just listening to this, Gordon's in an open guard, and Nicky Rod appears to be trying to keep his hips away from Gordon's legs.
Yes, the big Nicky Rod knows there's a danger here, so he's elected to go to his knees. That will sped up his favorite body lock passes, and it will, in some ways, mitigate some of the dangers associated with leg locks. So Gordon's whole thing is, how am I going to get my body weight underneath him? He has a choice between linear entries where he enters between his opponent's knees and circular entries where he inverts and spins underneath his opponent to get under his center of gravity.
Is there a way for somebody to try to get a body lock without giving Gordon an opportunity to get under the body lock?
Well, the body lock is a way to shut down leg lock entries if you can get to the body lock. But you can see Gordon's very, very disciplined with his elbows and knees working in a position where it's very, very hard for his opponent to access his waist. That shoulder is always either across the head or in front of the shoulder. Sorry, his knee is either in front of the shoulder or in front of the head.
Well, 1 minute into the match, just if I were to look at the video play here, it appears that the match is over. So I guess Nicky Rod is basically, if I need to get close in order to do the body lock, and the closer you get, the more danger there is to let Gordon get you and get the.
Now they're starting to get close here. Gordon's going to try and get his head underneath his opponent, make a circular entry into the legs. He's clearing his opponent's head out of the way by faking the arm drag on the far side. The first move that he used against his first opponent earlier in the tournament. There's the leg, spins underneath it, goes circular, rotates through, gets his body weight underneath his opponent. Okay, now he's going to trip him down to the mat.
Now, I believe Nicky Rod tries to pull out his foot here, and Craig also said that Nicky Rod has gotten used to be able to pull that foot out from anybody, and that he was very surprised at the grip that Gordon was able to actually hold on. So I just want to comment. I'm just parroting commentary.
If you look at what's happening here, if you just freeze it, you'll see that Gordon, like any good leg lofter, will always treat his opponent's foot like a knot at the end of the rope. Just as you slow down a rope, if is a not a hinge or handle catch. So too with the human leg. When they go to express like pulling, just keep your fist, your shoulder possible and narrow the gap, but will always catch. The failure that many people have is they let their hands away from their own shoulder, so there's room for the foot to extract. You can see Gordon's extremely disciplined, thumb close to his own shoulder, which creates a situation very, very hard to simply pull your foot out.
You're focusing on the knot.
Yeah, also it's very early in the match, he's very heavy spread. Both athletes are still pretty dry. Now Gordon has to climb the leg, and now he's already captured his opponent's shoelace. There's the heel exposure coming out, and the heel already knows it's getting bad. And there's the win.
Actually, the comment I made, I guess, was from the earlier time when I was trying to pull out the foot, and Gordon was able to hold on to the knot, which is interesting.
That was a brilliant day's work by Gordon Ryan. He's had 2 matches against opponents considerably bigger and stronger than himself. And they've timed the 2 matches can be measured in, I think, less than 2 minutes. So he's done what he set out to do. No injuries, no exhaustion. He's beaten 4 guys back, 4 of them are excellent athletes with minimal energy expenditure, and he's ready to go on to the final.
So, in that respect, one of the greatest, arguably, for a long time, really, really up there, jiu-jitsu practitioners, competitors, grappling competitors of all time, which is Andre Galvao.
Yes, Andre Galvao is almost certainly at this point the great ACC competitor of all time. He's won more super fights than anyone else by a landslide.
So, if I may just read a few words you've written on Instagram about this match about Andre Galvao on greatness. How great you become in any given endeavor will always be assessed by the degree of difficulty of overcome to get to the top. Just as the lion became king with the jungle not by living among sheep, but by dominating the world of elephants, hyenas, buffalo, leopards, crocodiles, so too the greatness of an athlete is determined not just by his own ability, but by the greatness of the athlete he faces. Thus, in his quest for greatness, Gordon Ryan owes a debt to the greatness of his toughest opponent, Andre Galvao. We go on to sing his praises. So, and that is this match. There was a moment, I didn't even to listen to the words exchanged, but because I had the very fortunate sitting next to match crazy, there was this fascinating moment before the match. I can't believe that Gordon is sufficiently relaxed to do this. But he walked up to Roger Gracie and had a discussion. What do you think? You face Andre Galvao. What are your suggestions? And they talked it back and forth. They brainstormed ideas. Like a minute before the match. And it was just a beautiful moment of like, I don't know, like Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan's songs together, something like that. I mean, I wonder how much brainstorming there really was, or and how much was it just kind of it's like spiritual inspiration or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's more spiritual inspiration. He looks up to Hodges as Hodges is a very close friend and mentor of mine, so I always tell my athletes, look to Hodges, for example. This is a guy who always fought for the finish. He tried to express the highest ideal of jiu-jitsu, which is control leading to submission for every match he's ever. And even lost now on tactics against people that he could easily have defeated, adopted a different tactic, but he always insisted on victory by submission that defined his career and made him who he was. I always try to have my athletes emulate him.
So, what was the strategy? What was you thinking?
Okay, for Andre Galvao, there's a sense in which Andre Galvao had to fight literally the perfect match to win this. Okay, this is a match that's going to be 20 minutes long, and potentially Andre Galvao can Gordon's submission dominance here is just too great. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to win on the ground. Gordon's ground positional game is just too advanced. And so for Andre Galvao, He had to win. If he was going to win, it was going to be in a standing wrestling exchange where most people assessed him as having a measure of superiority over Gordon Ryan. The problem is that it's hard to just keep a essentially 40-minute match on the ground, off the ground that whole time. It's very, very difficult indeed. So he would have had to fight literally the perfect tactical match to make it happen. And he would have to do it without getting called for scoring points. Gordon has the luxury that if at any point they go to the ground, he has complete dominance. But Gordon too has a problem that he can't pull guard without being penalized. And if Andre Galvao can play this tactical game of forcing Gordon to pull guard and then staying at the distance where he's doing enough action not to get called for stalling, but not so much to engage with the dangerous Gordon Ryan on the ground, then it's feasible he could have won. But it would have been, as I said, it would have required the most perfect application and integration of technique and tactics that he's capable of.
Intimidation is there, or are these athletes already beyond that?
When you say intimidation, be more precise.
Do you think there is some degree, if you were just to emphasize with Andre Galvao, do you think there's some degree in which coordination is had because of the trash talk leading up to certain events, because of the level of dominance that Gordon has shown in this competition and in months and years leading up to it? Also, the fact that Andre Galvao is also a coach of a large team. There's some pressure to demonstrate to the team that the old Lions still got it.
Yeah. I can't speak for Andre, but I know for Gordon, it's hard to be intimidated when you know the other guy has no method of finishing you. It just takes so much pressure off. When you just go in and saying, there's literally no way this guy can finish me. And there's no way this guy can pin and control me. I can't be finished. I can't be pinned and controlled. The only way I can lose this is if this guy plays a tactical game. So in his best case scenario, I lose that tactical game. But from Andre's perspective, it's like if I make one screw up, this kid could finish me. You can see which way the intimidation goes. Now, for the start, things get interesting here. They've already said these are like this. Andre's only realistic path to victory is standing rapid. Okay, that would require him to take Gordon down, presumably multiple times after the first 10 minutes, and not be taken down at all by Gordon. So it's tall order, it's possible, but it's difficult. And here's where things get interesting. I told Gordon before the match, just go out and offer him the lead. Same way he did with Mickey Rods. And that's where things get interesting. I must say that I love what Andre Galvao did at the start of this match. He's a little crazy here. There was just so much energy in the room at this point that his hand finally got off.
If you were just listening, there's this hard slap.
Yeah,
that's you can strike.
It was just a lot of electric atmosphere in the room. So now things settle down a little bit. But here's what's interesting. Andre throws the whole tactic game out the window right from the start. He goes to the takedown. Gordon doesn't try to fight the takedown. This is in his interest to go to the ground. I love this about Andre. He's literally like, fuck you, kid. Like, let's see how good you got there. So he shoots the takedown. And of course, Andre was like, I'm not even going to try and score this out. I'm just going to, bam, there it is. So he's like, okay, let's see what you got. If they say you're good on the ground, let's see what you got. And I love that about Andre. Unfortunately, it entered the Hornets.
What happened there real quick? That was very
Ordinary media around. Like a senior around me, but around me, just holding both legs. So,
open guard and move forward. Oh wow, that's really nice.
so it's left leg. Now we don't make the space between the knees because it guarantees straight out around.
It's supposed to be Andre Galvao, like effortlessly like that.
So already Gordon's in his preferred domain now. So it's starting to off balance his opponents, looking for reactions, get real exposure. Does get real exposure, wondering, does a good job of monitoring the feet, trying to use the braking pressure. There's an important realm now. This is where he has all the advantage. So, and the match is going to be clean active in Gordon's realm. It's going to be very, very cool.
Done. Excellent. We're watching the Seinfeld. Well, we're watching that too. But the I believe today's the official kickoff of Festivus. If you don't know what Festivus is,
For the rest of us.
that's right. It's the Seinfeld holiday. So I'm just pouring through that, and I had someone come in here. I don't know if you. I've talked about her before. I think her name is. It's like Bradia or something like that. It's Branya, something like that. Anyway, very interesting. She wants to be a professional wrestler. You never know what you're going to get in here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
She was hungover from clubbing last night, so good on her.
very cool.
Exactly. And just chilling like a villain. I was thinking I could stir some shit up in a little bit in some of these discords, but in the meantime, just relaxing. TCB, as they say, taking care of business.
Especially so you got to air your grievances.
That's right. I'm pissed off at everyone, and you're gonna hear it. Firstly, everyone go fuck yourselves. That's it.
Exactly. And furthermore,
Right, exactly.
That's funny. Yeah, I'll have to set up my unadorned aluminum pole very soon.
That's right, because you find tinsel distracting.
Day approaches.
Exactly.
No tinsel, no decoration.
Tinsel's distracting.
Aluminum pole.
Exactly. And we'll enjoy it while donating to the Human Fund. Money for people.
Mm-hmm. It's money for people. You know?
Yes.
Costanza.
You know what? I watched that one earlier today. That's the Kenny Rogers Roasters, which is one of my favorite ones ever.
I always joke about that one because anytime there's a red light on, I always do like Kramer stuff. Pretend like I'm fried on kind of Kenny Rogers from the outside.
That your rods and cones are all screwed up. Yeah, I mean, I live in a pink light.
Rods and cones are all screwed up.
It's very similar. It's quite similar. When I see the sun, it certainly has a brighter look to it as opposed to this pink light. But yeah, it's my own version of Kenny Rogers Roasters. You know, I would think that it would mess with my eyesight, but it doesn't. Stuff still looks normal. So yeah, I love that episode. I have thought in the past to make it red just so in honor of that, but at this point we're keeping it pink. And yeah, I watched that one. I love Seinfeld. I could watch Seinfeld from now until whenever.
Seinfeld is a classic.
Alrighty.
Such a good show.
Here we go.
Our moment here,
Oh, yeah.
again, yours on the legs. Are you impressed with Andre with out? Andre, been hearing this for 2 years. Remember, Andre is one of the greatest leg offensive batsmen today. So he's not naive, he knows how to get himself. The big problem is that he's going to be defensive reactions, which lead into other aspects of Gordon's game, in particular back exposure. Well, here, I should go out to think like that in position where Gordon's watching. So turn into the mat, the most efficient way to do so is to skip. So he pulls out a Yashi drive from the back, sweep down to the mat, and now Gordon's on top. There's a serious ball play. He grabs his opposition. He's relentless. It's just getting under the last good, just getting the card back, all of that. It's great. There's also scenes here in which Gordon's chasing him too, just with physically fatigue an opponent. So it's passing the guard and not rushing it. Now, what Paul is looking for here is complete kiss contact. He's getting very close to it now. And once he gets kiss on the opponent's opposition, one of his opponent's feet, it's going to be all field. He's just for the opponent to recover. What is the here? There's pressure here. There's big time here. It's part of a campaign of nutrition, pressure at the time. Now he's creating a situation where he's either going to get back exposure or not exposure. And either way, it's pretty much statement important. Andre, I like to allow back exposure. That's why he's trying to get us back. Now it's now there's one simple problem here that Andre Belmont and Nick forward. And there's a very short and very thick neck. So it's penetrating under the shin to his spine of the feet over there. No problem. It also has extremely low shoulders upper arm. So when the head comes down, the shoulders stay up. Is where the real estate work with stay the house. So good time will trap one of his opponent's arms with his legs. Or just take away one of those strong defensive arms. Here you can see the arm is being trapped. Now it's not a strength. And here it's still difficult, but things are looking good. Just the sort of amount of time left on the ball, goodness, get on point. But all the pressure, all the technical pressure now is on. You'll see the critical penetration of the jaw with right wrist there. Now doing the legs for a one-handed triangle. Wow, very good. It's strangle. It doesn't matter how great you are. And where does the strangle happen in terms of it felt like the strangle was the blade of the anything fully sunk in. What's the word is that the full concept that I have? One hand, it seems in which once you get underneath, you know you'll get the ball. Yeah, I'll often get it again. Really, it's like a perfect picture. It's like a drawing picture. Yeah, and just put data on the board so that they run out when you understand. When you understand what's that is on the horizon, and there's a lot of respect. How's it feel with all the trash talk and everything like that? I love that about the drama about this trash talk you usually expect. Yeah. I think it's when you give someone under his great skill, when you grab this and you feel yourself skills like that. And it's whatever issues you had prior to the match, right? You feel it's like you like these things. Any kind of context, you see that there's more with bonds you get against it. And that's the feeling that you see in one's bracket. So if we could talk about that Carlo, who has an incredible and there's a lot of things you can say to probably go through it back, but we can talk about that, about simply looking at the job life. One of the things I think you mentioned elsewhere here is the confidence. So one of the things you saw and it can happen in competitors to go to the top. First of all, I should give you some background. John Carlos is a strong local background teaching her how to follow your school. The training stuff, I believe, so how competitions and training. And we would do local competitions. He's trying to go from the majority of his competitive background and he was struggling in local competitions, especially for things like that. He had no background in that, and we often get submitted. So as we work together in a structure, we talk and discuss, and we prepare sitting and comes to meet out with guys, and we often struggle in the training room. No experience in outside body like that. Just the training sessions didn't go well for that. So if we go to the client, when we went to Puerto Rico and the team started drifting apart, when we moved into Austin, she said, you didn't have it. Community records live. I think that's cool. That would be a great training time. So, Gary, we didn't really have any training partners at that point. And sure enough, he's very disrespectful to being here. We found Austin. Now, anyway, it's moved halfway across the country to begin training. That's already the highest grade right there. That's a big commitment. And we began training. We put him on a training schedule with the head of big businesses. He had tags from foreign position in leg loss things. And he was very, very vulnerable with lots of guy costing, which weren't part of his a year out. He's working off on the spoiler, which is he went to the position to other matchup. He also has incredible to get rid of the most speed in WA, I just don't think it's point lost a couple of matches. And it's just two people who say so he came out of that very great. I lost the game, lost to very jump out of the stuff he saw in the position sound. He had like he got it shooting like this big offense, he had that like just wasn't able to do it sorry. He got it just that's his God, that kind of thing. But he wasn't dangerous. Here's a question on that. The right track I remember from but I wonder if behind this is the pressure of their family. No, confidence very much. And confidence is a much more rational and it was getting confidence uses the aerial element in why I hear down. When you say confidence is much more of a reflection of your past experience. And if you stick with your past experience and you're speaking to compete in a situation which is similar to your past experience, have experience with most of these experiences, you confidence. They use the confidence. It's not always the one. Of course, don't go any kind of class. Like me pointed out before the green red on the first floor. If you performing well, there's skills that we should feel that good confidence in life, regardless of what the mindset is. So it's not about the personality, there's bad or something like that personality. Hopefully, we come down to your skills. And your confidence, your skills. So, what was his journey like for a person to fall to dominate the conversation? First things first, with exactly you first obviously live up. So every day in the gym, you just before okay, this is going to be sleep position. You can be this way, not this way. Then you have to start firing situations. Like I have to really be good, like hot drinking. I've got to get that kid full straight. I need to good slow patiently. Deal with frustration. The initial thing is just say, I'm going to get better. So now that will work with them for change. Well, after that, it's like I need to keep dealing with the rational thought that you are going to be good. these negative things for the people studying the condition. As you know, society is like great jobs. Like some of this they don't like it must be hard, but he just stayed in it. No one worked harder than him. Just was in the gym 3 times a day, studying every day. And unlike so many other people, every time he shown something consciously and tried to enact it, even at the price of initial failure. Do you advise that that's a good thing? It's the only way to go. Like if you can't get around that idea, that trying to acquire skill will create a temporary time where your effectiveness diminishes as you try to bring on new skills. Because you always stay aware of skills get on. The whole mental trick is to use this idea of delayed gratification that you have to accept that when I bring on new moves, my overall effectiveness will diminish. But there's the belief that in time, as my skill increases, it will increase with time, but it will come at the price of initial frustration and failure. And John Carl made that mental switch early on in my life. And to his credit, within a very short period of time, get very hard to live on. And he basically got this little hard time. And was the first step of confidence. So, okay, I'm not getting finished quickly anymore. Then he had to bring in a whole new set of upper body submissions. He neglected upper body submissions.
Well, when you say upper body submissions,
Strangleholds, arm locks, things like this. And in particular, he put very, very hard work on his strangleholds. He had always been someone who was positionally strong. He would get to the back, but he never finish from the back. And then suddenly, in the gym, he started finishing from the back. As gym performance against the lesser students increase, then you bump along against better students. And then this goes on all the way up to the best guys in the room. And in time, in a relatively short period of time, there were significant increases in performance. And success begets success. And this kept going. We started to get a hint of his developing confidence in local competitions. I remember seeing John Carlo compete in a local fight win competition against a Brazilian kid. John Carlo just came out, dominated, and finished with a leg lock. Now that was interesting. It's like, okay, you're the guy that used to get finished by leg locks. Now you beat tough opponents with leg locks. That was an important psychological step that John Carlo was doing. And with each little step, we went further and further. So he got to ACC trials and had one of the great performances. I believe he submitted all of his opponents in ACC trials and put on a fantastic display of graphite. Shockingly, no one paid attention to it. They would have said, oh, yeah, you know. And John Carlos flew into ACC completely under the radar. They just thought, oh, he's the one of the trials. And no one really paid much attention. In his first match, he took on a great Brazilian champion, and won in dominant fashion. He was about to strangle him, just a few seconds left on the clock. I remember John Carlo being furious at the end of the match, thinking I got so close to finishing, wanted a perfect finish. And up on points of Kenya and still chasing him. He could have just ghosted at this point, but he wanted to finish with the others at once. And he got very, very close, but not quite there. And then in his next match, he had to take on the defending gold medalist, previous ACC. This guy was the favorite to win. We have a relatively unknown John Carlo fighting the man who defeated Craig Jones in the previous ACC.
what do you remember what stood out to you about this match? David News is good wrestling, good everything.
Yes.
Good all around rap.
He's got, like you just said, he's a very smart wrestler. So our intention was to match his wrestling with John Carter's judo skills. So you will see go back, you'll see the first video. I'll drag to the top of the drag and peg. So those two colors, first takedown, this is how he did that good first off. See that he could score a nice takedown. But Mateus Denise is very, very good at standing out from ball position. Stay back, stay. Okay, now here Mateus comes out from bottom, sees the leg, and Giancarlo defends the rest of the move, and he goes immediately with it's kind of a mix of Sasai and Yashi.
That was beautiful. I didn't even know that. That's really nice. Look at that. From defending the single, threatening a guillotine. One of the big themes about ACC camp is that most of our opponents now getting very strong in hand fighting, but they're less strong in foot fighting. And so we put a very heavy emphasis on the sweeping attacks. We opened the gold line, took down Andre Galvao in the first week, and he had John Carlo using the same technique off the back, off from the front. And then over Mark Anthony was catches the foot video, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful takedown. That's beautiful, beautiful. And then later on that, you use the pistol that got there. And that's what you don't take down. Good top position. One was my college. Very back exposed. Because it's really good. Overweight. Running big. Creates exposed to that more good. Take down fight. So he has this defense thing with his own points. It's coming through. Defense push out. Try to score. Keeps his head at the wide angle. And calm. As the business around. It's one of the hardest things to do. How dangerous is it if you're this position to put your hands on the ground? Things. Ordinarily, it could be dangerous. Especially when I'm folks in it about how there's some controversy here, but you can clearly see it. Hands were involved, so it should make this controversy. Now watch for the right leg to sort of got it. Pulls in the head, exposes the leg, put it down. You just got to got you. Also, probably the lesson that complaining to a ref does not protect you from a good takeout. Yeah, and like I say, Kovac wants to figure this out all the time. But now the great advantage of judo takedowns over wrestling leg tackles is they can the upper body connection after the takedown is very, very important for ADCC. That's why we put such a heavy emphasis on that. And John Carlos has absolutely driving speed. He scored 4 points for that takedown, so he's well ahead at this point against the established favorite for the entire weight division. So now Mateus Denise has to start making some breaks. He's staring down the barrel of defeat. There's not that much time left. But that's what's going to set up the pressure. Now it's tactical pressure. It's not physical pressure, it's tactical. Mateus has to turn away, and that's going to create back exposure. The most dangerous kind of exposure in ADCC. So there it is. Now it's back. And Giancarlo capitalizes. Mateus is smart. He's keeping on his slide so that less than 75% of his back is on the floor. That comes at a price, and that price is back exposure. So the the circumstance of fate, which is he has a lot of new tough matches and still chooses to do absolutely. And he seems to just power through all of it. But how much of the calculation is obviously going to cardio, the grueling cardio aspect of all this? That's a great question. The truth of the matter is you can't afford to pace yourself. Because if you say, I'm going to hold myself back for this match,
an expectation of the others. You could have lose in the first match. So he didn't pace himself at all. Any of the matches. You have to just be in good shape. That's what the camp is about. No, it's mostly physical. That's what the camp is for. Like he's felt more pressure in the training room than he felt in the matches. But still, so back. Look at this. That was a beautiful transition. From back to whatever the heck that position was. Erect from looking for the back, transition to here, what the heck is this transition? So the days is giving him a very good tactic, which is to get most of his back off the ground, but not the outcomes. So as back exposure starts to very turned in, but you can see what's happening is the right foot comes under, it's going to create a beautiful triangle entry. Right foot penetrates the piece of peg. And now he's looking at a triangle as the card, but not just any triangle, a triangle with the figure four lock on the back of the opponent's head, which makes any kind of stacking defense very, very difficult, makes it very, very hard for an opponent to pull away, and creates a much tighter triangle than average. And as a result, it's a quick submission. Beautifully done. Still chasing the position. Yes. With a minute left up off the right against the former champion. That's match number 2. Now, that's the first day. That's Saturday. So John Collar goes to sleep that night thinking, okay, I just beat a world champion in my first match and almost submitted him. I just submitted the defending champion. So of course he wakes up on Sunday morning and damn good. Now there's an interesting twist here. His opponent is a talented young Irishman who won European trials, I believe, almost with leg locks. And almost all of his major attacks in the tournaments were barring leg locks. Now bear in mind that a year ago, Collar was losing a local blue club competitor via leg lock. So in my mind, I'm thinking, how's he going to hit? Japan was on top, that's an open guard, so you can see his legs away from any attacks. His opponent employing the same tactics that we many things. They're sitting the butterfly guard, looking to entangle the legs, and they're playing that game. Training in the gym. It's doing a good job of preventing entangled legs, controlling his opponent's shoulders, and moving out to an angle which limits his opponent's entry options. So hands on the shoulders is angles as good defensive. It's an initial defense. Now his opponent wants to get underneath the center. So John Collar wants to get outside the line of his legs. At some point, your opponent's going to entangle. If he's determined to entangle, at some point it's going to happen. So John Collar decides, okay, let's let it happen. And let's see where his feet go. Let's see how disciplined he is with his feet. Any point is inverted. Here does a good job getting behind John Collar's knee. So now they're fully locked in. So John Collar moves away to the big heel, rotates out, and makes street legs. And now, at this point, the Irishman is getting started to lose this point of his own foot position. Okay, he's so focused on his own attack that he's starting to get himself into his own foot position. You see, he's thinking, oh, I'm the guy who's attacking, so my opponent will be afraid of my leg locks. And there's starting to make some small technical errors that John Collar would take advantage of. He's threatening those north-south paths here. Like, so, yeah, he's not putting too much pressure on the pass. They're still pretty early in the match. He's still not ready to score yet. So here again, he turns away his heel. His opponent's trying to get more and more cavalier in his foot position to the point where now it's downright sloppy. So John Collar sees it, identifies it, walks up there, wrist to wrist toe hold, and breaks his foot. How where's the dumb question? Where's the control? Because the control comes from his opponent. The entanglement is his opponent. His opponent is holding his own body in place with his own legs. So he's the leader of his own body. So you got smart, well done, well done. That little smile from the Draco. Now, the reason for that smile you can probably get is because a year ago, just would have been about, and now it's been guaranteed tickets to the finals in either of those. And so you can see in the actual press moment, that's the look of a man who's made, just recognizes how much progress he's made in what was once a weakness in roughly 10 months was the time it took. And so he faces Lucas Hulk Barbosa in the final here. Now, these two have a history. John Carlo many times. And so for John Carlo, it's a question of, okay, here I'm matched up against a guy who's repeatedly beaten me. How am I going to turn this around now? And in terms of, we talked earlier about confidence. If confidence was just a mental thing, John Carlo never, when you've lost all those times to words aren't going to change anything. But you can see right from the start, when they get into the hand fight, John Carlo is much more tactically adept with his hand fighting. He's doing a good job of controlling his opponent's hands, preventing any kind of prolonged pressure on the head. And the whole gets a step there in which you realize he's fighting a very different person. And this goes a long time. Again, wrestling. There's actually to back take here about trauma, body trauma. Here you can see the same tactics utilized by Gordon Ryan. Head control based on the body trauma. Many attempts to try and trap his opponent's arm and take away those defensive arms. And the only difference there is, again, you have an athlete with a very powerful compact neck, so neck penetration is difficult. So John Carlo will switch to a palm strength, significant convention of figure four. And now there's 8 minutes left, so all the time in the world. Is it only just a matter of time at this point in situations like this that John Carlo has a massive tactical lead? There's literally no way at this point. Even if his opponent did get out of here and take him down, John Carlo would still be in on that. So this question now is not whether John Carlo will get the gold medal, but whether John Carlo will get it by submission. And there it is, there's the penetration of the neck. And we can't get the figure four, so we also arm is dead to get the submission. Now, what is John Carlo is a relatively unemotional man, but you can see there's emotion. That's not fake, that's real. And that's the emotions of a man who 10 months ago couldn't have done that. And then 10 months later, by dint of his own hard work and dedication and his ability to actively attack his weaknesses, turn them into strength, and then develop an ability to finish. That was a truly, truly remarkable achievement. Let me ask you about Gary Cohen. So he is one of the, in my opinion, the greatest submission grapplers of all time. There's a lot of components to that. But he lost his first match. Not only did Gary lose, he lost to the bottom speed of his division. And that in itself is something pretty remarkable about what's happening in the ACC, how there's a sense in which the days of the invited athletes being far superior to the trial members are over. It was a clear signal that anyone who makes it to ACC can beat the best people. Sam McNally is a very talented submission grappler from Ireland. He specializes mostly in form bars, but he has a good positional game as well. He's very important to his jiu-jitsu. And he did a fantastic job against Gary. I think tactically, Gary perhaps got a little far away from his true nature of grappling, which is relentless submission attack. And perhaps I should be even playing for this because there's such a emphasis on the training camp overall on positional pressure. I feel that worked very well for all of the athletes except Gary's on it. And I just want to say the you have to acknowledge the nature of the athlete you are. I think that I was coaching so hard to people in the room on positional pressure, but I think that Gary's innate ability to effectively get hits when he takes exclusively by submission. So I think if anyone could play the motion. There's another comment that maybe I'm overvaluing now as to just the physical aspect of this, but it seemed like Gary was skating. Is it a weight cut? Yeah, this is the first time he went down to 66 kilos. So, it wasn't critical. These other guys were bigger than him, right weight, but the weight cut was kind of that dependent play a part in the athletes, the physical and mental aspect of the cut. It is a thing. Like in wrestling, they could break the tough spines. Yeah, it wasn't a weight cut. It was great. Like Gary talking, it's more physical. You train lighter, we can get injured more in camp, so lighter. We have a team now after the breakup that's mostly comprised of people over 215 pounds. So it's very small. Most of the smaller athletes went to 18. So Gary's one of training partners. And, but I think the chief one has that's a little too much on the positional tactical game and got away from his true gift, which is relentless submission. And as I said, I think this that is me. So I had to put so much emphasis on the positional game for the developing athletes that I didn't pay enough attention to Gary's unique attributes. Well, I mentioned, of course, stuff on Reddit. There was a good question there. Somebody on Reddit asked, Gordon has said, and perhaps we have said as well, that there are two types of jiu-jitsu practitioners. One's who move themselves around and they call that, and one that controls emotions they call that, like people with the strength and weaknesses approach. And how do those different approaches apply depending on which class you're in? It's a great school business. It's a person who promulgates this idea. There's two core ways you can go. You can either focus on promoting your own movement, create opportunity, or by restricting the other person's. If you want a slower, less athletic opponent, then you should definitely focus on the idea of restricting others. That's how slow, unathletic movement achieves it. If you're quick with the ability to change direction, stand up quickly, go down quickly, like a rabbit, then you're almost always better off generating in order to create opportunity. So one is based more on movement, as the source of opportunity. One is based more on pressure, as the source of opportunity. So you'll get someone like Gary Chubb or the Lewis, but their game is based around the idea of promoting their own movement to create opportunity. Whereas someone like Gordon Ryan or Roger Grace is out restricting movement and using that pressure to create reactive opportunity. Those are the two paths you can take into because our team now is mostly associated with people over 200 pounds. Because most of them, again, is actually a more high percentage approach of, okay, let's focus primarily on controlling the other fellow's movement. And Gary's a individual. I feel like I let him down by not giving him special attention in regards to what he does.
The fact that you mentioned this now like 4 times in the span of a few minutes, just I love that all of this stuff weighs so heavy on you. And he is a truly special person. It is truly interesting to see what is the nature of a particular athlete. But if you highlight them and shine, let's go to the part where Gary actually loses the match. Okay, so the match is pretty obvious at this point. The guy does a good job of turning it down, and Gary gets caught reaching for the knees. Okay, that's always a mistake. And the guy does a great job capitalizing on it. Now there's limited time left on the clock. This guy realizes, oh, this is my opportunity, so basically
features freezer right there. So there's a minute and a half left, and typically in 8060 you get the bag score for God, so it's the huge score. For Gary to win here, it's got to be nice. Okay, so Gary's made one mistake. Now, this talented young fellow from Ireland does a great job. Not only getting back, but he really attacks well back. And let's look at the depth of Gary Thomas' defensive action.
And just the leading up to this, that's incredible.
Yeah, a big name for Gary is stamina, because he's like trying to hold on to stamina. Trying to hold on to it. If you get into a position which is absolutely focus here against Lewis, this is already bad. But
it's one of the most fun things about watching Gary's skill on these skates. It's incredible. It's beautiful to watch.
so the guy had to transition off here into a red triangle. It's one of the hardest things in the world to get out of. And from here, if this is anyone but Gary Tillman, I think it would have been good. But you see, Gary just extends, keeps his arm, just the right angle, fall out and get back. So now Gary's like, oh crap, I'm going to lose this fucking guy. So he's got a minute left to do something. So he goes back into his submission mode. He goes back to Gary Tillman and immediately goes into leg lock action. Now, the young man from Ireland realizes, hey, I'm going to win this match, the number one seed. So Gary goes into the legs, gets to one of his favorite techniques, the heel hook. Now Gary has a brutal heel hook attack and gets real pressure on his leg. Now, yeah, but to his credit, to get his time, like, you know what, let me take some.
Is there a weakness to that? Like, when he turned his hips,
Yeah, it's unclear from the video that Gary's arm slipped up. There's considerable braking pressure.
oh, lit.
Yeah, it's unclear. But sometimes the heel gets slipped because something off. So it's unclear what happened there. There seems to be a reaction from the part of the opponent. Like it definitely, it's down. So Gary goes back for a second.
Oh no!
That same kind of pressure.
Oh no! All right.
But I like the Irish kid's reaction. He's just like, you know what? Let me eat this because I'm going to win this match and I'm going to be a legend for beating Gary on. So I admire his internal fortitude. And but now Gary knows he's lost. So there's a sense in which you see how close you get in the situation, how little there is between winner and loser. Sometimes you just get these heartbreaking situations where someone who ordinarily you would probably do very well against, you make one mistake, and it's an unrewarding and compromising sport. One mistake can be fatal.
I'm glad to talk about escapes or arm locks as well. So you're teaching arm lock escapes with choke escapes, and the question came up on what should happen not have this off the rope. And you put a joke out, of course, you put that no back never won a war by dying for his country, won it by the other benefit dying for his country. So what's your view on what's happened on competition?
First of all, in training, you should be having very early because you're not getting paid to fight in the gym, you're getting paid to fight on stage. So be a professional in the gym, tap early, that fast. That way you'll last more longer. In competition, things are a lot different. You also have to specify what is the situation. Okay, if you're in the first round, ABCC, first match, you get caught. I would always expect most of this to happen because if you get your leg broken or your arm broken in the first round, still got 3 more matches before you get to the final.
There's Steve Claus there. You look at that. I want to fight number one.
It's always a big goal.
Like let it snap, let it go.
But
Yes.
yeah, I would expect you to. I also think that if you're in a strangle hold, you can make a lot of sense and not pass out. Okay? And it's like you see it like chess. It's kind of impolite to make the guy take it through to this conclusion. So heroism and just letting yourself pass out. Now things change when you get into a final. If you're in the final and you're ahead on points and you're willing most people at that point are going to be willing to let something break in order to win a gold medal. At that point, I leave it up to the student. It's a deeply personal decision. I would never say to a student, I expect you to let your body break in order to win a gold medal. I think my students are more than mature enough to have their own minds. I would be angry if they let their bodies break in a meaningless fashion, like some random tournament or a first round match where there's no way you can go on to the second, third, and fourth matches with a broken leg. But in a final, in a gold medal match in ACC, made the decision to them, spontaneous decision. I would be confident that I prepared them to do their very best to defend themselves. But what ultimately they do is their decision. And winning the ACC is, for at least, life changing. You're a world champion forever. And I want you to take that away from you. So I would understand if they took a decision to take that. Hopefully, when it comes to that, because I do a good job of preparing people to get out of situations, as we saw with Gary Tony. I was in a horrific situation, got out within 5 seconds. Gary's been in and it comes down to training preparation. But if we did make that decision, I would understand, provided it was a situation that would make their life better. And they made a calculation, some emotional thing. Now, sometimes you get emotional by a guy you just don't like. Then things get a little more interesting. Then, again, it's a personal decision. If you pay someone so much, you literally can't even conceive of yourself submitting to them. Probably guess you don't get into that in the first place. But if it should happen, again, it comes down to the student. I teach technique, not morals. So I let people make their own decisions. So my thing is, look, don't get injured, because if you can't train, you can't get better. So stay away from injury as much as you can.
So one of the other incredible stories here is, as you mentioned, Rosemary Dolly, one of the incredible gi athletes in jiu-jitsu world, not ever having to have no gi training and competition and so on, invariably here.
Actually, it's, Nicholas only came about 6 months after ACC. There's a phone call came from me because I can come down and train. I was to move to Austin. Yeah. So he came down. I remember the day Nicholas came in. Nicholas Vermicali is he's this tall, handsome Brazilian guy with a great personality and a wonderful smile. Also super nice guy. So he comes and takes us down the mat. We're all kind of looking at the new guy and introducing ourselves. And I look at him and I go, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" I go, like, "Look at you. You're like tall and good looking. You're fucking model. Oh yeah, this guy, they're all fucked up. The horrible body compared personality. You're like a happy, good looking guy. He's not like, what do you do jiu-jitsu for?" And he just laughed and started training for us. So he came in. Now, historically, he has been an athlete before with old guys. In jiu-jitsu parlance field, there was, in jiu-jitsu, you have the option of sitting down to the ground. Jiu-jitsu is most performed on the ground. Many athletes push fighters as they might still take their ground position and completely forego takedowns. Nicholas did this his entire career. Jiu-jitsu also has practiced both gi and no-gi. Nicholas was a shining light in the gi side of jiu-jitsu. He was one of the great champions. But he not only never competed without a gi, he never even trained without a gi. So there's significant differences between a lot of overlap, but there's very significant. So we're talking about a sport where small differences can make a difference between a guy who gets the gold medal versus a guy who loses his first match. It doesn't take a lot. So this was a very, very tall order. A lot of the tracks involved that's very dangerous. He doesn't just win, he wins. Like 9% of what he's based on is based on combination of false and straight collar control. experience of Lego. So one of the most significant parts of the modern game is it's nothing. But yeah, usually people are risk. ADCC is based around this. So ADCC is like 6 months away, and you get ready for the key World Championship. Nicholas had won 8 accolades in jiu-jitsu. He's never won the open weight division of worlds. Like the first thing he said, John, I want to be the first guy to win open ADCC open weight in the same year. I'm like, yeah. Now, in my mind, I'm thinking, like, you're never going to fucking have it. You think there was a big resource to as a country? So he's looking at me like, yeah, I'm going to do it. So I'm like, well, Nicholas, very vulnerable. I agree with the conflict. But because the official goal, you say this all I had maybe like 2024. He's like, no, in all seriousness, it is incredible that it was like how he has been dropped with the team for. So what you are hearing of setting a goal that most people would say is just unachievable and you're actually almost doing it. It's the only truth. It's absolutely crazy, right? It's the goal to be out because I did looking at it as a big disbelief. I didn't want to show them my face. And yet it came to that interest, that experience. One is supposed to go, well, I think there's a great and got fundamentals, and we also high precision. And in the final, there's a film that I'm going to 2 goals, and I'm golden and silver. And this is the exhibition. The sheer foundation of the gold field seems ludicrous at first glance. And yet you came out with a plan, came out with this characteristic action, and came to the and there's a sense in which you could look at it as, oh, had a plan and failed. And yet, of course, no one at that point has looked at that is he set an audacious goal so high that it seemed impossible. And if all this is high performance up to a level where they need something to see, do you encourage or do you get in their way when it's so much good? They doesn't get out. That's a great question. There's a sense in which you don't want to make people think that's sad, but I do believe that if people are sufficiently embedded in a context, it's committed to it, great. And you can skip on many things in life, but don't skip on it. The bigger your goals, the bigger your achievements will be. And the failure, as we saw in case of their value, I almost found these words failure. Because it's failure, give me more. Falling like short, falling short of what would otherwise be a perfect year. That still creates such a massive uptick in your performance that it's absolutely the right way to go. But there is a danger to this where people aren't committed and simply aren't looking from a framework where they can realistically achieve these things. Then it descends into delusion, and that's the operation goes towards madness. We can't have that. So there has to be kind of reality there where you have to be physically and mentally capable to some degree of losing those goals. You can't just, a random football can't make audacious goals like that. It's just ludicrous. But that in mind, if you're committed and you just sense that there's a definite possibility, yet you go as fine. Okay, make big demands. Yes, there'll be times of frustration. There'll be more failure in your life than otherwise, but failures will be something great, something people near term you would be hard pressed to find any data that justifies that goal. Because in his case, he probably wasn't very good at opening in the trade. So is the word used for instance. We sort of with the project, the success and competition that he was in. His first competition, he looked good, but not great. Second competition, a little better. Third competition, took on one of the legends of American grappling. And which was more realistic with deep down. So now putting that inspiring block aside, what was the actual plan on how to make it happen? So the direct block, Thursday with same thing with your product. First, you're going to so and this was just very strong product struggle to be struggling. Then he had to learn not the stake out, but just how to set up and make it basic like stance, motion, fight with the hands, etc., etc. So he had to learn from the ground up. And then he had to improve. He always had a very good triangle. Always had very powerful. So his food strength coming into no teacher. And those translate pretty well with but he had the ENT. His strength was compact. His great college strength was compact. But he really struggled with finishing back. So he's learned all that. Then he's like, well, now I've got to get into the heat. So we had to switch his training to heat training. And that's what a month in. He moved back briefly to Brazil and got a good injury right before the World Championships. He came back like more or less unable to move. So the World Championships is a week away. He's like, yeah, I can't move. So I'm like, what are you going to do? I'm like, okay. So I'm like, sure. So we fly to California. He goes out and meets this first opponent. Is literally the biggest man who competes in the this man was like 400 pounds. Like it's like completely broken to take out the backstage before he goes out to compete. He beat everyone by submission and wins for the first time the open weight. That title he'd never won before. He steps off the mat, looks at me, and he goes, well, I got the first one. We got it. He open weight and now 86. And now it's a fairly good. We're about 2 days of brutal competition. And we're completely screwed up. Takes a week off to try and get his roots somewhere back in order. And then we get his light training, building up to 86. We start putting in a no-gi competition. Two opponents of people called like European club. And then as we gain some improving, gain more plus he's not able to go. I think where he could break the course of the honest with his notable, they don't at all. Started to go on before. And it started to get very strong power with face molecular aspects to adapt to late working groups. In addition, he started to develop strong chest position, which is really part of this game, especially top game. And so his match against Rafael Lovato, one of the great competitors of ADCC, and wins a consistent victory featuring a lot of takedowns, a lot of pressure passes. And people were just absolutely shot back at the stuff program. This was transforming. So he goes into the World Championship and in his weight position. He was matched with a South Korean in the first match, and they had an absolute fine battle where at one point Nicholas was picked up and slammed, and then ended up winning by keyboard. He took on the man ultimately wins and defeats him. Tough match. Now you're familiar with that stage. Nicholas wins a very, very close match against them. And then fights Craig Jones, who's one of the best leg walkers in the world. So I think most of those things just get leg walkers very easy to fight Craig. Nicholas showed degree which would improve his leg walk defense. Very Craig already got close to the leg and ended up taking out that was got either way. Craig got did a really good job of pacing himself. both athletes were very tired, but Nicholas was ahead on points, and Craig had one of the last takedowns, which set Nicholas down to a hit. Didn't score, but it was the most aggressive takedown of that last period. And so Nicholas got the ball, it was a narrow victory. Yeah, but Craig commented afterwards said that I really wanted the submission, and he said Nicholas really wanted the submission. But it ended up being a grueling match. He took everything, like exhaustion wise, everything he had. It was a tough match. And they were a very long match. Once they figured out they could chose down to their wrestling ability. Neither one of them was a wrestling specialist, but they both competent in wrestling. And but the games were very, very tough. Nicholas went on to win the bronze medal in his weight division. So the next day, when we get called for the open fight, obviously John Carl won a gold medal. Everyone agreed that he should go into open weight, and I voted. Of course, he was very like because he did won that. He did for I guess the question I'm asking is how do you find the strength to go on to do that because you've done it 14-week training camps where every day was just intense doing ACC day, so you're still at that point. But he has very long tough time. But he's a good athlete. So Nicholas and John Carlo went down, and John Carlo had a spectacular submission victory against his first opponent. Nicholas had some firework matches. One of the toughest opponents he came up against was the brilliant Tiger Polo. They had an absolute barn burner. It was a very, very close match. And Ty had an incredible first two matches. He beat Pedro Marinho by submission, and he beat the great Felipe Pena in a very narrow match. Very, very tight. He had lost on a guard pole. But Felipe is considerably bigger and stronger than Ty. So for Ty to win that match by guard pole was deeply impressive. It was an action-packed match that went back and forth. Very, very impressive. That's different ball games. Both your fellow brothers have we think the game. So outside of this specific there's a range of factors. One is that they started the sport very, very young. Probably the first example in American grappling of American students who started at age 4 or 5. Most people, when I began jiu-jitsu, started jiu-jitsu as adults. I was 28 years old and I had my first lesson with a white belt. So in time, people a little younger. For example, Mickey Ryan started when I think he was 12. But the rothschild started when they were literally children. They had excellent coaching going all the way up to the teenage years. So they had the advantage of starting the way so many successful athletes did as children, growing up through adulthood and with strong coaching all along the way. Excellent parental support. So they had like a great history where their youth they show off just how long they've been in sport. Right. So you particular kid is 19 years old, but he's been grappling for 15 years. And what counts is not your age, but your age. And while, now they were very young in years, but they were very old in age. And there's a lot of athletes that have not, have at a very early age, but still be one about it. There's a lot more to that. But what really makes them stand out is that they've mastered this idea of coming up and initial weaknesses or building on strengths. When we were told first encounter my students, they were relatively easy to take off because none of their training experience before that. Now they were young at that time, I believe like 60, and it was an obvious problem for them. They both got I lay off youngsters also, and keep an eye on them eating stuff. And you can clearly see that they identify the current business and made prestigious steps to the point now where they're winning championships with their own programs. I love the fact that even as teenagers, they were able to maturity to say, okay, here's obvious weakness, let's get around this, let's turn it into a strength. I love the way they did that. And focus on the weakness, but they also they cover up their weaknesses, but they also understood what are our actual strengths. Now, physically, both of the brothers have extraordinary reach for their height. They both have extraordinary long arms for their height. That means that variations of how you can't make particular dances and concerts are going to be much easier for them and their position than supposed to be. These are just strangleholds. So they specialize in those. They adapted a game based around which is a component not with physical pressure, but with tactical pressure and positions which expose them to those specialized strangleholds that they use. Traditionally, when we look at the boys when they were young, we saw that there was a disparity between the top game and the bottom game. They were generally much in the top position, they were in bottom position. Again, they saw that the potential weakness and tilted around using the heat they use limbs relative to their height. And they make use of a buggy strangle, which the whites refer to as a buggy strangle. So basically, it's a variation of the summer use of legs under specific stages, positions, and bottom. And they both make clear that not so much as a strangle with an occasion becomes strength, but they look to create pressure to make it off. And as a result, they're able to they both have the disparity of the bottom gap. Now the bottom gap they're all very good successful. And so that really is in which they identify their weaknesses and they box the bottom position to the data. And at the same time, they identify around physical gifts and how we maximize their gifts. They create a program that appreciates movement, they create tactical rather than physical pressure to set up their best stranglehold. I think we might have done this to young men have a huge future ahead of them. One of the brothers was in West Valley, and Ty was fought two very tough matches against guys bigger and stronger than himself. We got into a third match against a third guy also bigger than he did. So heads off the Ty fighting over faith. It was three positives in a row. Now Ty and Kay, one of their they're two of the best scramblers in sport. So whenever you go to shoot on the legs with them, there's a danger of running straight into tunnel stranglehold. They're very confident counterattacking single legs with tunnel strangle. It's also very hard to control them after they take down. They do a very good job of swinging back up to the feet. So I told Nicholas that they were upper body judo legs takedowns rather than wrestling takedowns. And you see here a fine example of Nicholas's gathering skill and Uchimata, one of the great pros of judo. Set up with a literal like I think if you start off with what looks like a good extra direction Uchimata, right? Uchigari to the back, as opposed to the back, the opponent pushes it, so it changes direction with the support field, it takes him over to Uchimata. As we said earlier, the advantage of judo and the wrestling is because there's upper body connection during the throw and after the throw. It's much harder for an opponent to scramble away from you. Because Tiger is one of the best scramblers in the sport. And as to stop scrambling there, just go back to guard position and enable Nicholas to hold top position.
And some of it is also the prize. There is something that's understandable about you because there's less data. It feels like
the rule also says good amount of it, that's a very small of it.
how often do you think are they in the receiving?
That's a good point again. like to feel like that more data for the defendant. So I mean, of course, there is fundamental each lot of them. You could scrabble around, but this is a good example of someone who literally didn't have a single takedown. So now he's going up another thousand explore. Doing one of the most difficult throws to do, and you're a Judah. You back in with a lot of other easy throws to run around. It takes some time. You're holding on one foot, you're supposed to be able to go straight out of here. It's a really one of the most difficult throws. That's more of your understanding of takedowns. I'll make reference about takedowns. They're more kind of takedowns. Understand that there's many girls like this, guys like this, so guys like this, fathers like this, weird. What? On one foot, hopping around, it's no sense, man. It works. Just do yourself a weird in that way. They're a little bit more intuitive, but like, get very good at this. You have to understand timing, rigidity. It's a dynamic thing that's needed. I always, I say, I try to simulate traditionally most high simulate vehicle performances, mechanical difficulty, and Nicholas always struggles with it. And then I teach them one of the most difficult takedowns ever for. You never know. It's sort of it's a judo kind of interesting. There's class takedowns, and certain people just gravitate towards an intuitive understanding of body mechanics and stuff like this. Not even very cool. There's some people that understand, they like that both their feet on the ground, and there's some people that are okay with this one foot on the ground and the other one is doing something else. And I don't know what is that? I don't know. So what makes it normal with one field versus another? So what is that like we release new stuff now, takedowns and training skills for kids to just at a high level, using Nicholas as an example, what are some key areas of takedown? Okay, first, whenever you talk about standing execution, they would say, oh, I need to learn to take down. But it's never, of course, just doing takedowns, doing the prerequisites to take down. The takedowns are more or less like an afterthought. You've got to get the stance, motion, the ability to engage in physical contact, get your opponent out of balance, and then the takedowns. The takedowns, if you look to it, mostly divided into lower body takedowns, tackles to the legs, single legs, double legs, to a lesser degree, high quality jiu-jitsu. And then upper body takedowns, which are mostly judo derived. Nicholas had to start more or less in the ground and come out and make grips the whole stance. So he'd learn every element of it. And he found that the posture. The matches and this was much longer. In addition to the many causes of submission, which are not their investments in style systems change. In wrestling, they favor generally a very low crouch because the vast majority of attacks are tackles for the legs. So anyone who stands up for it in wrestling gets really punished. Like he take either did a leg tackle. In jiu-jitsu, the matches are so much longer. It's difficult in a 40-minute match, for example, to maintain a defensive or crouch, be exhausted. Submission holds. There are many forms of submission holds. Guillotine stance, serious, it comes down to very vulnerable players. And so the stance of this jiu-jitsu competition tends to be much more upright, more like judo and Greco. So right off the bat, you see the stance is different. The motion tends to be much slower and more even in pace. What you've got to do this for long periods of time. So the number of fakes, the number of shots that you do build is usually much lower. So these are obvious differences. The biggest difference, however, has nothing to do with that, is that it attacks the cause to be judged by what happens after the takedown. In the case of ADCC, you can take someone down in ways that would score in both wrestling and judo, and possibly even win the match in the case of judo, and it would score judo and ADCC because of the nature of the rules. The whole idea of ADCC scoring is to demonstrate control after the takedown. That's what happens in the critical 3 seconds after the takedown that creates the score. In judo and in wrestling, the emphasis is placed on the takedown itself. In jiu-jitsu, the emphasis is placed on the aftermath of the takedown. That's where the score is allocated. And that can be a period of up to 3 seconds. Now, 3 seconds doesn't sound like much, but in a scramble after a takedown, 3 seconds is a fucking eternity. It goes on forever. So you will see many, as I said, would score very well in wrestling, but don't score at all on ADCC. And so the whole skill becomes packaging the standing position in terms of the takedowns themselves, but in particular, preparing the athletes for that critical 3 seconds after the takedown. That's why many people who are very fine wrestlers struggle in ADCC. They take people down by wrestling metric all the time, but don't score on the ADCC.
What makes GSP so good at takedowns? As I just is it within this framework that you're teaching? What stands out to you that you draw a lesson from?
Yes, that's another example of performing takedowns in a rule set radically different from wrestling. Just as the ADCC rule set is so different from that, the whole manner in which you approach and even your understanding of takedowns has quite strongly modified. So to an MMA, it's even more extreme. People always think, oh, this guy's a good wrestler, he's going to get takedowns in MMA easily. What you find is that the wrestling skills in MMA enable you to finish takedowns. If you get in on your opponent, get through the legs or the waist or what have you, your wrestling skill will enable you to finish the takedown. But getting to the takedown is massively different in the context of MMA than it is in wrestling. The entire stance is different. The entire set of distancing is different. There's the idea of positioning within a cage, like how close you are to the perimeter of the cage, changes radically how you approach the takedown. The setups are literally night and day different. It's entirely composed of striking setups rather than grappling setups. And so the act of getting to the takedown is like a completely different sport. George studied wrestling and used to go wrestling practice twice a week. In Canada, they do freestyle wrestling, they don't use college style wrestling. Now, George's main emphasis in wrestling training was takedowns. Obviously, the whole ground element of freestyle wrestling was no interest in him. Like learning how to put people's back on the ground and turn them with leg laces and gut wrenches was of no value in that. So he devoted almost all of his study to just the act of taking someone down. So as in pure wrestling, George is not bad. I think he'd be a very competitive match even for a highly ranked American freestyle wrestler. Obviously, he would lose easily on the ground because he's not used to the parts here. He'd probably be leg laced or gut wrenched quite easily by a skilled opponent. But in just a pure takedown battle, he'd be a competitive training partner for even a good wrestler. But in actual MMA competition, he could take down even the most highly credentialed wrestlers, and in some cases, it'll make it look almost effortless. And that came from his unification of striking skill with wrestling. So he used wrestling skills to finish the takedown, and his karate and boxing, kickboxing pedigree to enter into the takedown. Now, when he initiated the study of this was at a time when MMA was pretty much in its infancy, and he was one of the most impressive people I've ever seen. He was a true innovator. He innovated this specialized area of striking to a takedown to a greater degree than anyone else on the world. Well, we asked about this innovation because we're one of the most innovative disciplines in martial arts. There's several major categories of innovation that you have led. Obviously, leg locks, body lock, now wrestling. What's your process of innovation? So seeing the problem in the particular system, the gaps, how do you identify them? How do you figure out systems of how to fill those gaps? First thing I look for is what are the current weaknesses in a given combat sport. So in the case of jiu-jitsu, it was very obvious that historically jiu-jitsu had always been weak in leg locking. Jiu-jitsu had always been weak in standing position overall, and um, these were things that needed to be sorted out. In its infancy, mixed martial arts was divided between grapplers and strikers, and most of the emphasis in early mixed martial arts was on the idea of specialists in a given domain forcing the fight into their domain, and that my early work with Wilson here convinced me that the right approach wasn't increased specialization and learning to force your athlete into that area of specialization at the expense of the opponent, but rather to the real battles of the future, won and lost, not with techniques per se, specialized techniques, but rather the integration of techniques and the overlap between the various grappling and striking skills, so that someone who is an inferior grappler would have just enough grappling skills to hold the grappler off, and then defeat them with striking. And the striker who is, if you choose to fight a superiority with striking, you have just enough striking skills to hold them at bay and then enter into grappling. This went further and further and further, created whole areas of the sport that need to change your entire mindset about them. Early in the day, thinking in terms of grappling, what I started to think is in terms of, okay, those are four fundamental skill areas of mixed martial arts. There is shootboxing, which is the integration of takedowns and striking. There is boxing, which is the integration of upper body defense skills combined with striking. There is fence boxing. The two athletes are locked up with each other on the fence, and they have to integrate takedown defense and striking skills. And there is grapple boxing, which is the merging of ground grappling with striking. And when you work and break down into those four categories, you saw that each one of those four domains transcend the specialized martial arts that all make components. So, for example, in clinch boxing, you would incorporate things from judo, Greco-Roman, freestyle, jiu-jitsu submissions, Muay Thai, jumping techniques. But even if you took all five of those, the rule said that you're operating requires such extensive modification that the final product of clinch boxing translated all five of its component martial arts and became its own autonomous skill, autonomous skill. And we both enjoyed training down into those four areas. That's when the real progress started. That's when we started to see the integration of those four phases and the strength of the within each of them was where victory was being won. I want to reframe how you see what was going on, how that's going. Then you can start doing detailed development of ideas. Well, it's actually like it had to start with a paradigm shift. You know, research program began after that. You don't start with research, you start with a paradigm shift. Well, let me ask you. I got a chance to hang out with you. It's messaging you kind of do their call, not calling. I think aside from being hilarious, charismatic, and handsome, he is also and wise. He's also one of the greatest coaches and athletes of all time in martial arts. So when he asked if you love the best of life, their degree of difficulty that comes in must have counted miracle to us about it. Because I figured this out as the years went by. The degree of difficulty we must have experienced when we first came to many of decided we must have experienced incredible. You don't remember him from Brazil, training with the best people in the world at that time. All the shadows, all of them were located around Gracie Bama. And that near to step. They all knew each other, they all came together. They had into a common course, but they all knew each other well and knew each other's game. So they, all of them had beautiful and highly developed kids. So all kids from child to on is perfect, beautiful kids. And communicating with other people also be perfect, beautiful kids. Then he comes to New York, where he has to teach in a language at that stage barely spoke to a bunch of morons who did, on to a stage which they could explain to the different mountain God. Because as far as I was concerned, it was called same thing. And mountains different. I don't know. But it's like hey, when you go training with kids and crazy, they have to tell some moron that God is different now. And it was so primitive back then. He went from the best training culture in the world to me. It's a bunch of guys in their mid-20s who can pass the ground. Just, well, luckily he's now like, but I credit, yeah, I'm great. He did a fantastic job. And most of it was based around the idea that gave us freedom. We came in, spent a day, I started teaching classes, and then some of the senior students, who got in, they were very had opened their own schools around the tri-state area. They left, there was a very teachers and pastors now teaching. I direct the main thing was you always gave us some teachers, so you think do what you want, make sure it's a big, it's big. The show, there's so many times that there's so many things that solve. Understand like this kind of game, how this kind of this game, and it was never like that. It's just like it could just do what you want, and you give people some time. Well, I gotta ask you, the podcast. I do feel like it's a little bit very distracting kind of contrary. I can't, at least from my perspective, have having that contact. He's still really wonderful. It's just because the one that I gotta ask, this is pretty Reddit, there's a few legends that come from that gym, but people on Reddit kept asking me about some guy named Ford. Apparently he had those, he was the legend, and he was terrifying and good. What made him a legend? Boris is like, I think he's either my first or second grandfather. Boris came from Long Island, he was from British stuff. He was Russian, and highly Now, he was a short of stature, but very powerfully very compact. Very nice, polite man, but also slightly eccentric. I always liked um, he would always come with glasses on. He would be in the gym. He's dressed like use the American flag, the with like pocket protector, and he had dressed such a different years ago. So we always used to laugh like this and like that. Like with his nerdy glasses on his pocket protector, and then we can literally run into like one of the most formidable human beings in the tiny little area. Or started training for the two, and then we got a K-12 that went ahead and started training with us in a morning class. Now, these were relatively early days and had no money there. And he was very small group, trained everything around 6 a.m. before work. And Morris is a major in those days. Now, a very young girl came to train with us at that time. He would come in 6 a.m. to his morning class. And he was one of the main training partners for Morris. And Morris was my wrestling particularly third top position. And I would always encourage George to play bottom position after the bottom position. Even though I couldn't take down, one day someone's going to bring down to the bottom position. And I was a very strong counterpart. I remember wanting to join this academy stage. Finally, after like 2 years, one day I was going to finish up. And I remember that was one of his biggest stories of all. His great career was the last time I ever had. Morris was very full at that time. The funny thing about Morris is every time we had a conversation, he would say, I'm only going to do this sport until I'm 40 years old, and you don't have to stop. And I was like, why not think of a lifelong martial arts because of good jiu-jitsu, a great skill to do it. Why not just keep going? So it's ridiculous for a man to train after 40. So and if you never get the reason for this, it's just ridiculous. One day, he noticed the fact that literally every day, since every day, one day, he comes in, he comes up with him, and gives him drives to 40. So I won't be seen. And I thought, okay, he's joking. So I'm like, I'll see him tomorrow. Like, I walks off. Okay. And then he never came back. I've never seen Boris. He came in, was one of the best rappers I ever saw. That's what made him out. And just waited to walk away. Yeah. I also got to hang out, got to hang out with Ali. There was he's a hands-on Christian called 40 Feature of Black Belt, and brand manager of the Female Fundamental coming down to Austin to do a podcast. Hopefully, we'll get out of that and have a bit of brainstorm. Also, he's a manager. Um, I really love the guy. The loyalty, the fact that he looks a little wealthy and has that close in the circle, and integrity, character, we probably be able to talk about that. But in the end, as you train together, you train in the basement, my classes. He's, his story is one of the most unlikely stories. Like if someone wrote a quote about his life, it's absurd. He's thrown out the door in a second, and yet it all happened. Um, you're absolutely correct. He is from the unlikeliest possible start created a situation. I think it's yes, because he's successful manager in his martial arts history. He has more champions under his care than anyone else that I'm aware of. And respect it, you know, and watching. So on all dimensions. Now, people aren't aware of the fact that he was actually a very good people player. You don't Yeah, he did a really good job. He judo. He had excellent Harai coaching, very good Thai coaching. And he threw many people who were highly credentialed wrestlers at Facebook back in the early days of MMA training. Um, he was a good example. I had very, very good short hips and often used it to counter wrestling. And was a fine demonstrator of the idea that when those adapted they can provide a fairly foil to the wrestling attack. And he would often use Uchimata to counter leg tackles. He's not very basic tackle fashion. Well, what do you think about it, for me? Is there something, just watching him, or is there something you can imagine that if he goes out in the gym that you might learn moves the approach of wrestling? Absolutely correct. Greatest compliment to the coach. If you can't learn from someone you can, well, he had that for if you seconds, as sort of your master of athletic control. You can grab the control of the way that someone was difficult to work with the control. He picked every spot he could use those pieces, like the boxes, and he controlled the ball from the same He was a very underrated ball game. He always just striking ball control because the kid he was. Several occasions when he ended up in bottom position, and he showed excellent ground work from bottom. He was able to get it to submission holds where the bottom position is going to excellent ball game. He was not in this position. It was not as great. The application of trying to put top bottom, top class, get a shot on one position against the his kinetic technically very, very well suited. Excellent break mechanics. He's very, very fine with submission wrestling and hit wrestling. It's sort of really tough. It's possible to learn something about him, about Gordon by watching roaming around like those. So maybe out there and other examples, they're able to do very big things on everybody. Now, I think Gordon is as well, but Gordon seems to have more preference for range of leadership to do. It's just it's one of those miraculous Hodges to by just like the same exact. But yeah, was that like if Fox understand why Hodge be so good at great basics? Would you have to feel it? Would you have to, or is it just something that's developed over it? I think for most people, for the vast majority of people, it would have to be explained to them. For small group of people, if they felt it, they could talk it. And there are a few people who look at it and have enough knowledge to say, okay, I can see what it's doing. Like, for example, politics is probably at pretty good reference that the I understand what it's doing. But the average person really doesn't work. Sometimes they go like straight out. Like, like you might imagine that kind of sort of kind of particular thing. They don't develop an interesting way. They're one of the most is also awesome, which also was not modern. I had pictured a little bit too much in Vegas with Project Racing. I'm talking about a lot of relationships, life, and death, and all those more thoughtful topics as well as Vegas. I'm a little bit too much here. Anyway, after 18 years, and on top of that, many days, if you'll see it. One thing, I don't know if you got to hang out with Joe in this pool. So I spent a lot of time with my crews, but recently I'm not sure Vegas. And there's something zen like about never seen the focus the guy on the game for hours. Just deep focus, unshakable focus. That was so important that this human being is celebrity and all kinds of stuff. So you think allocate as close to 100%, I would imagine, a particular fact and nothing. That was really inspiring that you can still do that on any task. That was it's very out. You understand things, you understand it. You also understand the threat, laughter, and so on. I would be depressed by that. I wouldn't be at a bunch of these really people get to the table. The more everything that the jokes, but things can't get any attention. Just that focus. I don't know. That means something. And like those memes like I want to find somebody that looks the way I want to find somebody that looks the way I focus. Like rather, I want to attain the level of focus he has for pool on a task that I care about. And that focus, like, I don't know, that was really fun. I didn't think I had focus for a long period of time. I mean, part of this is competitive with himself, it's for hatred, the perfection, all the elements that his body is focus. You should like it, but we should watch it. I think it could be one of the sessions that very deep. I thought pool was for like gamblers and like hustling, right? Like the same way, but like I saw like a wolf slash a weed active in Jaws. I didn't know this. I didn't know that you could have that level of focus while still not by your ass. It's extremely focused. It's inspiring. Inspiring. As opposed to having that real focus on attack. Let me ask you about this major practical changes in how kids works regular 9 to 5 job, do something that learn at gym. There's a lot of actual gyms around there that and they do something that shit. So about their think about it, about their way they approach the actual schedule. That's great. Okay. The less training time you got, the more you want to maximize the fit. So the question is about a training state twice a week. And somebody wants to, what can I do to make sure that 2 hour period is next month? The less training time you got, the more you got to have a plan for you. If you go in saying, I'm going to roll around and see what happens, so I just follow what the professor says, you'll get a certain amount of or you'll get a good plan and then action. Maybe plan the follow. Just for example, we start with a program that goes like this. First, try to create the most honest statement of yourself as a jiu-jitsu player. It's tough to make an honest decision of yourself because you never see it. So what I was thinking is to start by creating yourself and sparring with the peers. Because I think this really have that level of introspection, really to reflect on who actually not with an assessment of yourself. The most honest one comes not have a look at what you see and start to say, okay, many of these weaknesses video game are made much more better rather than feeling repeated. Identify the biggest weaknesses that you see. Those weaknesses. Ask yourself, let's take an example, in the course of watching the videos of yourself, you observe yourself with three blinders. You think the three kind of train holds the trail Netflix. You could start by saying, okay, let me ask myself, who are the people I look up to the most as regards a triangle strategy? Strategies out there. You can ask yourself, all those people are the ones with body type and personality most closely goes on. And it would be a good example of taking a part in your game, contrasting it with a neutral performance of the people who body type up in that run. And then try to take lessons we learn by observing these people and turning them into one game in one system. As time goes by, you use more and more elements of your game, you will undoubtedly improve. You also have to make sure you take time during tasks and actively look at stuff. Now, sometimes in class you don't get a choice, but sometimes there's a big distance with that. But there's always time after or class to do your own craft, to make your own diary, and your style. There's no rigorous control of what you do. Try to work with people and focus. For example, if you want to work on triangles, it would be wise to do this just sparring and class sessions so it gives you the most opportunity. In this sense, it always begins with an accurate assessment of the current skill level. You've got to start there. Then, I always encourage people to use video cameras and make the most honest appraisal you can. Yeah. Because your own mind is not dishonest, but it's understandably inaccurate. You just feel it like from the performance skills. They make a program for yourself based around what you see as excellence. Look at the people in the sport. If you want to do that, you can now skill in that area. If possible, narrow it down to people at the excellence in that area and the body type corresponds to your own. And then try to take lessons learned from this moving to excellence, elite athletes, and bring elements of them to your game. Try to bring an elite athlete's higher game to your game. That will fit 1500 to always be a core copy of what you're trying to copy, rather than very specific areas of skills that you see and input them with different people until eventually you find something for yourself. Experiment a lot. Okay? Everyone's different. And so people don't see the video research as the final word. See video research the way a writer would see it as someone who initiates discussion in your own research. The most powerful moment you have on that comes from making discoveries for yourself, not being told what to do, or letting someone else do something. Self-discoveries. Those are the ones that will last inside. So use video research not as the definitive answer to your problems, but as research for yourself on the past. And as time goes by, you do this more and more often. I honestly
Yeah, where I was playing that carry process. So I just remember, I know this is perhaps dumb, but I saw in my own game early on a lot of growth by self-identifying problems and coming up by myself with a solution by watching that game myself go through that. I just, oh God, it's very, that's what I thought, that's the solution.
don't progress. We figure out a way to get different types of everything. It goes in the other there's always that takes it I learned some more stuff. You could say that X card is the right solution for me. That maybe that was a good point for me to work on. If I go look back now, still to this day, sad. The obvious for me is escapes from situations. That's just the one out. That's good. That's what I should work on absolutely. Is even one game is escape. But yeah, a lot of that has to do with just carrying focusing on what goes over and over and over across the trip. I also I would write down on a sheet of paper the title to give it escape. And I would send you where I have here whatever again. And like it goes to the end of the week, the most like pick up a small 100. Yeah, it's a pretty great stuff. But how you start with like some form of that, but you start by finding another remember listed as a whole for protection. It forced this thing with this whole out. This journey. For some reason, something that really focused on understand what's it. For me, as a people, like nobody could do until they have to start like that. You have to kind of like figure everything out yourself. I'm sure there's better ways to do that, and that focus helps obviously. What's the perfect day in the life of John? We're talking about a day trip, not a very. I'm really grateful to sit down with you on a Sunday, uh, late at night. But it all starts again with so 3 training sessions a day. What the mantra in the morning? You listen to like some music. What eat in the morning? What's the perfect day look like? Wouldn't that affect a small animal to the dog? I usually when you I think it's an average day, perfectly productive average day. Yeah. So it's this Monday morning. We you watching this video, we're filming this late on a Sunday night. So after this, I'll drive home. We just had ACC. It was one of the longest training camps. It was the longest training camp I've ever run. It's 3-4 matches with all time leading up to it. So immediately after ACC, I calculated training down for athletes to on sessions where they for the first week after ACC to get hardest in the break. I still had to teach classes in addition to that, two recreational classes. So my teaching schedule went down to 2 classes per day after one week. Relative break with the next 2 classes per day plus 2 recreational classes plus an MMA class for Gary Bennett. And first class, as always, we can get up around 6 a.m. to drive on still have to keep driving so a regular driving site. We have a later time to go to the destination on time. Just for the record, it's John for there in the right left for the I heard it was a little fly a little bit. My day typically starts pretty good. I get I just get up and go to work. And I teach through the day. My last class finishes usually around 8 p.m. During that time, I I try to find time for one Grand Toast Bouquet, which describes some of the to landscape and makes your just that competition, which makes up upcoming competitions or whatever after competition. The most than just express the simple truth of faith. I try to do it with myself. And the themes today, I always start by asking myself what must be tomorrow based on what I've seen today, what the coordinations would be, all the conditions would be. This is always light of what are the upcoming competitions. But throughout the day, you learn a lot of the classes. So how do you either prepare for that or do that when they're happening? And through the material that you're teaching, I can look at a class and class it's okay. Then take care of things that we will do, talk to family, occasionally go out on the dinner with friends, dates, things like that. Yeah, I don't have to really harass and drag you out to hang out with your my nice like this is my culture, equipment to them, constantly something. The entire one to know details, did you end up getting Wi-Fi? I still thinking about it. So yeah, I there's no cons, lots of pros. I just don't put much points to it. Things that are unmoving. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that have a lot of pros, but they're low on the priority list. Cheap rating. My best got to come. Watch video. You watch video. You watch footage. Video footage quite often. Yeah, especially things from freestyle wrestling, Greco-Roman wrestling, judo, martial arts also. So there is also martial arts that fall in. Just for long-term idea generation. Like yeah, this is it. I have to just incorporate the context which we so that maybe it's immediately obvious or might become obvious. Is there some aspect the way worldwide thing that amends itself that was seems to be still life? Or is that just a symptom of my life was not where it goes to different faiths. Also the university teacher at university I was in my compounds and taken I think different areas of life. I've seen most things, I've experienced a lot. I've traveled the world. Um, just point to my life, even if I live some kind of like monk-like existence. But I like to try. Um, I'm not like some kind of like monk who just sits under a waterfall, meditates, or anything crazy like that. That's what I'm called to that. The monk-like existence. So I would use this to ask one of the most important questions, which is on the topic of animal combat. In a fight to the death, or maybe in a sport competition saying, let's go and fight to the death. A grizzly bear, a silverback gorilla, a lion, tiger, African lion, or one of the flavors of pike. I don't know if you think it's ferocious. What are the parameters that are going to they can throw you out and give some thought about how much these parameters matter? First of all, I do believe the gorilla is the most intelligent. I did research this as a profession. The gorilla with the expert advisor to this very podcast on this very topic is a teacher gorilla. So captivity gorillas have been documented to show complex family bond the ability to tool and the reason about the past. Right? So like that's something that at least you have to go ahead and allow the it's there. Yeah, so that's intelligent. Then there's, I think that's something they think of it. The lion was sort of the culture of a big lion. That's it. Like, the tiger could be larger than that. Yeah, much larger. So we got the grizzly bear, which is probably big so much that the large ones get to correct with some of the most cases. Or and some kind of big. Probably looking at the biggest. I didn't want to do the biggest ever. Just with the possible range. We were really going to roughly double. We had an even very big line. Of course, how that is. So there's also things which I might think you can get a cost efforts those are because you get 200 pounds. What I really like about that is not just the very well effect, and I think of all they have kind of non-standard well effect. Yeah, like the minor completely different angle. So we got that. We got also a strength. Good measures. So this was surprising to me. The grizzly bear had about the only area called so a lot. But the gorilla is very intense lightweight. A gorilla can lift over 2,000 pounds, over 40,000 pounds. And then gorillas may weight 350 pounds. Yeah. So I like how in this particular place where I'm on this 2000 program, FFE is 30 average. So that's hearing, and then of course, fight force, because that's one of the weapons, concussion. So a gorilla, the gorilla is one thing. Intelligence, second culture. Gorilla fight force is the highest. There is on this side, Tiger is very South Chase size comparison. And again, it's they're close. The gorilla outside of this section, the gorilla is kind of high, but apparently it chews mostly grass and stuff. But like, if we explain why it's like all the time, and it also of course it's very large size. It's true. So also so it gets very difficult down to the shoulder. A lot of the it all of these it's all located with sex. I don't know how to describe that is that's true. Because it's a big strong controlling position. It's also personality, so in lines with a lot of things translate the environment to get a hold of it. And so laws, the tiger, bear, and so I actually this is something that gorilla doesn't do, and cut out. How do we think about this? Also, there's levels of progression in terms of consideration. Holding considerations raised very important. First things first, so if you go into the discussion at this time, it's a kind of natural information that we all um, it's important that we skeptical of because they're often very misleading. Just as every boy thinks it's fine, just because the world and then we go for that, we realize this value is much more close to another level of experience. So, really kind of measure anyone else being strong at. So, naively think it's father strong at the direction. So deep in our relationship with God, when we look at so happy, right? It just looks things that wrongly strong to us. For the reasons considered. Picture the greatest contact that humanity has time by passing in line with that. And it's still formed in finance, but it can even be remotely competitive. And so you essentially looking at before those of what the tops, but they can be interesting. And just as a boy looks at his father, it's got the benefit experience, you can't necessarily from a position of inexperience look at a given animal as at all. That must be the top step. These points out that I got back. If the data created so anecdotal does context. This is not anything telling you right now. That's the way to that switch. Is take this forward some quick this would mean that intuition sounds trusted. So intuition sounds trusted. Well, I always believe that there are three general elements that determine that success or failure anyone will experience in combat. Both for individuals and for groups and even overall. The first is what are your skills, physical and mental attributes, skills, attributes. Those are the two primary ones. And there's skills, which is your experience in using those skills and attributes. So confusion skills, you might ask yourself, what is the skill set? What are their physical and mental attributes? And what is their experience in using those skills? And that will give you your first look at okay, who's had more success. In addition to those three general elements, there's also four more specific elements. There's the ability of the combatant to initiate combat, because initiation is the idea of the fight. The one who speaks to the enemy first and can create ambush conditions or combat in an area or terrain space to execute the outcome of battle. Second, what is initiation of violence? What a battle goes during that? So disengage your will, break off and away from the battle is key to success. So initiation and disengage are big. The big element. What is your ability in a battle? Is the method of in conflict. Without that, the conflict is the one who if you had some to make the so if it's more specific elements, you have to break content. You have the ability to finish your opponent. That's the ability to one thing to touch up. It was for those. That's huge for contact. That probably applies. You know, if okay, you would like also ask yourself, what are the most efficient methods of combat across the globe, across all species, all times, where it's that ultimately they always come down to 3 points. The first is concentration. One of the most necessary combat strategies of all time, the ability to take concentrated force against the zone of weakness in your opponent. Often play through the vulnerability and take that vulnerability cannot respond and cannot recover from that vulnerability to a higher amount of damage. So this is one of the great combat strategies across the end, across human history, etc. The second, the ambush tactics. The ambush component with the element of surprise. This is for success in combat. Almost all of the true successful predators on this planet are ambush predators. The ability to get off to a good start opponents we can't recover is huge combat. Are we allowing ambush in our discussion? We call and some people see this extra quickly, use a dual and this is wear and down over time and break up internationally it's been done economically etc. And still come up a lot of work right there. Yeah. And so when you ask yourself, okay, which one of these animals are going to be the most successful combat? Ask yourself, well, there's these 3 elements which seem to determine success behavior out there. Which animals exhibit these 3 principles the best? And we'll discuss this. But as far as in general, when A and B, ask yourself in terms of what is discussed. What is their skill set? What are their attributes? What is their experience in utilizing these in real world situations? For projectile, can you break all contact at any given time? What is their experience? Can you keep going longer than your own box? So the skill set, I wonder if they can follow that on how much practice there's not about exactly. So what how it play. I think it's not going through our apps. Okay, if you look at this you will see immediately before every experience with a hands of combat is theatrical. They do engage in something. They scare rival males away in order to gain ownership. But there is almost no interest in scared of those conflicts. Therefore, this is not as theatrical. They have, for example, he wants no risk of being used. They appear to be used purely for intimidation purposes. There's a sense in which they have just tremendous appearance and they have structural. Like they really do have freakishness and strength in different ways. And yet their actual track record is so strange that I could involve such a powerful ability to go into the effective fight process. Makes no sense. also, I think they have like okay, and it comes down to this idea. This it becomes intimidation for the show. Now let's contrast that with the Lions take on the biggest toughest animals in the world. It was heading for Cybersecurity, which is cognitive Africa. And they just take occasionally go to but it's rare and they take out everything just in order to take that really buffalo buffalo split everything and yet blind basically takes it down. Occasionally large numbers of blinds of elephant and over 12-hour periods it not help in some occasions. It's all the speculation. So they just had that little combat experience which no other animal can have. If I were to also put that the perspective of there's been so many hours in that, the number of hours in that I played in childhood. The Lions probably, from my perspective, watching videos of two weeks play with each other, just not a lot. And I guess if you're going to rule out two seasons, you don't interact, you don't play with other people, like more respect for how much the opposite. Yeah. I mean, even Lions, with a other, the mortality rate when lions fight each other, male lions, for ownership and pride, is very, very high, much, much higher than I believe any other species on Earth. They're always fighting to the death for the simple reason that when a male lion loses control of the pride, the first act the new lion does is to kill the genetic offspring of the previous male lion. So when a lion fights another male lion, and one male lion fights another, it forces to fight for his own life. So fight for his genetic offspring. And favor means not only does he die, he also dies. And so the next fight, the implications as though it's like a fight for your, not just you, but your DNA. Most male lions have very short nuts at the top. They get killed or run off by other lions. Now, harsh combat experience, no other animal claim to have this between what they kill to eat and what they have to do to defend their state and their pride. No other animal fights like that. 11 depths to combat, which is they also have some other to make it the luxury because of their social nature of risks than other animals. Like a tiger hunts alone, so if it gets injured, it's a big problem. It can die. A lion can fight keep us mostly injured, covered by the other lions, food and covers. So it's really very, very hard. Those other animals tend to shy away from this because they're solitary. Bears are solitary, tigers are solitary. So they learn from an early age not to take the big risks, to go up to a steep limb and stuff. I can put it back. So that's aggression and risk at the plus of the lion. But the friendly gorilla, the skill set, they are of all of those the only ones that use tools, like sharp tools. We didn't know anything about weapons. A gorilla could, with very technical rock, and it does have the force, the power, capability to do a lot of damage. The practice doesn't have the experience. Don't you think if a gorilla's back to the wall, so you can put them in a situation of it is the lion, don't you just value intelligence over a little bit here? There's a reason why this is like evidence that humanity is positive proof that it is the most important aspect. But it takes time in order to work its magic. It took humans 200,000 years to go from the bottom of the food chain to the top of the food chain. And gorillas have a lot of work to do before they get to that level. You said in theory, gorillas, that's the rough Frankenstein. There's any documented incident of leopards killing gorillas. That's anecdotal evidence. No time. There's a bunch of good job gorillas. We're out of these anecdotal. They were still through. We specialize in observing gorillas over a 4-year period. They regularly found gorilla toes in leopard defecation. They also saw that over a certain period, 36 gorillas had been killed, and evidence strongly suggested leopard predation was the reason. Apparently, leopards had figured out that there was a femoral artery in gorillas' legs and was doing a move which, from the sounds of it, sounded like a barracuda. They were spinning up these gorillas and fighting the femoral artery and disengage and bleed out and die. Now, a leopard is no match for a lion. The only reason is the lion is not a tree. It cannot engage with the lion on anything close to it. It may seem like we're going on basics, but we're not, just because of the impact of the artery. Is there a line that has that? What I'm saying is, I know it's not equivalent, but it's so well against even fully grown male gorillas. It makes me should think rather suspicious of a gorilla being a fight a lion. There is a concentration of force. The lion, the quintessential concentration of force, is fangs and claws. The gorilla is the exact opposite. It can't even look at this. And so it can probably throw overhead and slash the ground. So it has no ability for its arms to concentrate force in any kind of efficient way. When lion or tiger story or deer that have blades going into it, they can retract the force of the lower shark. But the reach is significantly longer than the gorilla. The length of the ability to engage with speed, part of the cat is not great. And also mobility of the bipedal nature of the gorilla, the temporary bipedal. So the bear has the same. And no impact. Humans bipedal. Lions kill 240 humans. So okay. Now, here's for all the same things that a lion has. The claws, the teeth, has more weight, has more strength, has more power. Okay, now this is interesting. Okay, you get a fully grown North American grizzly versus an African lion. This is interesting. I also have a question about polar bears. They're big because they're big on everybody. Than a grizzly. So they probably don't get this kind of practice. Yeah, also they have much more limited set they prey upon. So I'm pretty sure it's tough to beat as far as the top bear. The grizzly bear, I believe, would be a formidable adversary, even for a male lion. They're twice their size. They have an ability to get away from strangleholds by standing up on 2 legs. So the lion's primary method of killing is to strangle. It's very difficult to employ upon a bear. Interestingly, the bear's primary method of killing is the pin. The pins animals what is the lion. They have a rather barbaric means of killing. Lions are much more humane in the way they kill. What I see as the primary goal is that neither one thing you can kill the other. That finishing. Yeah. So both fail on the finishing criteria. The lion, even in the best case scenario, put his teeth into the neck, the bear can stand up and presumably shake off. Um, uh, so the bear would never be able to pin a lion for long enough to hold it down and slowly more of that time when it came with help or terrible. So I don't believe either of those finish the other. There's a couple of jobs. It would come down to much more of an endurance hunter, more of an ambush hunter. Lions, quick, explosive, much higher top speed. They go top speed of 45 to 50 miles an hour. Big, what, 30, run from ball carries up to 45 miles an hour. Very rapid. They're mostly an endurance hunter. They run elephants down to their exhaustion and then they kill them. So if it came down to endurance, it goes way over there. So they're caged up together. However, there is very strong evidence from both hunters and video, which shows on many occasions he is being chased off by cougar and wolverines. Now, what's that? That's deer. What was that? Being chased off. If they fight over beef, which they say, for example, the cougar has killed something and the bear wants the meat, the cougar or bear has chased the rest of the version. Exactly. The bears are vociferous. What I would say is that the bears are very, very powerful in their domain, but they don't have the battle experience of a lion. They don't take on animals as tough as a kid buffalo. They don't take on elephant. What the toughest thing it would probably take on would probably be a bull moose. And a bull moose is a formidable animal, but it's nothing like a cape buffalo. It's nothing like an elephant or a hippopotamus. So what I would suggest is this. In the wild, I don't believe either one is capable of killing the other. But I do believe, based off the evidence of cougars and wolverines chasing off bears, that a lion would provide enough threat in a brief bear would back away. If you put them in a cage, however, where neither one could back away, I would slightly favor the bear, based on the fact that if neither one could kill each other, it would come down to endurance. You mean like an octagon? Yeah. This is going to be the next UFC, by the way. Yeah, this is good. This is like exchange. Joe Rogan's a big fan of the stadium. Or he was fighting in the stadium. So in the stadium up there, I would slightly favor bear. Now, I still think that the lion would have a chance, but I would favor the bear in a betting match. Some of the best evidence we have for animal versus animal fights come from ancient Romans, especially the use of animal in gladiatorial combat. And they, for example, had several incidents where they wrote about tiger versus lion conflict. And one famous passage, they describe a lion getting destroyed by a female tiger. So there's some evidence to suggest that they had more expertise of this than we do, because they have a big population of wild animals that they fight each other. Unfortunately, there's nothing that they wrote about bears versus lions. They did talk about bears versus bulls. They did talk about lions versus tigers. But they versus lions, so we don't have any evidence for that. So we have to be able to look at given that bears do get chased off by cougars, male lion. And listen to you about I would suggest that a bear that male is not bear. Like that theory nature that crush a cougar. But it seems to me the bear is a single good. So I'm not going to back away. I think it would back away in the line, but put him in a cage, and I slightly make prison. Based on measurements. So the final conclusion, it's just that everything else you got, let's say, you got the octagon, bring it there. Now this is like legendary bear. Okay, it's full grown grizzly. Full grown grizzly, but not only that, that grizzly is seen shit. What's the most you've seen? Full moose, a caribou. The toughest ones they've ever had. It once, this one once ran into a pack. He's got a big arm, like a wolves, 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 wolves. That's not the bear. That's my point. Bears don't really live in a competitive environment. Lions, but sometimes you get desperate. If it was a pack of wolves, that pack of wolves, it's nothing. blind people, I use it all the time. Just imagine, for the past 100 years, what do you think is the hardest fight that a grizzly bear has been? Like somewhere in Alaska, never heard. All of a sudden, in the middle of the night, all you hear is the bear. I mean, that's got it. Humans have killed. They run away from different movements. That anecdote. There's got to be one there. This video put it, or if you can watch it, that's the whole anecdotal evidence. It's not, I guarantee you, in the dark of the night, there was an epic battle of which there's still a legend of the bears in that part of Canada. Who did a battle in Canada? On a bear. You don't think they go at it? It's fight each other, but it's not you get. They kill each other. When lions fight each other, they kill each other. Like, yes, someone would have seen it by now. All right, so you're. My point is that fans they want to get they don't credit for gorillas. They're saying lions. I don't say lion would win wild because they can't kill each other. They can't end the fight. That's one of our most important criteria. Lions can almost always initiate the action because they have much better ability to see at night. For example, bears have really average night vision. Lions have night vision. So at nighttime, they can always initiate the fight. Lions are natural ambush predators, so it's here about have the advantage of ambush. The great advantage of bears against humans. But bears are very risky also. They're not used to fighting like the toughest stuff that they have. The toughest animal fighters are like sort of caribou. These are not even close to the animals that lions go up against on a regular basis. So nobody would. I still think that the size and endurance of the bear, if they were fought on occasion together, I'd still pay for the bear under those things. But in the wild, I think the bear would back away clearly. In the cave, no time over. And what does it start out? Okay, shit out of then I'm going to go on. This line is huge advantage. It's gonna tear it out and do immediate damage. Like I'll put it this way: line of bear, my first 15 minutes, my bear is a line 100%. Then as time goes by, that size, weight is going to, and endurance is going to hit the thing. I'll bring up short something that probably this could give up some things. Hopefully, the good here companies. No, so I wonder who we would first, who would scarier, which is I'm not sure. The black and white, either it's a wall, you would think we would paint that. Is that a good thing or not? Not good. If it was a polar bear, you care deeply about your about athletes you coach, people in your life. So I have to ask this question: if one of those athletes that they were Ryan, I was the dictator of the world, and this would entertain me, so I forced you and Gordon to do this to fight a bear or a lion. Gordon has to. How would you coach him to do it to have any chance of winning? He comes in empty-handed. You can choose stadium or gate. Golden Ryan, empty-handed versus a lion. You get to choose. Lions, up to you. Okay. My advice would be very simple. I would say, Gordon, you're fucked. You're going to die badly. Choose the lion because of the strength it is rather than pin down and maul you. Maybe we just talk about audacious goals. When they go to this is not a question of audacious goals. This is a question of minimizing pain. So you coach your athletes to go for the battle while 100%. Yeah. What they did the animal, how? What's he gonna do? You don't think there's technique? First of all, intelligence. So technically, what's he gonna do? No, night. Well, first of all, maybe you gotta do it that way. He's a fucking legs. Okay, what if starting position? Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be really 1,000-pound beer. It's torn off with what? Like the 4, 6 inch trouble. Oh, yeah. I wonder what this. What if he touches? It's not a what? Do you think there's no? What about like a low, like a some kind of controlling position? Like, like
Debacle from what you're hearing. This discussion is so insane. I didn't even know where to begin. I don't think you're over there. We can turn this down. Forget about going fighting a lion or possible big. An adult male should be recorded. Not even a gorilla. What about the aggression? Yeah, the aggression. A male chimp is more than enough to kill anything on the planet, including border line. The border line fighting a chimp, David sized 1,000 times. How many times did you do it? It's not even competitive. It's not even perfect. Do you think you disagree? No. Do you think anyone would disagree? Anyone? Yeah, moron. Okay. Somebody that I think you might know is a famous actor, Tom Hardy. He's also doing quite a bit of jiu-jitsu. The reason this makes up bring up now, he's also I saw narrating a original series called Predators coming out in December, where they follow 5 different predators and tell their full story about all the fight they do killing and all that kind of stuff. He's doing that. It's like it's like Morgan Marshall Penguin. How hard. So I saw a bear and a lion, the thriller, but they also had something. I didn't watch it carefully, but they had something like a hyena. So I think they were talking about, I don't know if it's a hyena, but something like that, like packing on. Yeah, but it's actually using wonderful animals. So it's not all about fun, strategy. Yeah, but the most important game that just numbers, right? Hagaman was always this close. And I think that show in particular is not 100% about who wins or so on. It's about that story, how predators so dominate a particular environment. It's not about it's like artificial matchups. It's about your environment, hundreds, all that kind of stuff. If you go blind, this is a house cat. You go blind, it's small town against house cat. They, see, now I know. I think Gordon has a chance against, well, definitely the smaller age. But I had no way of proving it. And the video that was Sam made was it's coming. There's funny enough, I'm looking at Tom's Instagram, this picture of him. So he's competing recently, which is very cool in jiu-jitsu. And that's tough to do for celebrities. So I had to. He used to consult with me a little bit on the things when he was starting it. Very, very nice person. Oh, well, yeah, I'll get ask questions. He's represented very, very nice person. We didn't plan that well, but he made a post on Instagram. I'd love to get your opinion on it. It's very much like a job on her style, digging into the philosophy of the impact of jiu-jitsu on one's life. He's got Instagram posts, 18 pages long. He's got potential like this, with a profound, deep picture of somebody practicing the art of jiu-jitsu. I think he's at least trained in this art of the Danaher style of communication. If Miyamoto Musashi would be alive today, he would probably be doing these 5 pages of that post like he did. Addiction, like Tom Hardy, addiction is difficult and complex to navigate, as is mental health. Subject which are both deeply personal for me and extremely close to my heart. It is an honor to be able to represent the charity of my team before the great work they do supporting mental health and well-being of veterans of service, military and first responders, the defeated veterans of jiu-jitsu that have been training. He represented them in this competition. Simple training for making violent love has been fundamental key for the development of deeper sense of inner resilience, calm, and well-being. I can't stress the importance it has had, the impact on my life and my fellow teammates. And he goes on to talk about this organization, the org that uses Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to form a therapy to overcome physical and mental challenges, strengthen social connections, and improve overall health and well-being. This is for veterans and people going through PTSD. It has saved lives around the world by not only providing effective and positive means for navigating and managing challenging psychological aspects of military and society, but also about making a renewed sense of purpose, identity, community,
transition to civilian life. Do you have thoughts about that? So the effects it takes on folks who've gone through really difficult things in their life. So something that I think it's just a beautiful statement. I missed the heart. I must give them a call. It's beautiful to read. One thing that's always struck me when I train people who either have a military background or more than a few occasions, and special forces soldiers come and train with us for a week or two, and you talk to them, the overwhelming sentiment I get when conversations often go our separate ways, I'm always asking myself, the transition from military life, especially the more extreme military life, special forces, the special forces soldiers, back to civilian life, it must be a complete experience of all. You've got people who are fighting and dying alongside their comrades in the most extreme circumstances any human being can do. And then they pop back into a life where people are arguing over parking spots. Just like the average person's day-to-day life is so mundane. But imagine what must be going through a man's head a few weeks or months ago was really fighting for his life and his comrades' lives, watching people that he loved die or get mutilated in front of him. Things that, in a matter of seconds, people's lives could be torn apart and changed forever. And then suddenly you get thrown, but, you to buy a coffee.
The intensity of camaraderie and love that you have together.
And then you go from incredible intensity and more to just mundane, boring life. And going from one to the other, where people are yelling at you, nagging you over issues that just seem so inconsequential compared to what you need to do. And you're supposed to take these people seriously and listen to them.
But not only that, trauma, visions of dead brothers and sisters, and you feel like you can't really talk to these civilians about it.
Well, there's nothing in their experience that would enable you to have a conversation. Like they didn't even talk to your girlfriend about, watching one of your friends take off. Like there's no conversation you could have with them. So I find that typically they do best when they hang out with each other because they have shared experience and they can talk about these things. But I do find that most jujitsu schools have something like a kind of military barracks demeanor to them, of like camaraderie, hard work, shared hard work, teamwork, uh, uh, building towards a goal over time, the acquisition of skills, usually along with that, a kind of, for want of a better word, rustic and primitive sense of humor and that kind of soldierly way of talking to each other, disparaging, self-deprecating sense of humor. And it's something that most people in military service kind of naturally come into this part of what they were in. And so it's like a toned down version of it, which enables them to form a stepping stone between the the military life they were in all the way down to the civilian life. And jiu-jitsu is kind of like a bridge between those two.
and also the honesty. So you said like the skill acquisition, the honesty of really testing that skill. There is a deep honesty to war in a distant way, but in a way, there is an honesty to jiu-jitsu. Technique working enough, and there's a final. There is simulated death, not real death. It's simulated death. There is some kind of honesty there.
And it's also a similar kind of steep towards skill. Soldiers, not the special forces soldiers, because they speak greater skill than themselves to aspire to. You just think that we esteem most individuals who have skill. No one gives a damn what you look like or what you think. You judge most by your skill level, and so they tend to identify with that. I do think that most people from a military background find a natural gravitation towards the atmosphere of schizophrenia, and if it proves to be to rehabilitate and come back into state of that's a one thing. I know we're linked with Redefine, which is an organization which caters to young soldiers who are badly injured in combat and many of them lost their limbs or suffered mental trauma. They come up and train, and they often speak very, very highly of the degree to which you can see this help them. Come back into civilian life, and then what's even worse is they come back not only mentally, but physically disadvantaged afterward. And can't be associated with Redefine very type looking at this organization. Is this an organization based in New York City, Australia, or is it international?
Your question, the ability to participate, yes. Any company could be international. If it was just that you just have large platforms like you have stuff on the back and show the kind of just probably chasing submissions. You got arm lock, you got straight lock. We're not gonna analyze techniques because there could be different perspective in cheaper. Yeah, no, that's impressive. He's actually quite an athlete. He's in great shape and strong and flexible. I'm glad he's. Sounds good to see Enzo's smile because I can only imagine the conversation. I have to ask you a deep and important question. Simple text back and forth, sends with two hugging emojis. Can you psychoanalyze the reason why that's your favorite emoji? The hugging face. I mean, it's like kind of like sending a heart. We'll have a little bit more. Yeah, it's full gender neutral. When jiu-jitsu players meet each other, they often shake hands and give a quick hug. So I thought it was the most appropriate emoji for jiu-jitsu players. I see. So it's a pretty simple explanation. Not recording. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Okay. Have you asked yourself deeply? Because you really mean I want you to do something bad. Tomorrow I'm going to find out about doing it. Walk away. I'll shock you tomorrow and get you with three. It's almost always two. I think maybe your habit in communication with the creature habit that we ask you to find out. So, emojis. Yeah, emojis in the pocket, how you communicate, how you show affection with others. I say love a lot, but I send hearts and pocket to like me sending a message to like a CEO about this, I'll send a heart. I don't give a damn. No problem. Just like with this. But, I think people are too afraid of simple communication and affection. Like it could be an form, but there's a hesitance that I really think underneath it, in order to show affection, you're taking a risk and you're showing vulnerability. Because if you show affection and the other person rejects that affection, you now place yourself in the hierarchy of this person, you just think that they're the small person. I think that's how you might see it, I guess, but I don't think the display of vulnerability is a display of strength, not weakness. At least I don't know. Let me ask you about love. I must ask John about love. What do you think is the role of love in condition with the high philosophical love? What's
romantic love. I have one or two areas of apparent expertise in my life. Romantic love, good name on one of them. So wise versus bears. I'm good with combat. I'm good at that. And then different grappling arts, judo, salvage, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, for MMA, so fighting and stuff. Romantic love. You don't see that in the cinema. It's a kind of fight. It's a kind of dance. Really, you can do it. There's a stance in which I'm not an expert on that. And I told it to be an expert on romantic love. You would take the one thing in life that's actually interesting and make it boring. Because once you develop an expertise about something, you start to predict how things are going to unfold, get answers before events even occur. You see and read into the future of everything. I think there are certain parts of human life where you want to be a beginner at all times. You don't want to gain expertise. So excellence and systematizing something that will achieve excellence by this program. Yes. And I think the magic of romantic love is the fact that we all begin there. And the minute you try to gain expertise in it, what does anybody mean? I know what it means. And it was a I didn't think it would. I mean, you're better off just having fun with it, plowing through and making tons of mistakes and looking like a fool, and then whatever success, whatever that means, comes in a kind of lighthearted, kind of way, and that I think is over the course of a lifetime far more desirable than having expertise and affairs of love. So I think it's even a good thing to study too much, and I think if you did, you would actually take something good out of your life. Yeah, there's communities of people called pickup artists that try to optimize this particular aspect, which is of dating, of guys picking up girls, turning that into a system and seeing what's exactly okay. I mean, maybe the first few months would be good, and then after that, it would be a disaster. I mean, given that humans are really easy to study from the standpoint of psychology, I'm sure it's not that difficult to gain expertise in things like picking people up the same way advertisers pick up your attention and sell a product. You could do the same things with romance and sex. But I don't know, I feel like if you became very good at it, you would end up being very disappointed by the results. And so as I said, I think there's some things in life where it's better to be together. And this is one of them. Enjoy chaos to make that a lifelong character. That's really inspiring to hear you said that. It was a justified speculative subject. I think it also justifies itself very well that John Malcolm should write a book on dating. Without chapter one, chapter two, it was fine. Very quickly to file. By the way, so skipped over. I assumed it applied. I'll break this way. On video, you can watch cool and similar sized cats, jaguar, destroy anacondas, even in water, which is the anaconda's preferred domain. So, given that puma and jaguar and several orders below line were utterly decimated, anacondas, so probably good that we did skip over it. And I think going back to the original thought we had about it, don't trust your first instinct. Also think about the elements. The anaconda has no ability to disengage from the fight. Once the fight's on, it's got to go until the end. It has no ability to disengage and get away. It's only with the antlers, and it's got that tiny, truly formidable animal. And the fact that if we look at actual concrete real world results, when puma and jaguar are asked about lion and bear, it's going to be a lot worse. Science is not found on YouTube, but rather YouTube is not science. I bet you there's there.
somewhere in Canada. Uh, there's guys like me and one of Masashi. Instead of doing who's number one type of tournaments, when both competitors walk away, only one competitor walks away. Nima Masashi is known somebody having John Donaher like philosophical skills, but also is known for having fought 61 duels to death and won them, right? Obviously. What do you think? It's so good. I don't feel qualified to talk about it because I have read it, did study this life at times, so I also don't know how much truth there is to his regulations. There's a lot of controversy over those, so I don't feel like you could give like a definitive statement. I can't give a definitive statement of his prowess, but his writing is fascinating. It's but basically like what actually happened out there. With guys like that, the war like the camera projects that habits of whether it's 61, whether it's 20, or people who live with their life in a different time in history. There's something compelling to you about fighting to the death. I think it's compelling to think that there's nothing compelling more than our lives. And to be able to say I'm prepared to die for a sense of honor, I think that it's so foreign from our modern society. And as I mentioned, criticize people for some reason, like road rage, and you can imagine someone who is sufficiently themselves. If you took them out of the city, when a mother child, they might be killing people on the side of the road on a regular basis, just as a small example to say that your sense of self overwhelms the sense of self-preservation. It's a very unusual thing to have managed. It gets to be more complex. If you want more of an impact, I'm not going to ask you what's inside the impact, but if you design a killing machine that also work at impact, what would you put in that impact? Would it be something mundane and practical, or would it be something surprising and hilarious, or would it be something of philosophical significance, or maybe sentimental significance, or would it be empty as a drawing civilization? There was a perfect kill, so some kind of way, but in a fanny pack. Isn't it? It has to be very compact. You mentioned offline, there's also things in the chess world, or there's different kind of vibrating devices that can be used to communicate information, intercommunication with AI systems that can help you in your particular pursuit. I don't think it's just it's possible for a machine to give you information that gives you an advantage. You can adjust in poker. So you can put one of those vibrating without help. Any idea what kind of what to fit in a fanny pack? So you're kind of live. Where's the interest? Yeah, that's more powerful. Um, it's multiple times, it's not efficient with people go to all my firearms. Um, my definition is not more in the sense that they convey us to my knife is made of steel and forward, but it's an ugly, unfinished product, which through the knowledge, time, and discipline transformed into beautiful shines. You can have something that begins to sound has no real function, becomes one of the most functional tools in all history, without which human civilization can be done. It's a separated humans and progressed from the bottom of the food chain, began a gradual rise to the top of the food chain. So there's this historical
martial artist begins to wipe out like Minecraft, but over time transforms into some beautiful short steel, which can have immense value. Um, in addition, there's a sense of maintenance. As remarkable as steel is, it is in need of constant maintenance or fall apart through rust, and neglect destroy a blade both in terms of rust and the edge falling apart. And so just as the martial artist, it's not good enough just to learn the techniques, you need to maintain them over time. And just as you have evolved, so too are the skills of martial arts. And that I give to the artist these metaphorical elements such as your possession of the end is iron ore, and I want to chunk to finish blow. There's another sense of which a knife is more neutral. A knife can be used to save a life. It can be used to cook it, but it can also be used for the worst possible purposes. Jiu-jitsu is the same way. Jiu-jitsu can be for better, so it can be for a weak person. It's a power. It's not a great power, but it is a power. And like all power, it's both good and bad. It's morally neutral itself. It's up to us to make sure that just as the knife gets used for good purposes rather than bad, so to that jiu-jitsu is good purposes rather than bad. There's also an element where the basis of the knife is steel, and historically there's always been a riddle of steel, which is steel is the property of both hardness and stubbornness. The harder you make steel, the better an edge retention becomes. The longer that edge will stay sharp. This is good, but it comes at a price. The harder you make steel, the more brittle it becomes. And now that edge can be edged easily. So the solution is to make the steel softer or malleable that will prevent breakage of the blade without chipping at the edge. But when you make the steel softer, that comes at a price. That price is now the edge loses its sharpness very easily. And so the work of steel is how to work with these two to the greatest degree possible. An edge, which is hard enough to stay sharp for long periods of time, but without making the steel so brittle that the blade overall is compromised. So too in jiu-jitsu. Your task in training is to make the training competitive enough that you actually get used to the rigors of real combat. But on the other hand, it can't be so brutal that the athletes get broken down and they jump to a point where they're no longer effective. And so this duality of hardness and softness, which we see in the case of blades, is there in the training of the jiu-jitsu athlete. So I often give a gift of a knife to a student when they've done something significant because it demonstrates in a metaphorical way these key themes of the sport.
Well, I've been honored to be a student of yours. I've been plagued by injury, but I hope to one day earn such that I can really talk about it more. I'm really honored that you would spend any time with me in any context, but especially on the mat, especially today, conversation. You're an incredible person. Thank you for everything you do. Congratulations for historic accomplishments. It's always beautiful and inspiring to see greatness, and what I saw, you saw, things you see was greatness, rare greatness. And it's beautiful to see that humans can achieve that. Thank you for making that happen, and thank you for talking to me. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Downtown. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. The only reason a warrior is alive is to fight, and the only reason a warrior fights is to win. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. communicating with stockfish to get into that machine. Like God, you decide the game is over. You can fake that. You can fake everything. You can even, if you're cheating, quote unquote, the right way, you're going to play it to avoid getting detected. This is probability that cheating. Most important factors. I think day by day, the evidence is slowly starting to show more and more that he's cheated. Like how I just said, more than he said, and more. The following is how also known as God Chess. He's a professional chess player, and I highly recommend you check out his YouTube channel. God Chess. This is a Let's Keep podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Letty. Awesome. You're known for being able to guess the CLO rating. So just by looking at my face, into my eyes, I'll help you out. I'll do 4 of those. I actually read that stockfish, which was 4. Does it really? I actually didn't know that because of that, I think I'll go back to the So, the brand name is 100. You got people's low chest rate. What's that date? How hard is it to do that? Like, how, like, what are telltale signs and red flags of a person rating? Is there something to look for? Yeah, I think you can separate something like the very first of 0 to about 800. So, what did he say? Trust that rating system because we chest is slightly different. The 200-300 points higher than chest.com, sometimes even 500 points higher. But then it catches up, around 22-300, I would say. What's chess.com? What's in chess? Like, play around the differences of what they are. They're 2 chess. Yes, chess.com is obviously free option. You play games, you get puzzles every single day, you get lessons every single day. But then they have tier memberships where you can pay all the features and for like training they have the puzzles, but they also have their stuff like that for sure. It's like a dedicated game. It's like very flashy, sophisticated. The coach will literally tell you to develop every single move the computer evaluates at the stake. But the most important thing that they have is they offer international masters, grandmasters, the other video lesson library, hundreds of hours. Anything. I can even learn some stuff on my brother. I have aim of that I would communicate with stockfish, see if we can get to that. It's actually scary how many people do it, which is the danger. But I tend to believe that people believing things that's hilarious at scale will make them I think people manifest the mean also that in all walks of life. I think there is something else. Why did I was going to throw this at hard to say, because I feel like humor by the trajectory of human civilization, and I don't know why the word fruitcake goes in my head. Which I understand. That's good for you. Anyway, so since 0 to 900, if you're 1,500 players, 10 years, you don't understand how to get the positions that have 7 or 8 pieces left. You don't know when you're supposed to activate your king. You don't know how bishop outflanks the knight. Just throw one. Those are very important things because it's not just about knowing the theoretical ideas, like some positions in chess with the result. If I showed you a position out, the evaluation, and you did use the technique, you're supposed to know that. In the coaches on chess.com, they talk about, yeah, these lesson libraries, it's not like a live lesson, pre-recorded training position, walk you through it, and then there's a dynamic factor as well, where you can practice the theoretical, practice the practical game, where there's no set format to something. It's just based on your previous experience.
make a controversial joke? Ardent Leisha's supporters are like very angry, only vegetarian or vegan folks because they will tear you apart and try to convert you on. Did you just point a large number of haters onto this very podcast? Is this what's happening? No, it's like several people who are very upset at you right now. Their own things. That's a the joke that I've made because if people have chess.com at high level, what I'm just saying, chess.com patrons do not try to actively convert folks to chess. If some chess are like, there's a new chess.com. Chess.com. It's our new chess. Or started somewhere in on Reddit and also legal terrorist extremist organizations. Are we going there? For legal reasons, but I thought we just like the big thing about like somebody does it have an engine analysis of games? Or is that an open source standard? They both do copy. Okay, and then the rest is the interface around stock page that shows it's live. So chess has a live server where you and I can play a game against each other. We just both see different have the same rating, we have the same area, both play games. But there's also reviewing your own games. There's an open database, so you can see what's more popular. So Leechess is great, and I'm sponsored by Chess. Say that, but you can't have your two drives. Yes, but I'm also confident in the fact. But can you play games on Leechess, or is it just right now? Yeah, this was the same exact thing. So they're like legitimate. That exactly something. They're trying to match, but they're saying chess is more chaotic and that chess not out or question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's chaotic. I just know that it's you have to no one's gonna hold your hand if you go to Leechess. You absolutely can. You can play games. You can analyze your games, but you have to discover it yourself. The whole point of chess.com is to make the journey as simple as possible. But I also firmly believe you can't have any sort of growth in chess without a chess.com or a chess24. Which I hope was chess24. So chess24, another live server with some lesson libraries and so on, but they were, I think, the process was they were bought by Play Magnus. So what's Play Magnus? Play Magnus, that's Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, he doesn't own it. He owns some stake in it, I think 9 or 10%. They owned a bunch of chess companies, including Chess24, but now it seems like they're merging or basically getting acquired by Chess.com. Got it. And the Play Madness is an app also. You played it at different levels. Yeah. There's also educational stuff. Yes. The whole profit chess companies make the option for grandmasters to make a living to make chess an esport. We just doesn't run any events. There's no commentary, so you can have both in theory and probably some controversy. Does chess.com sponsor you? Do that help you out in some way? Like, what's the connection between your videos and streams and so on and chess.com? Like, are they supporting people in that way or no? My content, they don't necessarily. I just make whatever I want. Like, I don't have a sense that if they do something stupid, I will call out their leadership. It's not like, but I do videos or just separate. Yeah. So anyway, back to that was really helpful. I was interested about all of that. The guessing people's rating. So the thing you mentioned about the end game, you don't know what the hell you're doing with the end game. But you don't know how to finish. It's just you could be my rating. So end game itself, self-deprecating humor between them. And games are hard, man. They're tough. Yeah, you can't have. There's a reason Magnus is the best. Because 7 hours into the game, when everybody's given up, he's still squeezing troops out the fruit. So that's the way I would describe it. So that's not good. No, within the first 15 moves, generally, because you can tell how well they played the opening, so how well they knew what they were supposed to memorize, what they were supposed to play, and then how they react to piece interactions. So if they are faced with a move that a more advanced player would deal with very swiftly because there's kind of a natural response that gives information. If they move their king when they're in check when they didn't have to, that's a massive giveaway. Some people just think, oh, I'm in check, so I have to move my king. Oh, so it's like how direct the response of your play is to the danger. So like if you're moving like multiple pieces at a time, meaning like you're moving like the two pieces are like tied together in interesting ways. Okay. Like what about the so there's a lot of things to memorize. Yeah, but it takes two to tango. Memorize a bunch of stuff. But if you're 900 and I'm 900, your rating is fluctuating all over the place in this podcast. And so if it's 900, you can memorize it, but you're going to play some crap. You can't play the way you memorize. I respond to you as your anyways. So you will either respond the way you think you're supposed to respond, probably be correct, or now you have to figure out how to deal with the fresh position. Also, the 900 reflects itself in both cases. Yeah. I wonder if actually, so do you know what your pro rating or your top rating? What was your top rating? I know both my current elo, like over the board, now is 2320, my peak was 24. So, can you play like a 900 player? Like, can you force yourself? Yeah. So you can like, even though you guessed a lot of elo ratings, can you kind of emulate that? Kind of an interesting question. Yeah, of course. Before I was doing YouTube and Twitch, I was teaching kids. So I have not only did I have to play at their rating, I also had to play and sometimes even behave and explain things in a way that the kid could understand. So absolutely, yeah, I think that's what contributed to the growth of the channel. I understood how beginners thought about it. So yeah, you did. You taught people chess. You coached people in New York. Yeah. What did you learn about the way people learn from that? So like how did people that were successful at getting good at chess, what would some of the commonalities of the patterns? So, obsession. What does obsession look like? I would say it's obsession and also love of the game. So if you're bored, you don't want to watch a show, you want to go up chess.com or chess, just so it played by anyone in the audience. And you just like. So you're saying the chess people are the ones that would attack aggressively? They're the kind of people that the chess don't do. Oh, that's another. So there's not, I didn't know. I thought chess24 was part of the chess.com. Well, now, yeah. Called the tribe, or whatever terms. I'm sure there's even more places to play live. There always have been more places to play live, but chess24 is rough for life. Of course, they have good courses. Yeah. I got it. And some are even good people. Yes, of course. Yes. Okay. Like obsession. That means the way they look at the board. When they're bored, how quickly do they return to the chessboard, that kind of stuff. Just like how many hours a day they want to spend, and yes, they want to spend. Some kids definitely have a talent, whereas there's this eternal debate, talent versus hard work. I don't necessarily know if it's a talent for chess specifically, but it's a talent for, I'm sure there's some sort of spatial visualization in their mind where you start picking out what squares are controlled by specific pieces. Your memory is much stronger, so you don't just learn openings, but you discuss and learn literal patterns, such as, oh, I remember this from the tournament ago. I remember this from a game I played just yesterday. And you just keep playing and playing. I think the one commonality I got to see all kids, it's obsession. You have to play a lot. And I've seen kids with really good, you give them a page of tactics puzzle, they solve faster than anybody. They can pick things up here super fast. They're a pleasure to teach. Go to a tournament, disaster. They can't handle anxiousness. They can't handle that silence or with another teacher. They can't even handle. There's also crash going like Facebook board. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. It's pretty creepy. The intensity, not to be myself. There's an intensity to that silence board. Like you can probably hear stuff, just like super quiet, like a library. And then there's just intention that feelings. You can hear the breathing. Yeah. And at the highest level, both sides are involved in a battle that they both foresee 99% of the time. That's the scary part, is that you both see exactly the very, very that I misvalue it. I saw them play, but I just don't keep it. You play that moment, suddenly you're all of a sudden make it an act and shifts, right? To be on totally different things about the game, won't be on the same place throughout the game. So it's really fascinating. Yeah, so your thought is your goals that you what was that? Start to try to make something that you just calculate for the next. What isn't that what practice is really good at, is taking people away from like making suboptimal, take them away from good health openings, or is that unfair to say? Yeah, it's part of his really dominant reputation, I think, for not letting people get into ultra theoretical positions. He just won this tournament, this online tournament. He had a young player strategy. He had an anti-young player strategy. It means that by move 7 or 8, you would database no games. Kids on their own, have to swim on their own. And they have to deal with this complexity of the position, which he just gets. He might get from just a form of database with learning games that is structured, or just sheer field. Well, no, it's something too, for sure. The younger you are, you can't remember the one in some bar in the Soviet Union, but he does, because he read a book on it, or a magazine. Yes, he remembers it. Instruction, which is not fair. Yeah, that's great. We make some sort of thing out of it. I think it's the memory, and I think it's he just gets the game better than anybody else. That's the best way I can describe it. Of course, you have to react to that strength. But also, as he's now evolving, his stamina. So there have been games that if you put two other 27, 50 ranked players, four top 10 players, they could throw in the game. Give them a but Magnus is one of the wrestlers in the so chance of victory doubles from 5% to 10%. What was that? Was it game 6? Right. It's in the stockfish say that it's so 0.00 does mean it lost sometimes, but other times joke out stockfish out for a swim break. So they can't joke that yes. So stockfish would show population, which determines whether the position is full, slightly better from one side, slightly better from the other side, or you can 0.00 minus. That's all within a balance. Activity, something. What has that? But if it's 0.00, it could be literally everybody. Theoretically, just a possible win, but oftentimes that means it's smoke break joke is average doesn't know. There is so much complexity within the positions and combinations of different things that are acceptable in the game, it cannot evaluate correctly. So even the end game is which is what Magnus won that game because there was practical value to be made. It was not dead wrong. He continued to ask questions over the course of 6 or 7 hours. He would sacrifice a pawn, he would sacrifice another pawn to finish the string. Valuation stayed the same because of the machine. getting all the information, all the verification, and trying to put that together. It was a lot of fun. It was a huge adrenaline dump. So just for people who don't know, that's the World Championship. You had a, I mean, that was a draw. Yeah, it was kind of a minor that night. Maybe our draws, is there like the outgoing part of the draws? Is there like just studying it carefully? For me, yes. For the average viewer, but especially when the game itself is not that exciting. When Magnus plays a strange move on the 9 or 10 that hasn't ever been played, and then Jan has to try to exploit it and fails, and no attack builds up, jump to pieces for 3 hours. My favorite thing is when the commentator said, I don't know why he did that, I don't know why he did that. Like, yeah, when the commentator is as a person who's just a spectator, it's that's interesting. The most interesting part is about the same commentators. I guess themselves maybe grandmasters. Well, yeah, they are trying. I guess just like everyone, just like Bobby was trying to figure out what's the idea. Like, that's a definition. But other than that, it seemed, yeah, I was sure it was such a whole especially in that situation. It seems almost remarkable that this Max was able to pull out things that became so after that. I said that it's now just going to have to take more risks and everything to your chest. And so, it was this seafood contains and like whenever there's a race down to pure gut. There was also a conversation about Jan's first half, second half, and paper. The first half, he's just brilliant on fire. He was out playing Magnus. But the entire conversation for the match was Jan slows down. And at the first sign of a loss or a setback, the match would fall apart. And that was the worst way to lose. There was literally no way. And it just got worse from there. But he's back. Jan has won the championship again. So in terminology, can we like somehow edit that into most of this have some type of knowledge? Okay, who do you think will win that match? I think it's 55-45, but I don't know it. That's close. So, you could make both cases. You could say down his lift your car and say the most championship stage, you don't know what it's like to have a training camp, and so on and so forth. But you can also say Dingeran is one of the most stable, unemotional chess players. And Dingeran now up for the candidates, he lost to Jan in the very first game. 14 round round, got demolished in the first game. I'm sure he was talking to jet lag, like game was famous before the game began, which was crazy to me. And that's like place his chances of finishing in top 2 were like 2%. After that first round game, people wrote him off completely. So he doesn't go from top down, he was the opposite way. And he might come back. But the truth is, I don't know. The truth is, it's going to be also disappointing. Yeah, what do you think about his stuff? Are you a romantic about the relationship? No, I'm not a romantic about anything. I don't think. I can't imagine with the heart. I worked out. I don't think I'm sophisticated enough to be a I taught chess and now I make YouTube videos. I'm not qualified on the subject of room, but I feel chess. No, I think it is a good way to go. I got you. Is that yeah. See the beauty. You got Bob. I think I see beauty in certain types of chess. Not all chess. Partially. Part time with that. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you feel about that? Disappointing, but understandable. Just in that case, was understandable about it. I don't think it's as prestigious as it could be. I don't think the championship. Yeah. Why does my side of the team? That's a good point. That they just put all the same. Anybody doesn't like it. That's a good. Yeah, like world champion, right? World champion. World champion. World champion. Maybe just won it, but the journey to the top ones again, maintain the status quo, like Austin. You know, the one I'm a big fan of UFC. So you've never really seen, except for Jersey, where walking and the people you just had a story walking away from a belt at the absolute zenith of their career, but also the UFC champion was extremely healthy. Champions have some of the best champions in lower weight divisions. Yes, but I'm saying doesn't get all the sponsors. They get massive paydays. They're international celebrities. I don't think chess has that. In fact, the World Championship for chess prize money has not changed much in like 40 years. But you could probably make on YouTube just playing, having fun, playing challenging, really challenging games, playing these super grandmasters, like at a hockey event, living open as the World Championship. Yeah, so it's have a lot of fun, make a lot of money. Get excited about have fun. Yeah, so for Mac specifically, and using him because he's the world champion, you tally if you win every tournament he plays in over the course of the year, which is really not even that crazy of an estimate. It's really heavy sometimes. I don't know how much money it is. I haven't tallied, but if he dedicated an entire year to being managed on social media and various things, building all his brand and sponsorship, which is crazy. Yeah, the money is everything. I know that's totally fair. The Olympics is about pay attention. And I didn't even watch the Olympics as a series. Yeah, it's true. Not sure why that is. Not sure. That's the most weird. I don't know if it's using the magic. Part of it is also the only Olympic the way we distribute it, get a little bit more different watch. Like, should, in my opinion, show just to get easy. It's like the difference between like SpaceX and some other things with NASA. The SpaceX that are streaming just commentating. They made NASA better as well. But just like the ability, it sounds ridiculous, but making it more frictionless for people to watch, get excited, share, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where the magic like balances with the classic traditional world championships and the kind of dramatic, exciting, it feels like for the world championship. Like, what was I was it's pretty good commentating. There's a lot. So that was my part. It was amazing. I appreciate that. It's a lot of. I was a big actor, so every major just tried to get one. Then after on that cover, so you name it, they basically yeah. So like that, well, yeah, it's a big question. It's money, and I just did not want to make money for price, but the national championship was another player. Says no, that must be something else. It must just be a matter of something's not. Yeah, where it's like there's too much stress. Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, yeah, like I want to play. Some more shorter games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, more shorter games, like where you can get the increase the possibility of being just going back. So we can't go back to the first carpet scarlet match. They had to stop the health concerns. The guy went down 5-0. I think it was the first 6 minutes and draws the count. Draws the mass to the total score. went down, yelled at some cars, and even more. I made a video on it for so long. My sister wanted something almost as extreme. So I was going on 10 minutes, and it is 9 times the world champion titles. The world champion and 8. That's the only way. You know, like that. Oh, maybe I like it for the YouTube recaps. Players. I like it for general public. Oh, sure. 4 hours, right? Like your favorite time. 16 points. Yeah, this is the last tip. I wish they could get something make it work. But I think Magnus is really challenging. He gave everything else. Try to figure that out, which is great. Also, we just say it's a great. You make the case from case with his Bob, Bobby Fisher. In my opinion, you could make a case for Magnus, Gary, Bobby Fisher. Not one of the folks that's Capablanca was brilliant. Steiner was brilliant, but as I think it was probably Kasparov and Magnus has a chance to take it for the longevity. Yes, I think so. I think Magnus is very, very sweet. That's big stuff. Also, the World Championship, it's kind of like basketball, right? All comes down to how many person. Or basketball like rate, yeah, like there's which is what I actually like. There is a nice system of ranking, ranked number one. That was championships and all sample parts as to general game after game after game helps us to do it more accurate in programming. Yeah, he's been world number one for I think 11 years, right? So Gary was world number 20 years. Yeah, which is quite wild. It's to a lower ranking. Yeah, I think rating in general has more inflated. Yeah, I like your section to that. I think so. I can't speak to how exactly it happened, but it also happens online. You go back just 3 or 4 the best boots players. Does it just 27, 2800, 3200? I think it's just sort of what happens, but I don't exactly know. I will mention that there was a very strange change, not exactly sure what the year was, defeated. So, for just where if you were under the age of 16 or 18 years old, one of those, and with the low points you can have, your rating change factor was 3 to 4 times higher. Just imagine, Magnus has a rating change factor of, let's say, I have a rating change factor also of 1. Anybody over rating 2,400 has the same rating change factor. Well, what is the rating change factor? If you win, yeah, there's a formula and basically say at the very base level 5-point change. If your rating is beat somebody, you gain 5 points. Those kids who were under 18, the rating change factor was 4. So the ratings were going up 4 times higher, 4 times like up and down to the normal votes. And there was one teenager in the US in particular who in 1 month played a bunch of tournaments with this rating change factor and became yearly rated 2,600, which is 54. A random teenager from the United States, he became a grandmaster also. He led like 90 points down because his rating was still in place. And the K40 is now of many kids who had over 2,400 after one good month. So that's interesting. That's like TikTok inflates the virality early on. Okay. Yeah, the rumor is like they want you to get engaged. And I thought there was even artificial mics and so on.
want to throw you, if you're really passionate about chapter 1, throw you to the sharks by artificially inflating you, rating, and maybe that gets you into the game. I don't know, I wonder how many like backdoor people there are. So that was a factor to qualify. Who does the rating? Yeah, who knows? Probably goes into detail that they want to stay away from that. So then they yeah, and he beat Magnus Carlsen. So yeah, that's already was all it was September. So he beat him twice, right? One is the allegation by the internet of how he cheated, and the second time Magnus played moves and there's actually there's three. Yes, yes, yes. So they live esports event in Miami Beach. That's where that's where that was. Oh, by weird circumstance, I found myself in Miami. I don't know if it's just and yeah, it was very dramatic. For various reasons. One of which the camera stopped working halfway through the call. I saw that. Also, side note, I really respect how you write comments, hit them at the top, you add timestamps, but very true professional. I could do the opposite on YouTube when I'm off the camera. So I dig the fun for you guys. I mean, from when I started on YouTube in 2020, I like major no subscribers. So got to a million in a year. I had a lot of people analyzing my removed all of my small flaws, and I love getting the common shame, and that's what it was. The thing over the years. I never called it a connection, and it's tough because now people pretend to write hate comments just to get attention. So like anything, people ruin the good thing. But it started that way. It started with people just trying to get all of the spin-offs of this, and I think I was more than I am a creator, an influencer, an attention seeker. Like I'm just myself. So to me, even at the size of 1.6 million subscribers, I don't understand that I've gotten big and that I should do this stuff, that I should be beyond it, or I should be checking this. Yeah, I'm still very much a human being, and I do like a way of doing time. Like casual friends and chat, play games off screen, just interact with people who say nice things and who say horrible things. And I really like to get into the head of the people who say bad things. Sometimes you can, sometimes they are true trolls, but sometimes it's just maybe so. What's a successful interaction with a person? Like at the end of that, keep trying to hard to like what we're talking about, like control conflict, yes, mentally. What? No, I don't want to. I want to say that's very long time. I was one of the best. Oh, so you see each other like a brother, so you travel together on the journey. I guess respectful. Yeah, I've had people like I can't quote now, but something about my persona, my behavior, and that, and I just like to talk to them, and I say, hey, it sounds crazy that a large creator will do something like this. It's going to go back to speak to folks in a very respectful way. If you make a mistake, you're grown up. I have sometimes it's one-on-one interactions where I say, I think you're reading too much into this. I think you kind of don't understand maybe some of my humor or habit as such. So you form this opinion that I'm this kind of person that's bad at night. understand the lives of the folks that post that kind of stuff. I mean, they're human beings that have interesting journeys also. I think they lives. I think they don't realize the power of by input, especially good. They think like they also don't realize you're it's so interesting to watch it. Like sometimes, because I posted on Twitter that I'm talking to you and asking questions. I deleted that tweet. Like 95% of people were talking about all right, I got it. It's not good. I was like, all right. But in that time, like there's one comment, which I thought it's hilarious about that one comment. The one comment says, like, this seems like a waste of time. Or something like, why Lane gas and then used and responded something like with a question. Yeah, I wrote, oh, Lane Guest. Why am I? Let's talk about this. Yeah, it's like, why did Lane Guest? And he responded. He responded even after he doesn't know what value I would bring because I just make videos about chess. And that's true. You've had some absolutely brilliant people on. But I also looked at this gentleman's profile, and he was one of the folks that put things about his family and God and his politics in Twitter bio. And I started thinking maybe I said something in some video and I made a joke about religion or something, just a offhand 5 second thing somewhere that someone turns me into just an absolute outcast. That has happened. I'll record a 30-minute video and I'll make a joke about something. Reasoning.
What up, Tim? How you living, baby? What's good? Stream dog. Every day's a holiday. Every month a feast. How are things in your house?
I'm going good, man.
I just said every day's a holiday. Every month a feast. We're just watching a podcast on chess. You guys are chess fans?
Yeah.
It's really phenomenal.
Yeah, I love some chess.
Right. Well, we don't watch a lot of that.
Yeah, there's some of that. I've seen people say that. Sometimes not me, but I've seen people they'll say, I used to like Joe Rogan. I used to be a huge fan of Joe Rogan after this. I think one but I do wonder if we were ever really a big fan. What question mark I have. But the other is we should be more lenient with each other in terms of how much stupid shit is there. And if you actually, I wish people were able to sort of reflect on their own, on the own, stupid shit that they say themselves. Like, to have a little bit of empathy. Like, I wish there was a way to read all the emails and just see, or maybe do a search engine, all the stupid shit you said. Like, summarize. You reveal to yourself that you have bad days, you have good days, emotional days, you have stoic days. Sometimes you have like take very difficult and Tuesday with my other days. That can go all over the place. If you're a creator, if you stuff out all the time, you're gonna have those, and you're still full of complex bag of emotion, thoughts, and ideas, and contradictions, and all of that. You shouldn't judge people's lives in a statement. And even if when you do, you should try to infer the best possible interpretation of that statement. I feel like that's just a healthy way to interact with people. I wonder what's the best possible interpretation of the thing they said. Like what? Let's imagine saying those words exactly. And what did they mean when they said that thing? Yeah, or whatever it is. Like they didn't mean to be offensive to the sexuality in a certain group. They're just talking like they're talking shit about. It's sometimes actually genuinely
embodying like a political viewpoint and like walking with it, thinking through it for 2 days, like taking it seriously, being emphasized not just from people or up, walk with them, and allowing yourself to express it, like playing the devil advocate all the time. Check it out. With myself, yeah, the conversation I find I have to say, I was having, you have to be very explicit with myself. I'll just do it in my head. Like her voice is like, just getting so much information, so many thoughts, and all the complexities of one family that are all different voices within Ukraine. I hear people, they have very different perspectives in nuanced ways, not more. Some are full of hate, some are full of love, like hate for the other, love for their own country, love for family traditions, all of it. Beautiful things in there. Well, I have to carry those ideas in my head and empathize with people that have people that live elsewhere. They live in India. That's very different perspective. A lot of people in India have very different perspective than people in Ukraine. And so I don't know, some of that would bleed out into the thought that it's publicly. And people judge you harshly for it. It, first of all, me as a human being, psychologically, but also makes me less willing to be crafted. I still try to be strong enough to guide myself and just say things that are in my mind that I'm going to create people that are going to like be negative towards me. So I try to work hard on still try to gradually harder. These are the basic laws. I don't, in a sense, I try to talk about certain attacks. I'm surprised that they don't get. I mean, some negativity get, or is this the way you deal with it by responding? Like that guy saying like what kind of topics will I be add to them? Yeah. No, but that was, I mean, also, but I was looking at various moments and wanted to jump in, and I was kind of letting you speak out. One of the things I wanted to mention is significantly simpler to talk about chess than it is to talk about some of the things we talked about, and you have a big responsibility because you have to absorb information like a sponge, but you also then need to present it in a way where you potentially have an opinion while trying to be fair to everybody. And you're talking about things that will literally never please everybody. Literally, you're talking about issues that are going to get out there into the watches of millions of people. Not everybody is satisfied, and these are issues where people are going to be much more likely to speak up in all sorts of ways. Tremendous support or tremendous hatred, vitriol, and God knows what else. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm blown away to even be sitting here, frankly, because up until a few months ago, you weren't talking to, I don't think you weren't talking to, but you hadn't spoken to chess players. You were speaking to people who were doing much more substantial things in the world. I appreciate the humility there. No, chess to me is incredible as a game. But I think the reason comments hurt is not, I mean, they hurt no matter what to me. Like, not to me, because I'm in a simpler space. That's what you have to understand. Yeah. Even if sort of chess based. No, if you had a podcast about anything, I want to. If you had a podcast about any podcast, you gotta realize that you wouldn't be the same way. You talk about potentially existential things. You talk about cyber things like cybersecurity or AI or people who are massive heads of companies that are just inherently going to be controversial. So that I can't imagine being in your shoes because you have so many complex emotions about situations where you may not necessarily agree with everything that someone has said publicly, but you still invite them for a conversation because they're being totally different.
I don't know. Not the way I explain it. Me, I think what hurts is it's not even because I'm super self-righteous, but more than that, it's that like human beings with each other. So like the reason it hurts is like it's almost like disappointment. People they don't give each other a chance. So in that sense, the negativity doesn't have to be about Ukraine or geopolitics. About like means like why in a context where the meme doesn't like it's out of place. Like for example, there's like gaming culture. They just talk shit to each other nonstop. I think it's more acceptable there. It seems to fit. It seems to be fun in there. And it's like when streamers talk shit to each other. I've been listening to some of those streamers recently. It's like it somehow works a little better, even if they're just like cool to each other. It makes more sense. I think when people are genuinely trying to educate, help, so on, and still get the streaming comments. It doesn't, it doesn't make me sad. I think part of that is also the way I was brought up. So I skipped kindergarten, so I was the smallest kid, and I was picked on, and then I did pick. So I had kind of both. I went home from summer camp crying, and I also that's in fourth grade. So I had the balance, and then physical and mental of the program. I think the kid in the younger grade was bigger than I was. Things because I was so I had to use my mental warfare. I had to use my words. I had to, and growing up, my parents when I was super young, they just the whole things that we super trustworthy. If you believe the person, don't listen to what other people have. And if people give you advice, say, okay, think about that. I'm not going to go do that. I wasn't impressionable. You could convince me to do something that's my wife and deconstruct some of my stubbornness. I didn't realize incredible stubbornness is just something that you that's other so the voices of others don't quite you can't no they haven't I think when it got at its worst point was in combination with me I'm able to perform well play but that was also self driven I wasn't performing because I was getting nothing but because I was performing for the company got more the cycle sort of opposite direction. That was probably the most frustrating part. People said, wow, thanks to me. You know about my whole Indonesia thing? Great. Oh, you're going to give the anarchist on the chest. I was so good at it. Yeah, that's something that people don't want to talk about. No, it's totally fine. Yeah, I'm not even sure I can make a joke like that. The interesting thing was on chess.com, I might add, and I got picked up for a 10-minute game. Just a random from Indonesia. Like, mind you, on these websites, you can pick your flag. And as always, I looked at the account. This was a high rate, and the win rate was suspiciously high. Average accuracy was suspiciously high. And I think this is achievable. I said it enough. Not the first time I was on speak. I think it's a little realistic. The game was not crazy suspicion, but definitely suspicion that people were just clearly thought I had a good position with them. First or the pod with some rules, just gave my hopes. And I lost. Okay, I lost. And I wrote to the chat that compared to the team, but behind the scenes, I was publicly on the street. So that night.
where I'm going to. Indonesia's 12 hours ahead of me. Hundreds of responses. Then you gotta check Facebook. You gotta check Facebook. Here's the link. So allegedly, that account belonged to an older gentleman, and his son made a Facebook post and said, "My dad, a big streamer in chess, got in chess, and got mad. He lost to my dad, so his community master reported my dad, and he was banned." Oh, okay, that fire. You know that it just was just a publication. I didn't know. I didn't know hard, but tens of thousands every second. Instagram DMs, because I have videos of them. I used to do it for 99% of the upload, download, 50, or play them again. I don't know how much swearing there's on this podcast, but I mean, it was all of those podcasts. They still gonna kill me, going to break my family. They were contacting people I followed on Instagram. They were contacting them and telling them crazy things. It was, I'm not joking, it was tens of thousands of people every minute. It was unbelievable. And I cheated. I was in the right. Well, I was good. 100%. I don't know if you can say 100%, but to just stuff. Also had a especially because they have like good detection. Yes, Danny Wrench would be able to legitimately know nothing about the seats because well, we can detect people. But one thing I found was that this account, whether it was the son playing or the father playing, we don't know. We don't know who's the son, the dad, whatever. At some point, that account was 27 games in a row at 95%. Even Max. This took a month. This story took 1 month from start to finish. First, I had to work with a media company. She would block my content on YouTube. So Indonesia could not see my channel. Oh, so you didn't want to make it go full Donald Trump? No. Let you're in the right. You feel like you're in the right. Do start to feel like you're in the right. Yeah, and I ended watching all my work with now. You felt yeah, and one thing I'm doing for myself, I thought the price is high. I need someone to slap me so I don't do something emotional. So, what would be the emotional act? Partnering with the MCN, give away a bunch of revenue, break with them. I was monetized the week. It was a very big decision to plug in. I think they're called MCN. What did I think? They're there's specialized agencies that work on MCN that if you connect your account, they say they can give you certain ad benefits, they can geo-block your content. Which you can't do normally. They have certain perks that only you pay them 10% of the ad revenue, but they claim to do a handful of things for you. I just believe that the geo-block content. I just didn't care how much money I was going to give away per month, but it was like you did the power. Yeah, I didn't want the possibility of your educational. I mean, they're going to do a bit of shit talking to fun and needs to go what is competition. Yeah, my comment section was just being because they were destroying my channel. To be honest, all of the views that the downloads have would have actually been beneficial, and my videos would have actually been recommended to more people. But I'm a person. This is one of those like this got to you. Yeah, this was I was just watching it. I'm like, this is unfair. This is not do so I'm going to stop this. I was like, yeah, this will go through there. And they were like, you asshole. You don't think we have VPN in Indonesia? It was this whole, it was this whole thing. This father and son got invited to every major. I'm not joking. They got invited to major podcasts. I like to say the Joe Rogan of Indonesia. Corbusier, mentalist, old guy, very fun guy. He had them. That's one thing in Indonesian chess liberation. The thing is, nobody who was thinking about chess, they just told the story. And long story short, they brought in a sponsor. The guy played strong, one of the strongest chess players in the country, who also happens to be a woman, Rita Sukandar. She's like 400 international master. She crushed it. It's actually playing strength is 1300, 1400, something like that. He still got paid. There was a winning prize fund, a prize fund. That was why I had to shut down all of my social media. Yeah, even though I don't get notification, I follow. You see stuff like that that's not possible to get yourself to come their way. No, it doesn't. So you got lucky there that there's a conclusion to this. Yeah, somebody got money. I never got any apologies. What did you learn from that experience by yourself about the internet? I think first and foremost, I learned that every moment you are live or broadcasting can be completely blown out of proportion. You have to be real careful. And I can't actively think about that proportion when I'm streaming. I've had other instances where it's affected by, I've even had these moments live on stream. I feel like I said something sarcastically to somebody. I don't know how their day is going. It might ruin their whole day. I've got just what you have these moments where you want your personality to shine. You want to maintain it. It's just thinking at what cost. Trying to joke to whoever that doesn't put up the chat is laughing at them. Where that puts them in a dark place. And again, so it's also this one-on-one thing to just act human. I would hate to put a person in that situation. I'd much rather get a drink with somebody than put a kind of part of you act. Make jokes. I also don't have a horrible crisis. So I have no patience, but I think that's one of those when everything is immediate, fairly stiff, things that kind of go by. It makes us sad because I think that kind of stuff is destroyed it. That's what makes us sad. Yeah, well, one of the things we discussed just here before recording, which I've talked about this on stream, I'm very open to this type of stuff. I think for me, a lot of that comes down to just a lack of control of narrative that phrase is. I hate when I say things and they get completely misconstrued or they are completely misinterpreted, and I can't imagine being again. I do chess. You could be saying something about a chess game out of context and it's hilarious. It's dumb. It's nothing. Not an attack on me or something that was said. It's an attack on kind of more similar to what you were describing. You don't say stuff like that, like ridiculous, ridiculous for the right stuff. Oh, I do that. I do it. You don't feel like that could be made. It's just the same guy that said X. Maybe I haven't said enough of these things so open. I don't have 3 4 hour open conversations with other people. Pretty sure if I did, there would be more of that stuff happening. But that's probably what it is. Just the lack of being able to kind of control what is actually reality, and that is very frustrating. And yeah, you're right. I mean, there is a sense that there's not enough motivation to put that back. You're ultimately adding a lot of positive stuff to it. And when you get into more political topics, there's people that who are hurting, who have anger in their hearts, direct towards you, and then they do ammunition, and ammunition comes in the way of like I'm sure I'm pretty sure you already have folks like that. It's just there's not people that really have anger to direct to. So yeah, man, the viciousness of human beings under the veil of anonymity and scale. I guess that's the curse, the challenge of being a creator on YouTube and so on Twitch. So, when you talked about
retiring. I think you tweeted about retiring podcast in the video again. I'll use the tweet or the video. I'm retiring from all competitive chess events. My preparation is outmatched. My calculation skills are too flawed. And most importantly, my anxiety is beyond repair. I physically and emotionally cannot do it anymore. Yeah. What was the hardest thing? What was the hardest thing about competing? Like, can you elaborate on that? Yeah, I think it's separated into basically my life. So after being a creator and coming back and playing over the board and making recaps of all my games, I think the constant feeling that I had at the board was a cue at the study that which is a very unique type of anxiety. And during the game, it was just felt hatred. Like good moves did not feel as good as bad moves felt. And that underneath that, you're saying that that's you got unquestionably. So I'm an international master, but there's international masters now who are 11. I got the title when I was 22, which is late. It might not sound like it's late. It's really late. I played chess multiple times when I was a teenager. I had it. One of my parents was like, sit down. The only thing that you're good at, focus on it. Yeah, maybe I would have been grandmaster, but that's life, right? And I come back to chess in various points in my life when I felt more mature, I felt more ready, and I felt more motivated. That was all me. I had one coach when I was maybe about 10. Yeah, great guy. He emailed me very recently. That's what I felt adorable. I don't think he was a YouTube show. He's in his 70s. He's just like a nice older guy. And he would come to my house, would have dinner at my grandma's. He would tell her that I'm brilliant, but I never worked. And I have so much potential, but only I ever worked at all. One bit. I played speed games online, and I did these days. But because you have more, but it for sure. When you listen to Magnus, it seems like he doesn't work. He might work in different ways, but I think for him it's also session, love, it's everything. He might read a book, he doesn't consider it, but it's work. Getting information in and learning something might just be easier for him to learn than for me, for example, or for anybody. Things differently. So and the best run of my life that I had was 2016, where I basically, while teaching a chess program, scholastic chess program, told all the parents, hey, for these 4 months, I'll stop doing private lessons, and I'm going to go travel and play tournaments. I want to become an international master finally. 20 years old, about 60. Can you help me raise some money? These are all managing directors, these are lawyers, these are 7-figure, 8-figure households. And they contributed, and I kept a blog. And then I worked 6 hours, 7 hours every day. I studied all the opening trends, all of the new ideas, the books, analyzing my own games, playing my own games, analyzing, training every day. And then here I went from 20 to 40, almost 20 with 2 of the 3 norms, as they call them, which are basically tournament performances. So I got almost everything I needed to be nice. But I just looked up at the very end, 2017, I did look up the 18. I came back once again with a vengeance. I saw once again. And I went up to my feet. But then something interesting happened. My life mission was accomplished. I never wanted, I thought I could be a grandmaster. I wanted to be an international master. And the adrenaline of hitting the IM target, I just thought, I couldn't, the second I started falling, I couldn't stop. And I spent the rest of the summer just hanging. I said, oh, fuck this. I made my I am, I'm gonna fuck up some places. I'll be I am.
play games online. I destroy grandmasters all the time. Like dynamics and complex positions with calculation and very close to mine. I think it's my best rank at the grandmaster level. So you have the capacity to be grandmaster. 100%. If the work was put in. If the work was put in and I have a career, I'm just training full time, I think I could do it. You have a desire that you have, so you said, I didn't really want the main goal was international. Which, by the way, is really interesting, is that I thought the Olympic athletes that crash after the medal. Yes. Yeah. I didn't get gold, but that was your goal. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's the goal. Yep. It takes a very, very special person to not be destroyed by the goal and continue to dominate. It's to continue always. I mean, it's hard to be a champion, defend a champion. Well, whatever the goal is, to go and stick to. Yeah. And we'll go through. So you have the have you ever, by the way, it's still possible for you to fully dedicated to the whole creating and everything that they do right now. Yep. So you're gonna die one day. Just heads up. I want to play that. It's very sad. That's another entirely separate rabbit hole to go down. When did this happen? Yeah, just a couple years ago. Yeah. So you really people like that. That is really paid you. Yeah, I'm the kind of person. I have my active thoughts in my brain of things I've done. The more of those, the better. So my brain will walk me off the cliff. Not the physical body, the brain itself will walk off the cliff, spinning in circles. So I try to keep myself active as possible on the path I have to do. It's good on CLM because we can rest a whole lot. But yes, that was these moments in my life where I have realizations of things I haven't really have to do that I'm really or things like this. Massive existential thing, just get things. Plus, there's some of things to keep on. I meditate on that a lot. Like you do in this conversation, I imagine it's a lot. What good I I'm going to die after this. So you can meditate on that. But then you also have to, at the point, you really honored this realization that like, not only does it just end frequently, but most people who are don't get case of so great. And so outpouring, and be outpouring of love toward our day. You know, new trees grow, and then just inspirations of books over the parts that you pick up. But that for most people comes right away. Like it can't back up. That it's like anyone else know to die, no one else care. Like nobody did. They do well there, but not in a dramatic way. Deep kind of that the world would stop because you're like using this kind of stuff. But I think ultimately you channel that realization into appreciation of life, which is love and sharing love with them is a possible experience. That's adventure. Not that people. That's sort of what I do. Yeah, all of that too. Sorry. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I have a lot to say. Sometimes I just listen, and sometimes I'm intimidated. Like you say a lot of good things, and I'm like, shit, I'm saying like get that.
this subject session, and let's sort of what I asked about it. What do you think happened with that? Yeah, question. What were we talking about? Grandmaster. Grandmaster. So, how hard is it to reach? What are the requirements for grandmaster? By the way, what are the requirements for international master? Eventually, to time and so on. Yeah. So the first one is you have to know how to use it. If you feel comfortable out. So you are impressed with people listening, saying, I'm sure that puts on a lot of podcasts with you. So why and like the I think it looks a little different. Like, musicians. I don't know where it became popular as a podcasting like because I think most broadcasters use condenser mics that like that's a little it sounds really good. I told you before that I wanted to use it, but it's hard to start from dashboard of some sort of way to do it. My microphone doesn't sound that bad for you. This is I still have to figure out how to screen it. I have to have it be because who wants to go down into the one? You just want to learn how to do it. No, for what we have? So first of all, yeah, so there's like I feel like the hobbit going to like or like yeah, Twitch is a very impossible. But there is useful cases where you have the microphone work like the different process of change work in real time. So you can do like interviews and also translate video game. So I've done that like 3 times already. So it's pretty that kind of stuff. I like um, I actually love the idea. I haven't done that yet, but apparently it's time to turn off the monsters. You can just walk around. I love the idea of just walking around silent. Just like because it's beautiful nature. Do you know anything about those? I know very. I don't really about Skyrim. But kind of like chess. But yeah, it's a beautiful world. So there's games that are create a sense of willfully feel the hiking sense of nature. It's not that they're ultra realistic, but they capture some majestic aspect of nature. I think some of it is also music, some of it is peaceful, but old timey medieval type of music, and just the trees and the there's in the distance, like get a sense of history from the nature gives you. You know, the sense of space that this tiny little creature. I don't know how they. That's like an honor for video game. It's not just about monsters turning it's about the world. It's feeling the moment. You just walk around and enjoy it. I get asked this question a lot. Why don't I stream for video games? I didn't know that such video games personal existed. I thought various sci-fi characters being technology. I played Overwatch on stream. It's the only video game I actually played a lot of. But so that I couldn't play it on stream anymore because my teammates were using radio stores in voice chat. So that I will. One of the things that the topic to streamers is that they're a little bit. I don't know as far as that community broadly does use voice tools. Okay, but the ones that we talk to are a little bit just harsh. Yeah, you tend to like, I don't want to be the guy who says like in these days their mean language and that. I want to kind of adapt. But at the same time, there's lines to cross. Right? Like, if you make everything into a joke, because that's what they kind of do. Everything has an LOL, everything is funny. Yeah. That becomes it's slippery slope that takes the place for actually being pretty mean and people like, okay, it started as a joke. And so when you start giving it the example, I mean, because I've been reading a lot on Hitler and Stalin and so on, and you'll see those kinds of topics come up in that community. It's like, and that was just a fun joke, fun time. I give it a bunch. I would call it Duty. I love community jokes, but there's slippery slope there too, because then just having fun, right, it's real. You see how one another non-obvious. There's there's something that happens to people. Like, well, this is not reality. Same kind of people happen before. Well, people on the other side are just people kind of that same mechanism. I feel like I want to be cautious about our brain going that way. Yeah, I do worry about that. Um, but there are video games that don't have such. I think Minecraft. It's a it's a lot of right now. A lot of young creators who are all like voice. Yeah, I think the community then extends to social media. Some of them are intense, and I think they also more or less. I think we take a lot of this stuff and combine it with the anonymity stuff that we mentioned earlier, more of the interaction with each other. It's scary. I don't know. Combine that with 2 years, some people barely coming up that. Yeah, with COVID, yeah. Kind of a mix. I mean, like the folks like in the community, those they mature out of it. Stuff. They they start to apply for like that. We're all trying to think about how the internet has changed. Like easy access to porn, easy access to like dark, or dark ideas. I don't know. But then again, I trust in the goodness and the intelligence of the FBI, and I think we can't do it. That's how it's a sort of negative broad. Then you're upstairs, there's school, try to sit kind of all on their bullshit. That your stuff on the side, anonymity. I, I have to go because when I initially, so I didn't have YouTube. But my parents was I didn't have also and free. So I went to school most of my childhood where my grandmother and she was kind of a social. So I would leave her and mom would meet there. Have to be dad would take me this place for other half of the school and then my parents school weekends. And those weekends were in New York. That was that's pretty awesome. The grandma, dad, that's the things. They're there. People, they're there. Extended family, they're there. And also at grandma's where I would come and I had a conflict and when I was 12 or 13 and just the whole big emotional communicator of all folks in my family, major rebelling conflict household. I mean, I married a backpack, the same backpack with the side of it. I came here before the episode and have my stuff in my backpack, a laptop, a bunch of clothes, a bunch of other things that I grew up with deodorant and things like that. I was just getting my stuff all the houses. But that was the way I lived for some of the most important developmental years of my life. And who knows if I had too much of what sprinkled with this much, what this much, I had some of it.
how did you, what was your experience with it? I would grew up having had multiple households psychologically difficult. I really thought it's hard to speak about it now because then it remembers like moments like so yeah, it's exactly what. But I remember I had a big video game addiction. Teenagers, let's say teenagers, probably teenage boys, but I don't know. I don't know how addicted teenage girls are to video games. I didn't. I definitely look back on things that I did in certain instances, like, well, I was a teenager, that was, no, I scammed somebody with a video game. You hilarious. And just, I was just an idiot teenager. I didn't do anything unforgivable, hopefully. For the most part, just kind of went about my life. I somehow got older and started getting more independent and stopped on video games. To be honest with you, I would love to sit here and say I have some logical explanation of why I am the person I am today, but I think you need elements of the right upbringing. So then you also need luck. I've been in situations as a teenager where I almost got killed by some gang members. That's a very exaggerated story, but I was in New York City and I got into a vacation whose brother was in a notorious gang of the neighborhood. He told me his brothers would come and kill him over a toilet basketball. And I was going to fight this kid. So the last one was a okay, like this was a joke. It was from a totally different life, and his brother would show up, but his brother was but I was a little kid. I was like, looking back on that is crazy because I definitely had some of this moment in the city more than anywhere else because you were luck. So yeah, definitely a certain moments in life entire trajectory. You know, like in that case, not I most intensely feel this when I get almost run out of my car. You know, we have to point to okay, that kind of stuff. Like when I was somebody like yeah, that happened here also. You realize, oh shit, that like your life flash. Those moments. There's more meeting certain people, we meet them with positive. They're like, wow, this moment of inspiration, like, wow, this kind of person exists. Yeah, those things. Maybe not. They just feel comfortable. Incredible. Speaking of kids, return yes to Sun Saga. Yeah. How did it start? Because Steven was writing songs. It started by a good background story is Magnus Carlsen, arguable greatest player of all time. Very close. I was in horrible number one for 10 years. Top of skating, very close to the top of the game. After the most recent thing, yes, I think he has the uncanny ability of top athletes to absorb the culture and show, oh, yeah, that's what you know, run. I was only sure 70%. Before that, I think it's the key. I really think I was at all. If Magnus is playing yes, it's a good to put him in my YouTube channel. Really, but I was legitimately blown away. Well, it wasn't even farming of the content, it was unbelievable. He has a good career. Hans is I believe he's 19 years old right now. An American, not prodigy is necessarily the right word. Prodigy, no, they're prodigies from very, very young. Chess don't call prodigy, but always a good junior player. He was always very weak. out of chess. This is what I remember. It was around the rating of 2300. I remember looking at some of those games in a tournament in Philadelphia. And there was some game that he played. Really good. It was like a London. It's a very popular thing. Medical analysis. Oh, you know that? Okay, that's great. And then just went by. And I saw him in a tournament later, and he did something very rare where it's an open tournament. Not a tournament that players are observing. Open tournament. Maximize carries and putting on. He's played 9 9, which is great. That means he performed so well, so consistently. That was where he got his first all-star. Oh, here it is. Here comes that like, boom, a young player. He gets maturity, gets back into the game, and he gets formed. A whole lot of pandemic happens, and he starts screaming a bit, and he's boisterous. He's kind of like loud. He's talking trash, and he's gaining rating points. He's just looks over a lot of people. So you don't think much of him. And then now you can go play with Ford again, live tournaments, face to face, of course, online events. And he's like, I'm gonna go to this tournament. I'm gonna win it. To get my last GF point. That's like, all right. My goal is this rating by the end of this year. He gets it. Demolishes absolutely everything. He says, overboard. Like this guy's for real. There's a lot of people like that. If you look at the top humans of the world, it's crazy. Ali Reza for 2,800. Vincent Conrad, 1,100. It's really, it's funny. That's the number 8 years old. Here's the other 40. Older by 8 years. Awesome. If you got the young American type, get out, everybody's on different. And you beat everybody. Hey, you start hearing sprinkles here and there, maybe 3 to 5. This is a plan. Trust.com anymore. Like Trust.com doesn't put that ad there on the account. It's just every player listen. We know. Players like, all right, got it. And that's it. There's no conversation. So there's like these sprinkles, but you can see it online. Very young, very captivating, very positive. Just to be clear, the accusation, I think it's proven that there's still being shady about it to the degree it's cheated on chess.com. Well, he said admitted to. But right now, chess.com put out a statement, a statement as well saying we did the code. Yeah, but after today, if you want to target, that actually kind of cheated in. I think he's a good person. And also there's some really interesting anti-cheating stuff, which to me, from an algorithm perspective, is interesting. But he is also the man. There's always in every institution. So he represents the institution, Jeff McConnell's institution. Like they look at this AI, it's like I'm you know, have to be careful. Just PK. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but just that they've outgrown way more people actually know Chess.com. Way more people know Hikaru. One of the reasons they do it, yeah, Chess.com has the most power. Which I don't know. Yeah, I just share. Very good question. I have to think with my ego cap. What would happen? I'd rather you have to kind of isolate power absolutely. To be rule the world at the time. Side by side or yeah, be like that's right. One of the reasons I would do that is to admire each other. Like, so training. Well, should we just get back? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I feel like just inside we don't want to talk about it. I'm trying to get over you. Just remember how we yeah. And right. So, like Rogan asked, I know I heard you. Just Joe talked about you. It's it. So super random small thing. Yeah, I told him about this drama a few weeks ago, and he's like, yes, you know, But anyway, cheating was a problem. Right. He said he had to admit, yes, cheating online is horrible. But for timeline's sake, just do it this way. He has a lot of over the board stuff that nobody really talks about among Christians. It's sort of kind of kept low key, a couple hundred people, maybe a couple thousand people. Sounds like a lot, but it's not, because usually the viewers know about this. Generally have kind of low key because historically, if you cheated online as a teenager, you're not cheating over the board. Not possible. You'll get caught. Nobody. We had over the board cheaters, but not in the culture. And so what happened is they played this tournament in Miami, and the first day on this is important because on the very next day, I got destroying everything. The second day of the tournament, sit down game one versus best of four. Like destroyed. Made it look like I was playing. Different. Before you could argue it might be because maybe I just used out of time. There's a lot of not Hans things. They say the interviewer says Hans yesterday played a horrible and great. He goes, Hans, yesterday was a terrible for you. Today you throw with a masterpiece. What do you have? Just speaks for itself. Walks away. Argue create. I thought it was cool. The guy that keeps asking questions and extended no shock is always like he didn't even defer to him over. And then not only does Hans come back and it's the best of the party, it was like our game he goes the next three games. He then proceeds every for the rest of the tournament. He ends with 0 points and a prize money of $0 for the rack. With even zero, I think he got submitted, right? So, wow, it was insane. That was a crazy interview. And my recap videos, I was next time I'm not stay away from the camera. Don't let him talk. Don't let him talk. Because it's all like I'm joking around. The next time we play, it's great. And that was their kind of first interaction there. They also some photos they were having fun on the beach. I don't know if they have chessboard, chessboard. Yeah, they were looking. I guess so. Yeah, because I talked to him at that time. He mentioned something. Right. I wonder what you say after that. That was did anyone care? No. Other than that, it was super low. That he became yes, he became probably a top five all-time popular chess player in the last. Yeah. Well, it wasn't. He wouldn't even be a good question. No, I'm not like that. No, maybe Magnus already. A lot of the top players are coming out now and saying we are ready versus business. It seems like Magnus might have known, but maybe not enough aggressive. He's a little bit aggressive. Yes. But anyway, so yeah, so totally horrible tournament performance after. Correct. After Hans. Yes. Then the annual tradition of the St. Louis tournament happens, which is a strong field of players first for the tournament, Rapid and Blitz, classical tournament. The classical tournament is a Singfield Club. It's named after Singfield, billionaire chess philanthropist. It's like St. Louis Chess Club. Yes, a prestigious place. This whole host of a prestigious tournament. Hall of Fame is there for chess. Last Hall of Fame, not Hall of Fame, but yeah, other countries play chess. They do, but you know, I don't know who's going to go to Hall of Fame. Who's going to the Hall of Fame? One day, other part of the world actually goes research. So basically, what happens is we have a field set for the Senior Cup. That top 10 players, some can't make it. So okay, you have to get number 11 in there or something. Because of something related to coronavirus. It's not, we're going to get to the Masters. Swap factor. So I don't know why he couldn't come, but he couldn't come. Okay, something happened. He can't make it. Hans Beeman is the replacement. Yeah. At the time, we didn't know this, but now weeks later, we knew Magnus wanted to know. It's very important. Back then we didn't know. Apparently some others out there also didn't know. They also wanted to increase anti-cheating measures, which by the way in chess are dog shit. Like you get this little metal wand and you put it on the ears, the body, and there's apparently an argument that micro earpiece would not be caught, something in the armpit vibrating would not be caught, something in the shoe. They don't make the shoes off because it's too elitist. An argument they take their shoes off. That's oh my god, they're out there. Or if anything was inside. Correct. Yes. I mean that is to be honest. So if this podcast is about honesty, so I have to be so what's happening in the Field Cup is Magnus Carlsen is still playing, but the next few measures are not introduced. So the first few games has a very, very impressive performance. One of the best players in the world, being wrong. Second game, doing flawless. Like a crush, dominant opening, but not like a he made some inaccuracies here and there, and he ended up winning in a complex game. Being pretty happy to Magnus. And not only does he Magnus he dominates him from start to finish. So in the opening, Magnus did nothing with White that he had really wanted to play. There was something good about it. Basically, very small thing that just he had never played it maybe a long game. That might get small. Hans first needs to play like the first 15 minutes, and then convert the game into these better ending. And basically beat Magnus with 5 the same way Magnus beat other players. Then he goes to the interview, where he claims that people knew that those first 2 right before the game. Lucky in his case, no, people were usually that exact very I've done that before. One of my best moments of my life. I'm warning you. You are not prepared with my opponent's place to win damn it accepted. I literally learned the first 12 months. He didn't know like it just happened. Unfortunately, when you combine that with other small elements of the interview and now why just doing all of this, it was fun. He gave an interview afterwards. Fighting his very details of the game, but not really. That's the thing. Just their interview. Sit down, something about something not able to describe funny. And then you explain various compositional variation. Things are very valuable. But how different? Now him already is different. It's really strange. Also different. That's fine. But not what you combine it then with the world champion. We're drawing right at it. It goes to the entire session. Yeah, so there's one of those that kind of provocative to the way he analyzes skills. Like, oh yeah. There's a very very often. Yeah, so what do you yeah, it's like yeah, I just play program. But there's a sense of like, but it also doesn't for me again very outside spectator. This is raising red flag. It's just personality. It's just like this way. And plus, it could be crazy. But do you have a sense that he's more of an intuitive player versus like he's just not the kind of person to analyze really well? Because it was that ridiculous. To succeed, legitimate is not cheating scandal. Okay. At the 27th UFC game, 2800 rational just you cannot be and you can be a little bit more than a calculator and concrete evaluator of positions, meaning if I give you 5 seconds to click, you can choose the best one quickly. Those people are generally better at fast time controls. You have to be good other interview being ever gave. And that's off the chest, particularly after these Magnus, which is a very small group. So that's where it got weird, and the next day Magnus draws from the event. Chess World lights completely on fire from multiple beats, and he also tweets. Right. That's the resignation. No, resignation. Tweet was, I'm withdrawing from the tournament. I will enjoy playing here and I will in the future. Clip of just a video. Okay, let's speak. She wants to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. I don't want to be in trouble. And that's something. Once if people said it's not even a cheating situation, which is going to be other people something. Magnus told Hans what Magnus was looking at. And that's why Hans wrote those videos, which is so fucking stupid because Magnus knows like 5 people. It's not even life, but yeah, very close to the right. Nothing else to explain. Hans said, if we can be able to happen, Magnus said this whole time. Oh, by the way, just so that was good to come back to you, no matter how the opening with Corey is going to do, they compare this has to come up to you. If that opening is ultra sharp and requires basically the game to be on the knife's edge, yes. Meaning one mistake will fail, because then you can look up the legend as you can know everything. You can know all the possibilities. So even if you resolve that next you will know how to punish it. In this case, what happened basically was actually a line that if completely optimally punished would have given Hans a slightly better position. And that's what happened. But then he also demolished him in that later game. Yes, and then okay, so Magnus died, no silent, crazy. What else is interesting? Hans's first round game of that tournament, right after beating Magnus, was also just an absolute, which he failed to win. But then after that game, he also gets another interview where he's like, still sorry, and like it was a moment. So he says, "Oh yeah, this game was full beats, which is a substantial advantage." And he says, "Explain why the position is sort of put in words, not in chess moves, specific concrete chess moves. The way you're supposed to if you understand the position, right? So now there's news being cultivated over the interviews are going to the evidence. And beyond round 4, he just played like a good grandmaster. And he lost for the rest. Again, he beat 2 out of his 3 games. He beat Jared Carlos. And he also went on the attack himself. That was when he publicly admitted defeating. He was just love that he was never cheated over the board. That he said he doesn't understand me from the global championship. I was invited to play privately. Hikaru is every game, saying things about finishes somehow. Hold up, but that's not every good thing. So, because he's still that was the last thing he did. So, Carl wants to play victim or something like this. Recently, they played in the online event of this Meltwater Championship, which is a 16-player tournament where everybody goes in first, and after 15 games, the top 8 make and Magnus in the game. There's obviously a fight here. What's going to happen in this game? Magnus plays 1 move and resigns. Actually, I imagine he didn't want to play 1 move. I imagine he resigned the game line before you, because then the game is young. So I think he didn't want to play at all. He played one move, and more epic, and he resigned. And that was that.
He moves that game down, right?
Things are along the way. Unfortunately, don't. Yeah.
Besides, and then how did the turn the over? So he made the top 8.
It was round 5. Like round 6. So it was halfway through the preliminary stage.
Yeah.
It affected his standings. But then, after resigning that game, Magnus finished first in the bracket preliminaries and won the entire event. There was a chance that they were going to meet at the final. So Hanna lost in the first round. He's a strong player. Yeah. And then Magnus gave a short interview to the live broadcast. He said he'd give a statement at the tournament, and then he did. He gave a statement at the tournament, and now here we are. The only other thing that's from this is the very intense scrutinization of all those multiple games that I mentioned earlier that dominated it. People are now doing all of these games that we played in tournaments, analyzing the dimensions, and there's the exceptions as well. Was he cheating, or was he way too good already underrated? Could have incubated knowledge. Could have not played for a couple of years. Was playing people for 20,500.
Well, I do not think on board with the top one, but general.
Yes, before he got a chance to play in these tour tournaments against the best players in the world, he had to go to Europe. He was the most active chess player in the world, and he was going down. Yes, I think he played more games than any player. And yes, I think his rise was steeper than everybody. Maybe the exception. I was sure about the 2018.
Yeah, I'd like to believe because he talked about being very just being more obsessed with chess. And I like stories. So I like stories of especially with Scarlet Letter. I haven't been into it. I like that idea of something this broad psychological. I think it's just a full personality. So, I mean, something about also a tortured soul, also flawed, also just chaotic. It's deep out I'm not on chess. Right?
Yeah, actually, I think some podcasts, like small chess podcasts, I don't know. I like the John, so I apologize for calling it small, but compared to like the podcast, I went to the podcast. It's perpetual chess. Kind of.
I love perpetual chess.
Really?
There you call. Yeah, that's good. Right. That's great. And then there's a lot of especially mostly there's a perpetual chess. He does like first 2 weeks.
Yes. Yeah,
It's great.
yeah, he did.
Yeah, that's not good.
Like, even individuals like myself might have a large audience, but I think you're at a different level. I don't expect you to be check podcast. It's just what you know. No, I visionary people.
Well, I can say it. I've been writing a lot, and I listen to podcasts a lot. I love human beings, excited about being jazzy. I listen to a bunch of chess podcasts. I'm Indiana Chess by Jordan playing chess. I really like that side. I love it. Grandmaster. I love it. Talks to the, the regular folks, how they balance life and chess. And it's pretty good. It's like super excited, and they talk about books.
Yeah.
And they get excited about.
Yeah.
I mean, it also gets to of where the chess world is, in different perspectives. It's like people study chess, like what they get excited about, how difficult it is. Yeah, it's nice to get a sense of the community, the language that's used, because they want to have a bunch of conversations. With multiple chess, they think that you know, that community stuff. That's one of the podcasts I listen to. So yeah, it's great. Anyway, you were saying why'd you bring it up?
Yes,
Great podcast.
great podcast. I told you I thought of it, and this is where no disrespect meant, is even that episode, which we did with Han, it was a small episode. It wasn't seen by mass audience of chess, and in that episode, I was some time ago, yeah. And in that episode, Han's very open. He's obviously misunderstood, and I said a couple of things like that. And Han was really fun guy. I was really nice. It's just,
I get yeah, that's a person's trying to
yeah.
like I could talk to the proposition because there's something chaotic about it which makes it negative.
Yes. So right now, late September 2022, the current environment is such that and people are sort of expecting every bit of circumstantial evidence they can and trying to present the case. I don't even know who ultimately. I guess it would be a cheating commissioner. It might be super essential. The people it could be
To put that together where the people
yeah.
because your people don't know that's a problem because you've been on this you've covered it a lot you can probably cover it more. There's like now
Yeah. So the reason for that is I understand anything if I say one sentence the wrong way, I might be sending 10,000 people or more. And I hate that. I want to present the evidence and want to give it and go, okay, I understand. Not want someone up. You know what I mean? Like, and I also feel that even if one goes all the way back to human beings, and you can argue that cheaters got to be punished, and you can argue that it's wrong, that he's not compassion, but I would hate to have the whole world pointing their fingers at me, the entire world that I've known my entire life, and even if there's still a world after chess, there might be chess, I don't know, but that stuff doesn't make me feel to present all of this circumstantial evidence in my videos and with yeah, it looks so,
but at the same time you care about there's some sense where you know the fact that you post next that she is right? I mean there is some aspect that like the chess is in a state where bots chess engines are much better than humans. And we're living in a world where technology becomes easier and easier to integrate with humans. Whether you put it in some office or elsewhere. And that does pose a threat to our ability to trust that one champion is one champion that somebody we think is good. And so there is some aspect to the ecosystem that should punish cheating, or perhaps over punish cheating.
and the other thing is, in sport, you can take PEDs and have bigger muscles, better reaction time, but you still have to perform the action in a successful way. There's still a chance you can lose if you take PEDs. Maybe in some sports, the gap between one and very significantly more noticeable, but in chess, cheating, quote unquote, the right way, you're going to lose plenty of games. To avoid getting detected, you can create bots. You can also just not. If you know all the best moves, but choose to play on your own, yes, bots are all at a different level. But if you were to cheat, that you play God. You can decide when you make your move and when the engine makes its move. You know the top 4 lines of the engine. Here's the 4th one. So in hindsight, people will analyze your game and they will go, "Oh, it wasn't perfect." Well, no shit. Only the stupid cheaters play the top engine. By the way, I'm not saying that this is what's happening here in Dread, but there's probably an excitement of to getting away with it. Like I know adults, grown adults who are successful in their fields, and they cheat in lessons, they cheat in yeah, I don't want to say but I think I may or may not have, for some reason they're guilty, and it happens. It happens. Not just young adults, but full grown adults will cheat when they play because I think it helps them learn. Oh, well, that's exactly that's just the case. But I just meant like it might not be just about learning. It might also just you're going to have that problem. Like I bet you it's a drug. I mean, like with a lot of criminals that feel like part of like the mass murder serial killers. I feel like a lot of them like they get arrested and stuff. But there's no yeah, well, I mean, you're pretty objective. We're betting that. What would you say probably? Are you changing day by day in your head? Probably down. But with more back, even allow yourself to probably no, not on that specific game because I think a lot of that game was affected by Agnes's own psyche. That was one of his worst games ever. So he put which doesn't help his case. Hans might have cheated in that game, but we'll never know. I I think day by day the evidence is still starting to show more and more that he's cheated. What Michael said, more than he said, and for reasons on time. Like right now, we're there. The problem is, you can't. You're not cheating unless you strip naked, like that site. But everything about that website, something was about headlines, the company was like, and where I struggle to comprehend is how on earth people off and like I feel guilty. That my brain feels the guilt first and resentment, remorse, guilt, that kind of that trio. Magnus put out a statement as we speak yesterday saying Peter Chessboard at the 2022 Stinfield Cup making unprecedented professional decision to withdraw from the current round for the game against Congress. A week later, during the Champions Chess Tour, I resigned to get Neiman after who I know that my actions have frustrated me in chess. I'm frustrated. I want to play chess. I want to continue to play chess at the highest level of the best defense. I believe that cheating in chess is a big deal and an existential threat to the game. I also believe that chess organizers, all those who care about the sanctity of the game, will love and seriously consider increasing security measures and methods of cheat detection before the board chess. When Neiman was invited last minute to the Central Cup, I strongly considered withdrawing prior to the events. I ultimately chose to play that particular part, but like now we know he was more helpful. I believe that Neiman has cheated more and more recently than he has publicly admitted. His over-the-board progress has been unusual and brought up the game of Central Cup. I
intense craving, fully concentrating on the game mental position, while outplaying and lagging away at it. Only a handful of players can do. This game contributed to changing my perspective. We must do something about cheating. And for my part, going forward, I don't want to play against people that have cheated repeatedly in the past because I don't know what they're capable of doing in the future. There's more, and I would like to say, unfortunately. At this time, I'm limited in what I can say without explicit permission, even to speak openly. So, only been able to speak with my actions. Those actions clearly that I'm not going to play chess. I hope that the truth of this matter comes out, whatever it may be. Sincerely, Magnus Carlsen. I was just sent off your thing. If I was supposed to get no, say whatever. That's yeah, I don't know. I think I would not, even if I was a world champion, I would say like or make up a title. And I feel like I really fucked up my life if I have to statement. That's like what you get. You're a politician, you got caught like for many years ago. Then I tweet on Twitch, I'm sorry, but I'm hurt, and the people that believed in me, and whatever else. Then I would sign protest. No, like the modern way to the thing. I thought I could, yeah, but it was right. On the recent stand for my statement on the past with them. So you put URL. Oh yeah. So that's where it means, but it's unlimited characters. It's not 100. I don't know what that is. Yeah. So generally, when a celebrity has a giant audience on Twitter, they will make their statement on social media and say what it is. Something. Link. Where's it? So the website called Wood Longer. How would it like tweet one? Yeah. That is where they write the statement. That is what I was expecting. That's what it is. I don't have one off the top of my head. The Kanye, Kim Kardashian breaks down with streamers, musicians. I don't think politicians. Yeah, I use it. Yeah, I would probably go. I like. I'm not surprised it's a podcast. I'm a huge fan of podcasts. I feel like I would go to a podcast. Those would be fun. So it's all fun stuff. But it's in fact, I wanted to write them a message. Be like, I can be that guy for you. I have a very strange relationship with Michael because we never interacted. I very openly, I don't want to say super abuse because that is a very way of saying it. If you wanted to insult my YouTube channel, that is what you would say. So I have a lot of thumbnails not clickbait, but if he's playing in a tournament and he plays a great game, you don't want that fucking thumbnail. Because the number one chess player, they're like great chess player of all time. That's exciting. YouTube algorithm was next. People click on it. The best. Yeah. Well, I don't know what the chicken or the egg is. The reason it was click on it because it's exciting personality, exciting chess player. There's something coming about him. It's also he knows how subtle dry way talk shit with the silences and all of that. Yes, he knows the whole game of specifically practice your relationship with him. You've never interacted, and throughout the last couple of years, he generally has interacted more as a competitor. He has done some collabs with Teslas. He obviously has talked with Ludwig, who's a very good streamer. And part of me regrets the fact that when I was small, as a streamer, I'm sure I could make journals or tweet the Magnus, like when Magnus would tweet something, I would try to respond by reply on my social media. I literally didn't wanted the Magnus even saying responding for engagement.
because it wasn't the controversial tweet. So, and I went, because I was just being a little bit of an idiot, and I knew that if it got likes, it would be at the top because my brand. No, everybody's going to use the word brand, yes. But yeah, no, the worry is that it would take it seriously. And I was doing the best of all time, and I saw some YouTube just being a moron, and I'm over to stop now. I can imagine, at the very least, I appreciate your humanity and self-certification. One of the realities, like him, is that he would hold a grudge on teaching his preachers, things like that. It's really much that kind. I really look at videos. I think of chess. Like, yes, you might watch like chess and Jason stuff, but it's not for him. So pretty sure he knows people wants to, and you're commenting stuff as to that. It's funny that yeah, you're well respected. Like a lot of people mentioned this person. Look at this person. This is an important thing. It's not just entertainment. It's not just a shit talker. This person was a great educator, great fan, student of chess, great player themselves. And this particular aspect of very objective. I understand that I'm nowhere near perfect. I'm not a different person on camera or off camera. Say it like it is. Twitch, you gotta dig in out there a little bit more, a lot more sarcastic, a lot more brash and whatnot. But me being in a public place, I'll talk with you the same way I might with just a video, just that you may not consider me just that guy to talk to. And that's why I think about this stuff. And one of the reasons I don't reach out to him directly, I never DM'd him on Instagram for never. I've never even reached out to him in conversation or any candidate with him, which I even barely reached out to the guys who come then. Only recently started pushing myself more to do that. And I, even in my intro messages to them, preemptively say something like, you might think I'm some idiot, you might not be totally wrong. Yeah. In this conversation, I've been surprised that some said, generally a fan of the problem. I was actually really blown away. This YouTube channel, WW Chess, it's a Russian chess channel, and I think the last name of the guy is the name of the channel is after Ilya Davidov. Has some sort of like a geographical role. And this channel has interviewed some of the greatest players. They have interviews with the modern best Russian players. Powerful, Trembling, these guys, Russian chess history itself. I just think this was a channel which is unbelievably well respected. Chess players and legion of fans that were longtime chess fans. I mentioned them very briefly in the video, and that little clip went into their next community event. And the founder of the channel went on this 2 minute beautiful description of why he liked me and how he only watched my channel as a beginner, and how I have a natural voice, and how if I talked about cards, I would have 100 million subscribers. Just all this really kind stuff. But in my mind, I thought was either undeserved or I just never fathomed that. Yeah, I mean, you said that you certainly should not feel should have the humility about that kind of stuff, but I think that is the thing that works over time. If the reputation spreads, which is like if one person likes it, they tell it, other people it kind of spreads, and over time, you have one station with top 10, like the Super Grandmaster, they say nice things about it, and just kind of spread. Because I've been very surprised in all walks of life. Like, this really this makes me happy, honestly. Because when people ask me, like, just, it just seems out just be a good person. And, like, the good person and honest, it just kind of spreads the word. think you're never come to a chess person. I've watched I've watched some of the things start to finish, especially the guys I'm really interested in, like there's I'll watch them, whatever. Yeah, exactly. I watch. Yeah, Game Album. Yeah, I love it. Some of the other things I've listened to as well, and I noticed that neither to you obviously and Joe are the biggest podcasters. Like actually, I don't know, there are some podcasts, but you guys interview folks that I've more often than anybody else. And when Magnus came on, oh, that's amazing. I don't even know how to reach out to someone like you. It seems like like climbing a mountain. And then a couple days later, and I even that episode wanted to write, but I don't know how. Did you ever make a YouTube comment? I don't know that would have been a cloud chasing on Magnus episode. Oh, well, I shouldn't overthink it. Yeah. Like, so I just said, all right, fuck it. I'll just write out a comment. Yeah, I was shocked. Yeah, I love it. I mean, it was an honor. I also like that live stream. I watch. I try to receive. I watch some smaller channels. I get super excited about it. There's an stuff. And YouTube is. I don't know anything about Twitch. I'm like, YouTube has. There's an intimacy, like especially with live. Like it's live, and like right there. You can just like reach out, say hello. Cool. But then really, I'm just happy to live in this environment. That's why I love podcasts too. I listen to people and I feel like they're my friend. Cool. It's a cool feel. It makes you feel left alone. As well. Like you like podcasts, especially like your podcast. Like you've gone through all that stuff. Like, the creator podcast. I don't know. It makes it. It's surprisingly more perfection. Like maybe for literature, I don't know. There's some negatives that people definitely describe. I think it's people that kind of social. You will think that the streamer or knows them, something has some bigger connection than you do. Wait, you know what? Actually, if I can interrupt, I feel maybe you could explain. I've heard this term for social live. Live. Yeah, sure. There is social interaction. Yes, is this a term that I have to just start listening, hearing it? Like, yeah, I think it's here. Yeah, there's social interaction. Desire first to have a psychological relationship experienced by an audience, mediated with how performance, and people on platforms, viewers, listeners, with their media personalities, friends, that have no limited interaction, which is that the term for been referred to it. The term was coined by Donald Horton and Richard Wall in 1956. There was like a very limited media. There's some interaction so the game is such a we got that social relationship after the people. And what's the downside? Oh, well, I can tell you the downside. The downside is people thinking that talk that or the talk. I mean, okay, you mean like after like waking up and saying, "How are you doing?" That's but more like getting mad they don't respond to me anytime you're in the stream. Convincing yourself the other person wants you and you need to go to them, so you need to find where they are. This happens. Some of the biggest female streamers in the world get talking across the months, and then born out of this. This on a very small scale is you come into a stream every so often, give an update about your family. That's not so bad. I was going to mention live social relationships, if we're gonna take it all too far, you also have a fundamental belief of open good. Yeah, yeah. And I think, I have gotten trouble with that. Me too. I think I can let it be the person and like them. So, and I've even gone to a war zone. There, there hasn't been people very, I don't know, people have always surprised me with positive actually. Have the capacity to have compassion. Okay, so now we're in the spirit. Can I ask you a question about how the possible conversation that we've had for chess? Try to figure out how deep, what are the different ways, what is the board chess, what is the relationship together? That's where that's what I immediately want to like leave the yourself cheat like how you're good at this. I mean, you're not good at creating cheating. I'm saying you're great with it. I could not even like I could come up with some bullshit, but well, your mind is not like immediately attracted to something like that. Yeah, I'm upset. Fine, that would have to be the same thing. Let's go further. I read everyday things about the best way to compartmentalize stress. There's just that's what I think I'm with Jeff. Yeah, I just think about you. That's correctly wrong my mind. So working. So directly, it could be that I feel just without much. That's like, that's the also how you go kinds of all kinds of stuff. Just game. Like it talks to a fellow, goes up the chest, goes and reads a benchmark, replaces what they have. Search, but cheating is like similar kind of idea. If I make it like 4, 8, I might have an ice person. Like cheating goes like expand the challenge just on those of the okay, so just allow me, I know people, but stockfish, AI engine, and human working together, you forget you. Just the machine and human working together, expand the capabilities really fascinating. That's like a beautiful thing. Of course, the pure chess game, but I just like thinking of how AI in ways that like like bring the good interface directly that range AI. Problem in this case is I don't think that the AI have to have together. The AI, the human is just the mechanism that makes it. I actually played by being I don't think I thought and I told myself I won't do it. And a friend of mine said a couple of my most of the previous guests podcast told me I definitely need to do it. Which is connect. So I already have with the chess on this computer vision on the chessboard to extract vision. You're already do lots of character recognition extract. So I was going to just build that system demonstrated with the reason I was interested. So something we did mention is I don't know who started this, but the one who started it, but yeah, I don't know who started this, but I do know that that set of things is hilarious. You up with repeated but also the constant paragraph that was like describing theory and that's in the middle of that paragraph is Gotham Trust that. And the worst part about it, I was literally had so as user led Gotham Trust that. So every time that paragraph was on that, I posted it up. So yes, but yes, and then there's also the funny thing which I really love, the weird thing. The thing where plot twist, Magnus, this whole time. I love that. So, but anyway, there's I quickly realized that there is I have to admit this, and I know not much about sex toys, and then I quickly realized that there's a lot of capability that you can interact with, so you can create that it's not good for yourself. Actually, yeah. So apparently that's a popular thing, but a lot of sex toys are. This actually pretty true, but not true. But then, and then in fact, there's several libraries. One of them is actually called GitHub. Right? It's in Rust, but it's in this Python wrapper. It's called the name of the library that communicates with it. It supports a bunch of different devices. There's a bunch of different like vibrators and all that kind of stuff. I mean, like it doesn't have I don't know, it felt too dirty. You know, like there's a line. I was like, it's not good. The reason that I like that kind of stuff is I like to joke with it that ultimately it's somehow educational. Because to me, I really care about AI. This is a cool little project to do. It's pretty easy to share. Uh, and what I was thinking about doing it. At first, I said no, it kind of feels dirty. But then the aforementioned friend said no, it's definitely. I like the here. That's something. I'm sure that people would sign up, right? I just went on the table and show the vibration. You're basically converting You could say the square. You don't have to say the piece. The human will fill in the gap. No, a good stupid chess player. I can't. Oh, that's the point I wanted to make. It's like, for me, I would like to know the actual I need to make. Yeah. So I need the full version. So I have to convert the bishops by whatever to more stuff. Just a lot of information. Yeah. Exactly. But it still works. It's hilarious. That's the deal about it. But there's a difference to exercise. I love something to actually go. There's one I think out of was your comment. So I thought it was one on Reddit, but Eric ended up streaming. So I was wrong. I'm hoping to make that joke. You read it out loud. Or something read out loud. The international, like, have you followed how big the traction got on the field thing? It was covered by every major network, late night talk show, Trevor Noah, and Colbert. International like China, where I would have never thought that they would report about aliens. Yeah. Did they? What was the modality of it? Because it seems good. What did they say? I think I was I think literally aliens. Like just accused denies never did. Never denied they showed the internet. Yeah, I can't. I don't know what to do with it. Oh, I talked about it. I don't say the word. I'll say the the thing is, you do that. Sure, yeah, I think it was hilarious. You find a way to show them it's possible to do it if you like. You just and if someone shows up their ass, it was another show. Okay, they offer you to play naked. You can spread your cheeks. I do it kind of like they solve the problem. I think there's still it doesn't have to be naked. Yeah. It's a question. Ask him, ask me. Deep down, I saw that. Yeah, I thought. I have a lovely relationship with Chef Douglas. Yeah, so that's why some of those questions are going to be tough. I have a lovely relationship with questions that come with very, very tough to say. Very tough to say. Love and hate, like their face. Correct. They ask those. Yes. That is just specifically, I think, is most people who are around before the just. So it's just yeah. So a lot of them are 5 years, 7, 10 years before, and I think the average age of Reddit is lower than the average age of chess subreddit. Chess subreddit is the age of 20, a lot of people are ancient, late 20s, not 50. Anarchy chess is young, so anarchy chess is basically chess. Subreddit, you got it, yeah, great. Honestly, they're like, they didn't look like which is separate more than half. But so my relationship with Reddit shows subreddit because my content on YouTube stopped doing it. It can't learn from I'm failing 95% of my 67%. And I have a lot of variety joking big ones already. And every once in a while, I'll have myself in this conversation. Right? But just as you mentioned, the content things, folks have already formed the perception of my personality. There's nothing I can do to move that. And I think the dominant percentage of the loudest people, they have a certain perception. It's going to change. You guys look like the crowd. which people on Reddit in general are relatively negative on the subject. We're going to start studying more and more. So if you ever look at the thread of should I buy a goblin horse as a red test, you know, I'm calling it a scam over price. Okay. I heard a lot of people on Reddit. So maybe you might have not been looking for negative. And I don't feel like that's I'll be totally honest with you. If you ever go there and show something like that, like recaps, because that being educational content for sleeping, I'm not mentioning. I might not mention because I'm already expecting this to be on the sleep on. They just kind of want generally. I was listening to totally fine lectures, and I'm not even going on this little place because I want to put it back. This is sort of the reality. A lot of my stuff is really debated, and I'm playing the YouTube people. They don't want that. You're feeling a limit or attention to your creativity and feel like I want to cover more in depth stuff and 30-minute video that is super useful to people. So they're gonna get 60,000 and you feel why is that a bad thing? It's good to mix it up. Yes, it's good to mix it up, but I make a video a day. I make one bad video. The other videos suffer. And then if I make 2 videos that underperform, the rest of the videos don't get picked up as much. Your earnings can go down 40% day to day, which doesn't happen in other videos. And if I ever want to supplement, if I ever want to make a very personal video, I try to do it in a very fun way. So something like me, if I express that you still learn a ton, but the concept of the video is not different. I try to do it each thing more interesting and exciting. The guy who was in for $1 million, Alexis Girl, basically called it the championship. There's still stuff on there you can learn. My goal is just to look at the video and learn something and you get you click on it by any means necessary. Once they're there, I'm kind of stuff. So, I wish, because I have zero discussions. I also really, like I turn off and all that kind of stuff. I don't pay attention to that. The algorithm, like beneficial for people as well. In calculation. I actually think that sometimes it's like, I could, it's like now I don't know if it's four houses. Like, I don't know if it's just like that. That's a good thing. I mean, it emphasizes how it's full and I really don't know if it's or not. So,
Podcast, how about you, Big Dog?
If you don't go,
All right, man. Well, feel free to play in here. All right. Did it get stuck in the snow or something?
No, I was drifting in this big park and I fucked up. And I fucking went into the grass and then it went like a foot into the ground.
You didn't get arrested or anything? You didn't get in trouble or anything?
No, he didn't ask about license or anything. So just like, are you okay? It's like it was 20 degrees outside, so I said, no.
Wow, you got very fortunate and ran into a really cool people.
Yeah, like after we just sat down and just talked about guns, different models of guns. He was a pretty tall officer. I'm just glad he took me because I called my family and they said they weren't even going to wait until the morning.
Wow.
Because it was like 3 o'clock. It was very cold in the morning. I was just asleep.
Yeah, so you're going to get your car later today?
Yeah, I have to go pick it up or it's going to get towed.
Right. All right. Glad that everything's okay with you.
Yeah. I'm just appreciate it because I'm just I got banned from that show. So.
Yeah, join the club, man. Why'd you get banned?
So you just hear the fucking sounds. Someone was supposed to be born inside the whiteboard, and I was playing with it because a lot of years and I was playing with it.
Dude, literally 20 seconds before you came in here, I just checked on my chill zone ban. I got banned because they said I was advertising when I've been in there for like many, many months. And I've never said anything anymore. I've never made any um, comments about my links or anything, but somebody just goes to my account and thinks that it's too much advertising, and then I get banned. And so I've been banned in there before, and I've appealed. Did you appeal your ban?
Yeah, I'm going to go back in.
Yeah. So I appealed my ban one time, and they let me right back in. They were really cool about it. And then this most recent time, the reason why I got banned was it was called advertising bot. Now I don't know what they consider an advertising bot, but my camera's on. I'm like more a real person than most any other people I've socialized because you can see what I'm doing at any given time. You can see I'm a real person. And so I appealed it, and most recently, my appeal was rejected because they said I did not take accountability for my actions. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to take accountability for being a bot because I'm not. If I'm a robot, then I would just take accountability for it, but I'm not. So I don't understand how you want me to take accountability for something that I'm not. And I haven't heard back yet. I looked the last time they did a mass, like they do a thing where they let people um, see when they've been banned and unbanned, and the last people who were unbanned were like on the 21st. So I'll just keep trying. I don't think I'll have too much of an issue getting back in there, but if they don't want me in there, I understand. But it's like, all right, whatever. Things happen.
Was I don't understand that because like for the amount of shit that goes on in this, they just get rid of like trolls and people like you, get rid of the problem.
Yeah, I mean, one person's advertising is another person's name. Like what? Like some people, like if I change my name to be Google viral rabbi in YouTube or something like, or search viral rabbi in YouTube. Okay, to some people that's not what my name is, but to some people that's advertising. To other people that's a, and in the same way, if I just go in there with the name Rabbi Rothschild, that's my name. And then if you want to click on it and dig through all my shit, and you consider it advertising, one person considers it advertising, another person doesn't. I see this happen all the time where people will have like a Discord in their profile. How is that not advertising? You're advertising another Discord, but yet they'll let that happen. But when I say, "Hey, join my Discord," or search me in YouTube, that's considered advertising. However, that isn't really clear in their rules. They say, "Do not advertise in the BCs or in the chat," which I'm not. I'm not DMing people. I'm not saying, "Hey, check me out." I'm not typing that. If you want to click on my profile, that's on you, and that's how I kind of feel. I can put whatever I want in my profile. So I actually even said to their my most recent appeal, both times I said, "Tell me what you want me to change, and I will." I mean, I'll be as flexible as you want me to be, and I can't stand some of the times. Some of the I know that many of these moderators are they're unpaid people who get power trips and they're anonymous. So you can't see who they are, you can't take action against them, you can't complain about them. I mean, I have been banned, I think, in more discourse than perhaps anyone on earth. And one thing that I find interesting is a lot of times actually when I'm banned, I will appeal the ban. And sometimes people will be like, I get banned all the time without any warning. Well, there's a reason why they have warnings. It's like, hey, we think that you're advertising or something like that. But no, instead it's were in good graces with them, and then all of a sudden you're done. And I feel like, hey, you could have warned me. And so I'll say in my appeal, like, please talk to the moderator who banned me and tell them that they could give somebody a warning because of this. And many times that's when I get like a full-on permanent ban. For the rest of my life, because some random individual in 2024 or 2023 or 2022 who might not even be in the Discord anymore assumes that I was advertising and then wants to ban me. It's absolutely ridiculous. You get a permanent ban for life. I don't understand that. So I
You say facts, bro.
right. It's just how I feel. It's in my experience.
Okay, so that's just that. They're like they're sensitive, right? If you like you said, power trips. If they're sensitive, they have power trips.
Right. And it's a very large server. And so I understand that they go through a lot of shit. But in such a large server, that's where you have warnings. That's where you have a lot of moderators who can warn people before it's just, you're done. And another interesting thing to me is that I was streaming in there for like 3 months before, 24/7. Never an issue. But then all of a sudden it became an issue. I didn't do anything differently. Why wasn't it an issue 3 months ago? Why is it an issue now? And what ends up happening is just, I've heard it happen many times. You get two people who are like, or one person who's just like, what's this person always doing streaming? And then somebody will be like, oh, I don't know. They're always in there when I see them. And then somebody will just be bored and be like, well, why don't we ban them? And then it's like, okay, well, and then a moderator is like, yeah, well, if you guys want me to ban them, I'll ban them. And then they ban you. And it's like, it all happened because of one random ass person. This happened to me very recently in a very big server known as Beamology. It had 700,000 people on it. And I was in there for 2 days, and one guy just added me and said, yo, do you know you've been streaming here for 2 days? It's like, dog, that's nothing. I've been live at Aiden Ross's stream for like 6 months. And then all of a sudden I got banned. And I said to the guy who added me, I'm like, hey, dude, just so you know, thanks for that. It got me banned. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you brought attention to me that you didn't like me streaming in there, or at least you found the behavior odd, and that triggered a moderator to ban me for life, permanently. He's like, oh man, is there any? He was really, really nice. He was like, is there anything I could do? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Like, just, I was just bored and making a comment. Like, yeah, I understand. People don't realize that the system that's currently in place of just banning someone permanently is somewhat too hard. I mean, I almost feel like you should have to get a warning or something like that uh, to be able to change your behavior. Because how do you know if you're doing something wrong if you don't get warned about it?
True. So I was work today.
I don't. You know, oh,
Yeah, I think
I do when I need to, but yeah. I mean, also Sunday. So normally I wouldn't work on a Sunday either. I don't work on a week. Um, but yeah, I know if I need to work, I'll pick up a project. But if I'm doing okay financially, I don't work. And I,
if you don't mind me asking,
I'm comfortable right now because I made a good amount of money this summer, and I can live on that till perhaps into next year. And then a lot of times I don't want to say I'll turn down work, but people will come to me, they'll see the previous work that I've done for people, and they will offer me, thousands of dollars to work on a project for them. So, like an example, I know, like I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency or a cryptocurrency, actually multiple cryptocurrencies, and I am live in their Telegram. So a lot of random people come into the Telegram and are like, "Hey, you're always in here." I'm like, yep, and they understand that I live stream my life, and then I'm very good with social media. And a lot of times, guys are just wanting to start a cryptocurrency. So um, they have the developer to be able to do everything on the back end, but they don't know how to market it. And so, depending if it's a friend of mine, I'll do it for hundreds of dollars. If it's a random client, it'll be thousands of dollars. And basically, I can make thousands of dollars in 48 hours. And the way that I do it,
And that's how you use the cryptos through that.
yeah, they give me crypto as well. In addition, I mean, there's a community that just they give me cryptocurrency, and so I've got a nice wallet. I'm not even including that what I make. I mean, I make money, U.S. dollars, from these companies. So or these projects. So what they'll do is they will they'll be like, hey, will you market our coin for us? And I'll say, sure. So what I do is I create 20 different social media accounts for them. Everything from a Gmail account to a YouTube account to a Twitch account to a TikTok account to a Flickr account to a Snapchat account to a Rumble account, Kick account. I'll create Instagram accounts for them, a Facebook account for them, a Facebook group for them. I will create Discord accounts for them, create a Discord for them. Basically, I have packages that I give to people, but generally, I think there's like 20 different of the mainstream social media platforms that are out there. So then what I do is I use AI to create some videos for them to market their coin. So I just generally like create a cool short little clip with a really popular song behind it, and then post that on all of their social media that I've created. And within a week, they have gone from not being found on the internet to having every top position when you Google their name. So, for instance, like let's say you wanted a coin that was just a Mike coin. Okay, great. And I would say, all right, are you sold on the name Mike coin? Yep, I want that coin. That's my coin. Okay, great. So then I will find one name, one username that works on all the different platforms. So Mike coin, or let's say we can't get Mike coin on everything. So then we'll find like MikeCoin.eth or the Mike coin or whatever it is, and we'll make sure it is unified on all the different platforms. And then when you type that in, my goal is that you are the top 10 results in Google. And I'll give people a link tree. I'll make sure that they have um, the website if they need. I mean, I go into website packages too. But yeah, just doing that for someone over the course of like, it takes me like 24 to 48 hours, yields thousands of dollars. And then on top of that, I get cryptocurrency just for people, from people who want to be nice people too. So I don't think, I mean, you never know what can happen, but I hope that I don't have to work until at least until perhaps next year sometime. In the meantime, I'll have someone who says, hey, I'm going to do for me what you did for the Mike coin, something like that. And we'll see what their budget is. And if it is something that I'm interested in and I want to go on, I'll hop on it. I don't say that I do every single project that people with which people approach me, but pretty open to doing just about anything to market people's coins. And then once these people have their coins marketed, they see an immediate impact of like 10x, 100x, 1000x, depending on the coin, because all these people start finding it in search engines and Instagram and YouTube and all that other stuff. And so it's a very good investment for them.
That's okay. I gotta ask one question when it comes to crypto ventures. How do you know like a lot of those are just gonna get fucked, right? Like, probably once you get so just getting fucked like a week after doing all that, right?
Yeah.
You acknowledge that, right?
Well, the ones that I've done have not surprised me. I've known the developers for them, and so they're long-term investors. I mean, I understand that many cryptocurrencies do have rug pulls, and I wouldn't be against helping one that was in their own way if they just said, look, this might be a rug pull, or it might be really successful. We don't know what's going to happen. All right, that's any cryptocurrency. But the ones that I've been with now for, I mean, like I've been live in one of their telegrams for more than a year and a half or so, and that one's worth $300 million, so it's certainly not a rug pull. Another one this summer is worth about $15 million. When I started with it, it wasn't anything, so that certainly wasn't a rug pull. And then I've done some for friends that I don't know if they ever at any point really had an opportunity to be really, really big, but they've gone to pretty close to $1 million. And it's just like one person on there. And so I've been fortunate. I haven't had any projects, at least of which I've been a part, that have been absolutely rough. But I do know this.
Yes.
Yeah.
At least you're honest. At least you're honest. Like projects are but at least you're like honest.
Yeah, I would. That's kind of the thing the game when it comes to cryptocurrency that at any given time you can get a whale who can come in and manipulate the market and then pull out. That can always happen. And I'm fine with still helping with kind of project. See, when people call these things rug pulls, that's fine. But I'm a very, very long-term investor. You hear me talk before. I talk about life and sensor technology, mind and body technology. I think every coin that's been a rug pull is potentially in the future going to be very successful. Every single one. And here's why. Because here's why. Up to a point, I think it would be a major, major successful point. Here's why. It's almost to me playing out perfectly as a point. Everybody who doesn't know anything about cryptocurrency sees the chart and they see a red candle and they assume it's a rug pull. But they don't see this for the long term investment. I see it like this. Haley Welch is a big time podcaster already. She's a social media phenomenon. And she's like in her early 20s right now. Wait till she's in her early 30s, her early 40s, her early 50s. And she's become the girl next door, which is made of quick little TikTok, or it was in a TikTok interview. And now she may be in a movie someday. She may have her own television show someday. And that cryptocurrency that everyone considered a rug pull back in the day may actually be very, very lucrative because it was essentially seen as a rug pull. So why not make it very, very successful?
I see what you mean. I can see where that's coming from.
Yeah, that's how the internet is. They love a comeback story, or the internet loves it, and they love Haley Welch, and so it makes a lot of sense to me that I mean it wasn't even like a giant rug pull. It was like to be expected. I think if you didn't know anything about cryptocurrency, then you would think, oh, okay, well, this is a really great investment, and then you put all your money into it, thinking that you're going to double or triple or quadruple it within a week or two, and then you're going to pull the rug on it. But no, if you're a long-term investor and you realize that cryptocurrency, if you give it 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you may see a 10x, a 100x, a 1000x from it. If you just give it time, it's an excellent investment, especially when you are insulating yourself from inflation and you realize that the United States dollar has 1/100th of the buying power that it originally did in 1950. You really start to realize that the dollar isn't that strong and that some of these cryptocurrencies do have the opportunity to be very strong, especially long term. I still think that they're good. In fact, if I was into buying cryptocurrencies, because I'm not, people just give them to me. But if I were into buying, I would buy Hawk 2 right now after it's already been rug. Why? Because I could get a ton of it for absolutely nothing and sit on it for 10 years and then it's worth something.
That is, you know what? I can see where you're coming from. But I feel like, I just feel like, I mean, I want to call these up. Let's write the information from.
Yep, I saw that interview and I've watched CoffeeZilla interviews as well. I think he does a great job in trying to find corruption in the cryptocurrency world. but I almost think that this could have been planned. So let's say we're just behind the scenes and you're the Haley Wilkes person. I say, look, Mike, we're going to start the mic. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to use all your social media to get everybody to know about it, and we know that it's going to be a rug. We know that we're going to get some whales in there who are just going to give a huge market cap and then have that market cap collapse within a short amount of time. But guess what? Everybody's going to know about our cryptocurrency. And then from there, we ensure that we hold on to our bags for 5 or 10 years. And over time, it's going to continue to grow. We keep buying more and more of it as much as we can. And as Haley Welch becomes a bigger figure in the investment world or in the social media world as an influencer, Bitcoin will continue to have power. And just like you, I would say the same thing with you. So, Mike, we would say you're going to be a really big influencer for the next 10, 20, 30 years. Plan for this rug pull. And all you have to do is for a few weeks take some of the backlash. But the thing is, everybody's going to write about our coin. Right? Before this was a woman who, or even girl, college girl or whatever, who didn't have a lot of money, didn't have a lot of education, and basically had 15 minutes of fame. Well, what's the next thing that she did? Then she started a podcast. Okay, that gave her 16 minutes of fame. All right, well, now she had a rug pull. That gives her 17 minutes of fame. It is prolonging her career at this point, and I think that's a smart strategy. So, if I were someone to invest in cryptocurrencies myself, I think that talk to a coin still has a lot of opportunity. People just haven't given it a long-term analysis. I look at it like this. Have you ever had something in your house that is basically like junk? Like, I don't know, an old lamp or an old phone or just something that you don't consider valuable. Have you ever had something like that?
Something I want to say now. I have trading funds.
Perfect example. Perfect example. All right, so you got trading cards, and maybe you bought them within the last 10, 20 years, and maybe they've gone up in value, maybe they've gone down in value. Okay, fine. But look at them when they are 50 years old, 100 years old. Eventually, they get to a certain level where they become antiques. And once something becomes an antique, then it has extreme value. And your trading cards will have extreme value. And so will cryptocurrency. So will NFTs. A lot of people say, "Oh, I bought this NFT for thousands of dollars, and it's worth pennies now." And then they sell it. It's the dumbest thing you can do. Hold on to that NFT for as long as you can, because it will be seen as digital art. And the fact that it was a 2024 NFT will give it value in 20 years or 30 years. It'll be one of the earliest NFTs that are ever available. And that's, to me, it's the somewhat like an antique philosophy in the same way that assets age, they go up in value if given enough time. And then you get into, they become of extreme wealth once they become artifacts. They move from antiques to artifacts. In the crypto world, 10 to 20 years will make these things go from antiques to artifacts. So that's how I feel on the matter. And that's anybody who thinks that a rug pull has occurred with the Hawkwood coin or sister coins. I think they're just looking at it over the course of the past 2 months. And I look at it over 2 decades. I still wouldn't give up on that coin.
So it's long-term investment
Absolutely.
for you.
As it should be. And look, if anybody wants to make a quick buck, well, then there are ways to do it within cryptocurrency, but it's a lot easier to have major gains if you have the opportunity to hold on to it for a long period of time. What game are you playing?
I guess you're more Actually,
And that makes me the ultimate holder. People love me because they know that if they give me their coins, I won't sell it. And the fact that I won't sell it means that I'm a diamond hand holder. Basically, I am a valuable person to have their coin because I'm a long-term investor. And that means that when people look at their coin and see how many holders that they have, they see that these holders hold on to it for a long period of time. I'm the best kind of investor that they can find.
it might have Naruto's more it's a fighting game. They don't tell it's
Okay.
Finding really matters to the whole situation. Yeah. Whether you go just that's the topic. Just one. Since you're having all that stuff. Yeah, I want something for I also just remembered we have to talk about the color, so I can talk about rules and the same time. This is your record. Sort of talk the same. No. Eric Rosen is actually a close friend of five of those, and he just so happens to be not just a chess streamer, but we talked about flying home. He stayed at my he took my wedding photos. I flew him to New York and paid for all this stuff just to hang out with my wife and I. It's a damn bonus to the sun. So, but he was yeah. He's a good friend of mine. Now into chess boxing. Chess boxing is a really fascinating sport where you're boxing, you're chess, and you're friends. You're a chess game with fast. That segment itself lasts for a couple of minutes. They put the board away and pause the clock when it's time to use the box for a minute. And that keeps going on. I don't know how it works in terms of the time of firing. In fighting, there's judges that tell you how the fight will go. Right? Here, I don't know who wins and how. Do you win? You might knock out. You can win checkmate when they're clocked to run out of the chess. Is there a round limit? Does it just go on and on and on and on? You know what I mean? Yeah, I thought it's like, so that's the thing. They will teach you to get, and there's a lot of people who are just box YouTubers, box, and they just box, no chess. You have to box each other. Like Paul, for example, you have people. Yeah, so, okay. Like, completely different guys like you mentioned. Yeah, Jake Paul would be a fun guest, but he's obviously he's legitimate boxing. Best players is never going to learn to box at that level. All of us are basically from zero. And a lot of women talk to me about say, hey, how would you feel about leaving a just boxing? Hey, yeah, when is it going to be? 5 months from now. I've always wanted to train combat. I've weightlifted, I've cardio-lifted, nothing shows. Yeah, but yeah, I would enjoy it. I just have a really bad low back, and that makes a lot of it difficult. But I said, screw this. I'm going to contact people and one of them, the guy emailing back and forth, I actually wasn't using videos, but he was the first one. And he's, come in, come to classes, and see what you do. So first I did conditioning, which is fighting conditioning. It feels you. It's a completely different type of conditioning. But I felt good, and I really wanted to do that. And in July, I've been training for these weeks. But I get pretty good. I love lower back, feels good. Lower, everything feels good. Because you see what you're saying is going to fuck up your car. The easy training, I'm not fighting.
go there, I do personal training. I don't do a group class. I'm not fighting. I'm fighting the bag. I'm doing shadow boxing. My form is improving, but I haven't been punched. I get hit in the stomach. I get hit in the side with kicks. Nobody's punched me in the face yet. So I think the girls were adequately concerned about that, and there was not some ridiculous amount of money on the table. So that is just not worth pursuing.
How does the crowd come?
Well, it's impossible. People ask me all the time, who would you fight? People are like, Andrea Botes will kick your ass. That's a tough one because I can't do it by myself. But a woman who I'm larger than, and so I just have to take the elegance anytime a woman is
winning.
Right, exactly. So I've lost both Botes, Andrea Botes, and a friend with all the chess creators.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, I guess.
Hypothetical fight.
They
Training. Yeah, Andreas.
This event that I was hypothetically the main event at first. Yeah. It was out. Yeah. No, I knew once I declined like Eric that I was not I knew I knew it was going to be the main event because I was kind of off the board for guys. So I'm on hand with like just go on. The jail boxing event will happen in December. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm on hand with them. Also, jail boxing. Guys, of course, my friend is international master from England. I think he's done some boxing a little bit. The commentator, Brad guy. Like, yeah. Funny because they started, Lawrence put out some videos and I went, yeah, I think it. But I mean, you're right for sure. There's so many things you are taking seriously.
Trying to kind of affect the rest of your life.
It hasn't changed.
I think taking combat is very cool. There's negative cost. There's a couple of big marathon runners, so it's really much better.
Did you have root over on this?
It's a
Oh,
I mean, yeah, we can dash for them, but it's not what you think.
yeah, I got you.
You ever watch?
Do I what?
Did you ever watch Naruto?
No.
No, it's a pretty good show. It's like 11,000 episodes.
Oh wow, shoot.
Yeah, it's not fucking One Piece, One Piece, like 2007. One Piece, like, you just go into adventures and stuff, so after that.
Very cool.
Did you ever like watch TV?
No, they didn't have YouTube when I grew up, so I watched a lot of TV. Generally American television, starting with like Cosby Show, Cheers, All the Girls, moving into things like Seinfeld, Frasier, Friends, and into like The Office, Parks and Recreation, also like Sex and the City, The Sopranos. Um,
So classic channels.
yeah, definitely. In addition to like I Love Lucy and MASH, Gilligan's Island, all those kinds of shows. So I've watched a lot of television. What I haven't watched a lot of is anime. I don't know if people consider Family Guy anime, if it's like a cartoon.
That's it. Yeah, that's animation.
Yeah, exactly. What's the difference between anime and animation?
Art style.
All right. I would say that it's like, um, and so The Simpsons and Family Guy, I watch a lot of, especially
Oh,
Family.
wait, no. That's like, okay, the Simpsons, the Family Guys, the adult American Dad, that's called adult animation.
Okay, well that's what I watch. And
I love those shows.
I was watching Family Guy earlier today. And then like when it comes to anime didn't really come wasn't a major player in the United States until around I would say 2005. maybe 2000 with like Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z and that kind of stuff, but I was already too old for that. And so when people ask me, what's your favorite anime? I say, well, if you count Family Guy and The Simpsons and stuff, I guess that. But if most of the time they're like, no, Japanese anime or Asian anime or something, then I say,
I got one of your shows. You have Netflix, right?
I, I get it. I mean, whatever the show, you're going to have movies and they have it.
Yeah, that's called such a good show. I most
It's, say, is it
yeah, you know.
Yeah. I was just kicked out of the server earlier today.
You play for the Russians?
No, I was just in the community. Like I'd love to really get into a game, but I have to fear that if I do, I won't pay attention as much to my streams and all those other things. So I do my best to. Well, I run into some issues. I have gamed. I played Fortnite and some other things on stream. Um, Generally, the computers that I have aren't super fast. I would rather personally have 10 different devices than one really good gaming one. So I've made that sacrifice. Now I could go and buy one, but even still, run into some issues in the game, especially depending on the audience or the people who participate and the language they use. That you can get in trouble for that, um, and there's no way to really get yourself out of it. So, say for instance, we're playing a game and somebody just comes in and starts saying some things that you're not allowed to say on Instagram or you're not allowed to say on YouTube. I can get in trouble for that. So then I have to leave the game, and I don't have as much control over it. I'm just, generally, I do my best to keep costs to a minimum, so I don't want to have just recurring subscriptions to gaming. So I do play. I play a game, a couple games actually, with some friends here just about every night. Not every night, but just about. And we just play like miniature golf on using this app, and then we'll also play card games and stuff. I mean, really, the games that I like to play are pretty simple. I like chess. I like Go. I like simple board games. They don't have to be super complicated to me. And then the other games that I like. Truthfully, I've said this to myself. I'm not going to game until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. When Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, I'll live on that device.
Oh God, yeah.
Right. I figured that. Nevertheless, I'll get the newest Xbox that I need, and I'll get everything else that I need to be able to play that. And so I I've played them all. I've beaten them all. I've even beaten some of them, at least one, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I have played. Yeah, I have it online. The computer that I had that I used, which I used that, went down on me. It was so, um, which was an older computer. But yeah, I mean, I played that online. I run into issues too. I mean, unless you want to spend like thousands of dollars on one device uh, to ensure that it has all of the latest specs, all of the latest video cards and everything, it's very difficult to multi-stream. So basically, to stream what you're showing while you're doing all the video, it just causes lag, slows things down, and I get frustrated with that. I really like sport. Oh yeah, definitely. Um, I run into issues. Um, well, I should say I really like sports games. So like Madden, football games. I like 2K. I like FIFA. Those are my games. Um, but I just they they stick me with as much time as I spend, and like I basically make everything about them. I don't really do. I know how addicted I can get on things, and I don't know if that happened.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I don't play games. Like, when I play a game, it has to be good. And then if it's good, I just bet. Like this game, I have this game. Minecraft. Like, I just don't think.
Right.
So if the game catches,
Right. And I already know Grand Theft Auto 6 is
I'm excited.
insane. When is it supposed to come out?
Oh, there's no release date. The only release date that Apple stuff is they don't really quiet about this.
Super cool. Have they even
Now, dude, so this one day I got the leaks out. The game wasn't.
right?
The game was not polished. There was a bunch of bugs. Like, yeah,
Right. I'm thinking 2026 is
which is really crazy because that's going to be like
ridiculous. That, look, when I was a kid, Grand Theft Auto came out every single year, and you'd almost be like, I'm not done playing the, and then the new one would come out. I remember getting Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I had 100% completion on that. Grand Theft Auto 4, and then Grand Theft Auto 5 came out a few years later, and then all of a sudden, or well, I guess there was San Andreas, but then all of a sudden, nothing for 15 years, and they're just living off of online mode. Ridiculous.
that's proper. It's proper. I had glitched the fucking we had some consoles. It was impossible. So me and my friends talked about this, but we became overpowered. And this is this. Growing up. Now my brother's.
It's
Yeah.
station.
He's working. So he like gets in the trucks. He's telling us. First person. Like, wait. He's not happy. Nope. He actually just left.
The other thing that has prevented me from really getting into this is, like I've said, I get banned for all kinds of reasons, and especially on Xbox, like you can't get banned that many times, or you have to keep paying for it. I mean, like then you have Xbox Live. If your Xbox Live gets banned, then you're going to get an IP ban. Then you have to create a new account. Then it's more money for a new Xbox Live account. It,
It would be so like Xbox.
yeah, I mean, and I just take a lot of shit from my and so people just like, and just I initially people initially just be like, oh, who is this person? They'll Google me. They'll see that I'm live streaming. Sometimes they'll think I'm live streaming them without their consent, and I can get banned. There's just a lot of things that for which you can get banned on the internet. But the one that's really worried me is Xbox Live because you can't keep creating accounts with that. You need like different credit cards and all kinds of other things, and it's just I do yeah. 6. Well, yeah, I mean, I do have a lot of accounts on Discord, and like I have more social media. Crap, and, I have 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 300 Twitch accounts. I have 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts and over 10,000 Tik accounts. So when it comes to creating accounts, if I know you can create multiple accounts using the platform, I will. But Xbox and PlayStation, you can't do that, or it's not as easy to do that. This is the game, so it's like, well, back in the day, there's a game called Tekken that this reminds me of. It's like three-dimensional fighting. Yeah, it's like three-dimensional fighting. Very good. Yep. Super fast. Yeah.
And the other thing is that there's a head problem. Like, you have to take that stuff seriously, especially if you're doing sparring. Still, some of those stuff, celebrities, I don't know why it's freaking exciting. Right? I don't know why. Like, there's something. Well, I always said, Hikaru and Magnus did a boxing event that I was the co-main event of them. And when I moved, was Magnus said anything about it? Like, a bunch of stuff. Well, first of all, he's been commentating. The love with him. So he kind of said, oh, because the past, my level of chess is not to run my chess and physical with him. I think he's talking about it. So rabbi, that'd be a good one, man. That'd be good one. Magnus.
Yeah, as many as I can get hands
I
on.
think Magnus is in metaphysical shape.
Yeah, as many as I can get my hands on.
Well, I think Hikaru was very interesting.
No, I'm dead
I don't
serious.
think he did get out of that. Like, I don't think he did good at it. I would think Hikaru goes nuts.
Legendary perhaps I have. I really like LSD. My favorite drug is probably LSD. I have not. Something I've always wanted to do. Oh, of course. Did you talk to aliens or whatever?
then I think I would just go crazy and take off and not be able to waste some time.
No, I don't even know what it was. There was a time where you could, I'm not sure you still can, but you'd buy designer drugs online. And I thought, that's how I got into cryptocurrency actually, was that's how you had to buy drugs on the dark web. And so I would buy drugs on the dark web and they'd be shipped to me from like Amsterdam. And there's this one drug that I did that I, I, so what was it? It was like 5-MeO. It wasn't 5-MeO DMT, but it was like 5-MeO something or a version of that. Just some designer drug. And this shit really fucked me up. Meaning, it put me on the bathroom floor for more than a day, and I could not move. And it was just, it was like paralyzing. And I remember I just saw like geometric shapes, and it was just one of the worst trips of my entire life. So it really made me realize I can't just take whatever I find. I should be really careful and probably go with the standards. So, but I've microdosed, I've fucking macrodosed on psilocybin and um, LSD. LSD is my favorite. It's super cheap. It's super easy to do. It's super easy to carry, and like if you needed to go somewhere with it, um, it's like to me the best drug. You don't. I mean, I understand if like you've got something going later today, well then you don't want to do LSD. But if you don't have anything for the next 48 hours, an LSD trip can change your life.
I feel like I don't know if we're going to make custom games to share. I think something yes.
No, at least not the acid that I've ever done. I've done a lot of acid before, and the best I've ever felt physically was doing it. I remember this like immense amount of pleasure that went up my spine, into my spinal cavity, into my um, like I could feel it going from the very tip of my spine, rising all the way up to essentially my neck, and then into like the reptilian part of my brain, and just I've said to the people who were there, I don't think that you can feel any better than I feel right now. And it was just the best feeling I've ever had. It was wonderful.
So that can also make me my sisters so that like ready.
That's amazing.
I used to give a lot. I used to give a lot of that. It's my favorite. Well, I mean, it's good. Veterans are good. It's just
Right.
like, yeah, I'm just now I just want to go.
Generally, if I'm going to do drugs, I like to stay in, just so because I know I'm safe and nothing will happen to me. Not to say I haven't been out and about when I do it. Um, like I, yeah, I mean, like I'll go out and smoke on camera, like at the little park by my house, and but I don't want to. I don't want to be on like an LSD trip for a long period of time, just because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I remember I was taking like 3 pounds once. That's so you think acid, big acid. Sit it up.
No, it wasn't drug related. It started with me. Well, I had a dream, like a really powerful dream. I don't know how it happened, but this was like almost 4 years ago, and it was like uh, um, there was some rabbinical colleagues of mine came to me in a dream, and were like, "You're gonna be the most famous person in the world. You're gonna be the wealthiest person in the world. You're gonna live stream your life for the rest of your life, like the Truman Show." And I remember, like, there's all kinds of really specifics about the dream. Now, has everything in the dream come true? No. So it could have just been a powerful dream that I had, but I would, um, I just did what they told me to do in the dream. I don't want to say what they told me to do, but like basically, um, like 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 interesting things. Like I would go, um, after work, I would go and pick golf balls. Well, like something in the dream that happened was I I was gonna go to become a member of Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, and I did. And they told me like all this stuff that was gonna happen. Like I'd never been able to straighten my drive. I always had like a really bad slice, and they told me exactly what I needed to do. And I have all this footage of me on the tee hitting just perfectly straight balls every single time, and it was just like wild. And just like little things that I remember from this dream, I would utilize in my life, and that's basically like I remember it was like there was stuff that was in the dream that would come true, but it wouldn't come true until later on. Like what? Like I remember there was something in the dream that was like there's gonna be a. I remember it was just like this. It was like chatbots that you use online, and I remember being like, yeah, they suck. And they were like, yeah, well, there's going to be a chatbot in the future with AI would basically be perfect. And that's what ChatGPT turned out. And like a few other predictions that were made that I've been able to like see come to fruition. As everything has come to fruition, but some weird things, there've been weird synchronicities. And like most of my dreams, I normally don't remember, and I still remember a lot of this. Like this is a dream that sticks out in my head. And so I basically like it was just like a conversation that I had in a dream that put some things together for me. I mean, I'm in tech, and it was like, all right, do you know that like there was a gold rush? Yeah, and there's like the Rockefellers of petroleum. Yeah, all right, well, you are essentially going to be the Rockefeller of data. And you know that data is Earth's number one resource. And with all of that, I thought, okay. And I've just basically lived my life very similarly to how I had this dream. Do I have those dreams anymore? No, I think I maybe had one or two ever before I started this. And here I am now, 3.5 years later, and I grow every single day. I get new people in here every single day. And I remember how it said that I was going to go viral. And it was, believe it or not, in a Wall Street Bets Discord, which I didn't even know was a Discord when I originally had this stream. But it's a Wall Street Bets Discord. Like I'm live in there right now. Basically, I created a robot. If anybody ever kicks me out of that Discord, it lets me back in. And I think somebody from there is interested in what I do, perhaps. And then they're going to share it. And if it shares in the right circle, it can go viral. Now, do I know this for a fact? No, it was a dream, just like any dream that I have. It could all not be true, but there was like a step-by-step plan that I kind of envisioned, and just about everything has gone pretty similar to that plan.
So you have like you have
Yeah.
yes,
And they don't. To my knowledge, they don't even know.
heavy. Honestly, I just love that. Just like effective nutrition. I think that's good. Yes, but I think we definitely underestimate the fact of on just bleeding out of your nose or something like that. It's no joke. I can't implant anticipating the first day actually before I did. Even now, I take a hard step. Not with the I mean, I had to do 3 minutes, and when I did it, like I had flat form because my arms were tired, and I hit with my fingers instead of my knuckles, my hands. Yeah, and I didn't realize what I was hitting. Only today it was unbearable. I can't imagine. No, I mean, I guess it's different things. Of course, your skin gets tougher. So the head is a weird one. It's not even the again, it's good. The brain is a weird thing. It's not hurt. Yeah, it's the damage to your life manifests itself 20 years later. Because we all die. It's like great hope. I guess it's about boss. It's super interesting. Playing a lot of boss different levels. You have a video called The Advanced Chess Bots Are Terrifying. So what's the difference between playing bots? You mentioned the Nelson bot. Yeah. Versus Clean Out. I think favorite. So like there's a style to those. What's the difference between bots playing? A lot of people prefer playing bots because they have anxiety from it. It's a very legitimate thing. A lot of beginners they don't like live chess. They get nervous, anxiety, get close to your highest ever rating, panic. That was me too. That was me. But now, specifically bots, they're somehow more reliable. Yeah, I don't know. It's a big thing. It's a big thing. The popularity of that video shows that people enjoy watching play chess bots. So, how could I demystify it? Those bots are all the same class. You could just program a bot to make a state at a certain moment. Program a bot to spend less time on it. And it's got sophisticated enough that you can basically program it to play at whatever more or less level that a human plays on. I'll play at 1800 level. So it's programmed to throw in mistakes. The problem is, this is why all beginners do not play bots. Because bots are programmed in the following way. Beginner bots are like literal zombies. They have no understanding whatsoever. They will literally lose all their pieces, but they won't lose all their pieces to make mistakes with beginners. Beginners actually know how to start a game. They just struggle the first 8, 9. The mistakes are very different than bots. Bots make completely outlandish types of mistakes that you can not pick up in terms of a pattern standpoint. There's no actual human play like that. You know, that comes to the opposite side of the board for no reason. You can take, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's completely different. And the problem extends further. games, and one of the parameters I was told is how long it gets to think about and how that affects the grade. I did that a little bit because that's a tricky one. I'm sure people know how to do that well, but it's tricky. I'm sure to understand. It must be more than that. Like it's also interesting to think about like control complex objects, but it's probably better control complex objects not with training. The time for moves probably better. But the craziest thing is I did that a couple of my devs were helping me with scaling my courses with better stuff than we found. So essentially, we've done a lot of different experiments with software, which I'm happy to do here. And software's maybe losing more than seconds for this guy. That's a still big thing, but that's crazy. If you can't react to the car stopping in front of you, you're that fast. Yeah, so the reason I was doing that is because I have a very large test field, so tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people going on at the same time. You know, like, think of the movement about it, that people do, it does damn good. Basically, the lowest cost. So, yeah, it's very cool. Now, as far as I know, I don't understand that the case. Stockfish, the stockfish will really side of the search. As far as I know. Yeah, this is where it took the discovery and evaluation. Discovering the foods and then the way it's looked forward and then evaluate the position. That Matthew Sadler, the game changer about Alpha Zero. Yeah, that he that's the way what did that make you feel when you first saw it? I didn't have any sort of existential thoughts. I enjoyed watching it destroy openings that were good. And that experiment, though, does have caveats in the sense that I think Alpha Zero was playing with full tank servers. The stock was just people. They weren't playing since yeah. But also talked about
You take care of it, dog. Adrian, come back when you have more time.
Again, from that perspective.
Yeah, don't come back.
Take care, Mike.
It's incredible. They won. Well, I just want to make it so like without any training so only do self-play. That's it's like as a child learning, somewhat nothing and becoming that's what we think of when we think about intelligence. So the fact that it's able to play itself and the best playing the one that it can go with all kinds of games is just incredible. And obviously that inspired the model of Stockfish. So obviously kind of self-play methods. Somebody on Reddit asked a pretty interesting question. I don't know if you have an issue to it. What makes a chess move quote unquote human? As you are someone else with much as you are someone working in the AI, this idea of human motion is incredibly interesting. Especially since most defense relies on technical computing. I think since children being born right now, as you mentioned, training their whole life, they start to see the game. The first people that are a cheater who play like edge. There also seems to be a discrepancy, especially the left about like what appears to be a not. He also says things like, quote, if you were a normal player, normally, quote, you are a normal player, I would think you were cheating. But since it's bad for this, I don't know how magnets is great for the two of us to tell match about once you know, maybe three groups, one, 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 attention, one, two. There's much question there. So one thing that I like to say is sometimes in a chess game, moves for an opening was so ridiculous that if a viewer played, I would think I was your chess game. But when Magnus plays it, oh wow, it's very different. So they mix up this quote with another quote, which is, if I'll be explaining something, oh, if you're the engine says one of your opponents plays like this, report them for human. That if you said, oh, human can't play like that, but because it's an engine move, but Magnus, so it's kind of what an interesting levels of humor and insight there. The difference between human move and engine, and what an engine move is I think two things. Number one, a computer move is outlandish in its concept and its and the best example that I can think of that is you gave 100 grandmasters in position, and really is the best position, like you would nothing, but an overwhelming amount of them was position to evaluate everything they know about the chess, which is relatively similar, but slightly invalid, skill level, and they would come up with sample sizes of 2 or 3. And in goes the computer with a fucking haymaker. And suddenly everybody goes, oh, everything we know about chess is gone up. They all start looking at them and they know what's the best one. Now they start adding the evidence behind the verdict, as opposed to getting the verdict while first looking at the evidence. So the concept of it and the idea of it is so outlandish based on a certain type of position that you can't grasp it. You have to continue to play the engine to tell you what the variation. A move is only good if its tension is good. That's the way chess works. So the move is good because the computer has seen the various branches of the also bring all that back, and no human could have even conceptualized that initially. But the second thing about computer moves is they look always good. So that's a you might be in a position where it looks like the band of the position or ABC. And then the computer is like, no, it's not, because I've seen way more than possible. I don't know emotions. So like dumb moves really introduce. Yes. And oftentimes too. And this is constantly a lot of people around us having these answers. And there are the reasons that like even Fabiano Caruana podcast yesterday basically saying it's beyond my out of my league. What's that? What kind of your league you play for the World Championship? Yeah, we could do this either one, right? Is it possible to have that much for league? Is there like different kinds of genius, like where one you could be out of maybe. In the case of Magnus is understanding event. Just somehow he understands that aspect of the game, the complexities and problems better than anything else. It came back to core or rules that don't fit what your gut says. So it's not that you need to be the right. You just might not even consider them because of both your own information. Even if that was what was going on in game 6. You kept doing things, kept playing, kept finding play. Wasn't human and computers developed. You can't pay attention. You wouldn't have been. It would depend. Jan lost that game in 90s. Psychologically, he thought the game was over, so that contributed to it. So by the time this podcast comes out, like that, the next one of them happen. Let's see if it and how does this sound soccer? Let's look in 3 months. By the time we get to the national championship, what are the options? What are the prospects? Let's imagine. I'm not saying that's the problem. What are the options? Chess.com or sports tool or grease tool or whatever, come up with a huge amount of evidence. huge there, right? Without clear evidence. Is the book. So all of those, right? That's pretty. So like that stuff we're talking about now, that stuff kind of intuitive substantial evidence. There's statistical evidence behind the multiple games that he's played in 2020, 2021, where if the games match what's called engine correlation more than any other top masters combined. But that can be argued is because he was very strong at playing propositions. There's always that argument against it, right? There's the fact that the guy from Mac is name dropped. Maxime Kluge. Kluge is a house grandmaster, president of the Chess Federation. I played him in some games. It turns out I wasn't even fully aware of the extent of this. He has been banned just the top for cheating. Have they actually have paid with how actually was? Yes. That was why he name dropped them, right? That's also not good. See where this is getting. Still don't have a physical proof. Smoke. So I don't know how this ends. I don't know if he denies it to death and he ends up filing some sort of legal action, ethics complaint, or he does that. I don't know. Well, no matter what, I hope this fight suggests or not, it's so strong. That's what I keep saying. It's under fire, right? I don't think even will just have too much passion. I don't think so. At the end of the day, chess is a game. It is a game played by throughout history, and nations basically all work. So, like, there's a lot that work is. Look at just dude running on the hockey's thing. It's also much more than that. It's also nations. Uh, so, like, in a way, doesn't involve violence. And seriously, and it's the thing that it's violence. And it's testing ground for intelligence systems that mentioned. They call it, as I should know. I mean, lots of really, I don't know if there's other lessons like you play phone with yourself, fast, you watch stockfish, rockfish, you know, video, you should check it. You know what I want. The big title stock. That was the experiment. I didn't really. So I made them work. So it worked. I do it. Well, they will always move around. So engines don't get to play each other from a beginning position because they're especially the same. Like the 15, like, I don't think one side will ever beat the other. To play a certain opening position, according to just theory, it's interesting ways into how they evaluate. One of the ways that it played against Wimbledon was absurd. Like, it's just simply black sacrifices pawns as early as 6, which is a borderline complete without precision, and then both sides saw that the only way white was able to use that material was to give it back and stabilize the opposition. Black just got a crazy attack. It was crazy. They drew them. So I'm also going to think that they get each other in either bad openings or like something like gambits. Looking at something like that. And the way I'm going to do this is basically say which chess gambits are the best. The way I'm going to do that is theoretically the engine should be able to beat the gambit. Because the gambit very rarely less than it. So if the computer does that gambit, that means it's good. That means it's not. If we lost the gambit, but if it draws, despite getting that early disadvantage, then the gambit is very reliable. Like, that's a good way to evaluate. Yeah. What's the best? What's your favorite? Or what openings do you like? There was an opening that got me back into stress enough to connect with 3
years. And I went to my friend's house. He had a book by Larsen, a Danish grandmaster called The Commandant Defense, which is right. Show this is the you play all this. I have to do that. Yeah, we developed. I looked at the business. I said, what causes it? Okay, the development, just the development matter. Yeah, so from here the development goes into the variation. So this is the Commandant. Two balls in the center. So that's called the Briar variation, which looks like this thing. Two balls in the variation. And then that's good. Yes. Here, and now you have to decide what you're going to do with your center point. Push is your defense. And push change towards the defense. Right. So that's the take is just stay straight. But pushing is considered the best. Advancing and taking that space away. So I think Alpha Zero or Slash is probably. And now there's different buttons. The main line or the sideline. Main line is what's the most popular played at all levels. Here, I played this a lot. But for beginners, intermediate players, this is where I love to focus. On move 3, black already has plus, which is crazy. Not supposed to happen. There's this very tricky second spot, which is undermined the better 90. Take my 3 pawn, but destabilize both of them can hang. And is it a wide plus 4? Because you're susceptible to destabilization. Yes, because people at 99% of the rating ladder do not understand how to deal with what's coming. They don't know how to deal with a structural attack. So would stop this strategy? No, it would take the pawn and play the structure. Because I have to. Right. It would take the pawn and be like, right, win it back. And even if you did suffer, it would make you win it back in the most annoying way. Make your shoes together. And so I, as sponsors, I would say yes. That's but not at 99% of the rating level, which is fun. What would you like to play this? I played this against GMs. I played both. And what are the different ways it evolves? Like then the rest is evolved. So this is just like a pawn structure thing. Yeah, I mean, it gets people most open. So then you are from like 2 moves to 10 moves kind of thing? Yeah, you could be out of theory very, very basically on your own. You have a general idea of what you don't know. I mean, I know Carlo Contiac start to finish. So you know all the different branches. Yeah, I think I know every opening in chess, basically. I think most title players know every opening, but we don't know, we can't play it competitive. But what is one of the weirder openings that like slightly suboptimal with types? Like Magnus might play like he played something recently actually against the German prodigy Vincent Keimer, which was a specific move order in a very popular. So the position has been reached thousands of times. But the move order Magnus chose with white was played maybe like 5 time straight game. And it's supposed to be not beating allows black to beat black. What the black is doing for winning the game equalizing. Magnus says I don't care about you. I don't want my opponent to know the answer to the test. Yeah. Psychologically, yeah. He's in a weird position, but he also managed to intimidate. I wonder how many people, how much is that is when they're scared? And some of the top guys with time, you know, when you're in the 7th hour, you're playing Magnus. It's a very good feeling that when Magnus is messing around in the opening, it's very different than another person messing around in the opening. Expect for something to be there. Hopefully the translate is open.
answer appropriate Spanish classes. But like that is hilarious. It's really good. Pretty cool. They talked about how they well, their eyes suck, but I think that's critical to I think the degree is probably part of the engine that puts the better. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is if you face to face with things that are just it's not the same story. Not only it may be serious, just different. Because you're like, this is the way. Yeah, there's very few people. Yeah, so in hopefully we're talking about good eyes. Yeah, it's super. I think it's probably harder to do. Yeah. There's something in me I think about like excellence and determination that's terrifying. Like, I mean, it's like like fuck, this thing, there's something, and especially when you expose it to others. This I to be the one who they are that he yeah, just fuck you. Yeah, like I can say, like, get him back, get him back. Okay, like, so even if I'm not getting him back, the position is so bad, I give you full material on it. Like, it's terrible. Terrifying. It's like that transfers to the actual gentleman, like, because that place was just for people who are trying to get better at beginners or at any stage of their life, would like to get just what's my because they're going to trust it on top. Yeah. But on a serious note, you have to be prepared to win more than my mom gave me advice. 13 and I just discovered that I like. She said you're going to get a lot more no's like than yes. Then even had my wife actually her whole journey is quite fast paced. Paid rejection. It came with yes, various ghostings over the course of years. We got married and we love each other very much. So it's a wonderful tale, but it's the same in chess. You can lose a lot, and you have to be for adults. I noticed kids and adults learn chess very differently. Kids yell out in class; they're very excited. They don't they get something wrong. Adults never want to talk during lessons. They're afraid of being wrong. Adults will process correct answers with this is probably wrong, but like shut up, you're paying for a private lesson. This is the place to be wrong. So adults especially think that being dominant and career where they dedicate a lot of their brain power, a lot of their work ethic, a lot of their study time is going to translate to them. They don't have kids, they have kids, they can't be violent. Just studying just studying anything else. Anything. It could be argued for martial arts, I guess, but yeah, 100%. You have to have beginner's mind, something every aspect of the game, and study all the resolution stuff. And you will realize you get better without actually going to get better. I show up for boxing, but damn, my kids are better. Yeah. Do better boxing, but sensei goes, better than you got better. Brain just starts all together and study just with it. If you're going to study just for fuck's sake, this is the only activity where people go in going, well, who's who else wants to be a grandmaster? Nowhere else in my life have I ever seen someone try to think about how you want to top ranking the whole chess. You're right, but like for example, when I grappling sports, I see people come to the gym, basically have like how long like because you can't be like I mean grandmaster is cool. Yes, yeah. So people quickly realize our 10 pounds or 10 pounds or what we call grip to realize like okay, this is an art, this is a journey. And I think if you resent the lessons that family could teach you, that's like just relax. One of the things you have to learn, I suggest, is to know how to relax your body, your mind, and just like, well, like you said, like, don't resist relax, and your body, your mind, your mind, and probably add to that just a lot of hours ahead. Then on that mentioned chess podcast, and stuff, it doesn't, a puzzle is none of that. What matters is the number of hours you spend kind of stuff. Maybe like happen, like training, like thinking, really stuff. You know, you have madness, so you know, the number of hours you spend on stuff. Yeah, it's a mix. Right. I don't quite agree with Frank, but I think there's a lot of big learning. They play speed games. They just go over tactics. Yeah, I have to just go over tactics and get good next month. I used to tell my students to do 10 puzzles. And you need to get 100%. I don't care how long it takes. So I suppose that's kind of the suffering. But if you do 30 puzzles, you get 8 correct. What? What is that? Laughable. The correct amount of, was 29%. I don't know. 6%. You can't do that. You have to get things right. It's the only way to understand it. Requires, I think, people have to instruct it. Like, especially with the puzzle. I did a puzzle for an hour before because I was so stubborn. I didn't want to just do the wrong answer. Yeah, that was just useful. That's good. Maybe for me, at the same with blindfold shots. My blindfold skills I never practiced. I could visualize the movie quite well. I played, at most, I played 4 games blindfolded at the same time. That sucks. That just feels horrible and very natural. But like I can play 4 simultaneous games blindfolded. Yeah, what's that take to do that? I don't know. And I get asked that all the time. How do I good party trick. It is, yes. It is. The video of Max doing it in Columbus Circle on YouTube. Did it live. Although now I can't imagine how chaotic that was. Yeah, great party trick. Yeah. Oh, there is a Reddit thing. I have to ask that. But they asked me to ask them if they knew the wrong team. Yes. And then somehow he remembered. I don't know how that happened. I kind of presume that he figured out from the way the other person is moving that they move the wrong piece. You said, ups and downs, challenges. Also, you get back like on the internet. Sometimes it's difficult. What's been the lowest my career in my life? What career in my life? So I do that's push it. Yeah. How did you from the lesson how did you well, I will share anecdotes. One, I was maybe 2012, so I was 16 and a half, and I was living in a household situation where I thought nobody knew what was going on basically without sharing because what was going on exactly. And I confided in my grandmother. I was imagine living in a house where you basically feel like a prisoner. You don't want to interact with anybody in the house. You don't have to. Of course, this sounds extremely vague, and I just don't feel like exposing all of my entire family from the audience. But I lived this way for probably something like 8 months. I don't know, something ridiculous. It was a junior high school. I was supposed to take my SATs. That was the year I was supposed to finish up my portfolio for college. If you're one to get really a few months, it's a nightmare. It's like nightmare. And I don't know how we got through the time to buy. I listened to sad music and tried to spend as much time as possible. I would pretend to fall asleep at my friends' houses. Come to dinner, not just pretend to be asleep. It was just a grind. Yeah, it was a grind. I don't remember a whole lot from that period, just sort of finding what made me happy and trying to focus on it. And I was a teenager now, so I wasn't going away. I still had a roof over my head. I'm saying that it's better or worse than others, like I said, it's different. And actually, recently, this is much more on more or less whole lot of my wife. And I talked about this at first on stream, but essentially what happened was we had just been living in, we got into this apartment, it was very bad, but we were living in just a very apartment, high-rise apartment, safe. We didn't go high-rise because we had the police that got broken into. Not because of who I am, but because we suspected that people moving mattresses, they went, oh shit, two people live here, that's it. And basically, there was three apartments, there's a neighbor let in somebody that they didn't expect. The guy cracked their door open and was like, thank God that was the first day. Here's my wife. Did they know? Did they not know? I don't know. Everything happens for a reason. So there's that. Nobody heard. Yeah, they stole some couple of important things, but nobody was hurt. And cut the sorry. They moved it to Ohio. Yeah, and for safety, they're away from things. And somewhere, some months into it, I started hearing noises. It started in the morning, 7 a.m., or in the afternoon, and I picked up on it. I expected it every day for weeks. And it was driving me crazy. And I was like, okay, we're going to go have a civil conversation. Sounds like it. We go knock. Lady gaslit the shit out of us. I've never been gaslit that hard in my life. Probably our other neighbor, who's a boxer. Lady, you have kids. We can hear you through fence. We're talking to your kids. Went to the front desk of the building. Basically, over time, I just described it. It was back to the stubbornness that I decided we were leaving. We're going to live somewhere that we can't beat these people. There's nothing we can do. Right? And my wife, I dragged her around to a bunch of different people. Stuff that I was decided I was completely miserable. And we found a house, a nice house, and just moved away. House, standalone house. I could have neighbors, but we decided that we're gonna get a dog. We always wanted an animal, so we're gonna get a dog. So we get an absolute lunatic puppy. Just doesn't let us sleep at all. On top of everything else, mental health crisis going on. 8 years moving this house, I realized I fuck up. Like I realized that this whole thing was getting my head, and I don't want to. I don't want to leave. This could have all been avoided. And the heels, I didn't want to insist. Like not that it wasn't cool something, but it was the feeling. You want to just observe yourself from a distance, and I couldn't see. I thought my life was going to be there, and that's what anxiety does. It takes everything you do becomes dread, and that night for a good chunk of 2 weeks. And then we kind of settled down and decided like we're gonna live our about it, like we have to talk through it. Yeah, because she knows the level of badness. I don't know if you'll ever know, but I tried to tell her that. Yes, yeah, I'm not sure. I know, but yeah, I tried to. That was the darkest of that. All of that, I went on stream every day. I made YouTube videos every day. And I understood that I had a job to do, and I did it, and I talked about it here and there. But that was the worst I ever got because I learned that the emotions I experience are feels maybe I should. There's at a certain point, at the same time, we got to hang out with certain, especially in LA. They were like in the middle of nowhere, like a mountain or something. Basically, and it's like, holy shit, like, it's a good way if you want to write something or create something. One of those, one of the science, journalist science author, was the first book actually on the whole place. People with the waste management. It is actually a very fascinating concept with history. And she goes complete dive. And it's beautiful. No siren, beautiful. So I was there for 20 years. It has a good comfort, well, that's good put on the face of happiness. But, yes. I find my ways to have moments where I can, if it's on a stream, I don't get 10,000 views. If I stream late night, I get 1,500, 2,000 viewers. I used to care a lot more about viewers on the night. I've basically invested fully. But I think I don't know, people, I mean, chess. I think so. So I think a lot of people in the chess world, but just a lot of people they put on a persona and just in general social media is the highlight of life or the low light, just as long as they're dramatic. But I try to be very open and honest. When I'm tired, I'm tired. It makes my recaps of my tournament real. And when you're an incredible person, I've been met, kind of fun to connect with guys just talk. Please keep creating, keep teaching people. For now, I'm not going anywhere. Well, you can add, and I can help. So yeah, thank you so much for talking again. Thank you very much. It was, thanks for listening to this conversation. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'm going to leave you with some words early in the journey. Every chess master wants to get it. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you next time.
When we use the term free will, we're talking about the feeling that consciousness that we have a self. That there's a concrete thing that's separate from brain processing that somehow swoops in the cause of our decisions, the cause of our action. And that is in large part not utterly.
Follow this conversation I have author conscious, a brief guide to the fundamental mystery of the mind, and someone who writes thinks a lot about the nature of consciousness and of reality, especially expected physics and neuroscience. This is the Let's Read podcast, supported. Check out podcasts in the description. Now, dear friend, here's Anka. In your book, Consciousness, you describe evidence of free will as an illusion, and that consciousness is used to construct this illusion and convince ourselves that we're in fact deciding our actions. Can you explain this? I think it's chapter 3.
First of all, I really think it's important between free will and conscious will, and we'll get into that in a moment. So free will in terms of our brain as a system in nature, making complex decisions and doing all the complex processes it does, there is a decision-making process in nature that are free will, that we can call free will. It's fine to use that shorthand for that, although once we get into the details, I might even say that it's not free, but that decision-making process, the feeling, our conscious experience, feeling of consciousness is the thing that is driving the behavior. That is, I would say, in most cases, And usually when we talk about free will, that's what they talk about. But sometimes it's in conjunction with the decision-making process, but for the most part, when we use the term free will, we're talking about the feeling that consciousness, that we have a self, that there's this concrete thing that's separate from brain processing that somehow swoops in and is the cause of our decision, the cause of our next action. And that is, in large part, it's not clarity.
So conscious will evolution. So try to
Free will, I would say, is a good shorthand for a process in nature, decision-making process of the brain.
but just there's where is there turn out the same way? Maybe trying to think up to like what does it mean to make a decision in a way that almost that needs something.
So, right. So this is where intuition gets balanced. I've been thinking about some new examples for this. I talk about it a lot. And the truth is, most of the things I write about and talk about and think about are so counterintuitive. I mean, that's really what my game is breaking intuitions, shaking up intuitions in order to get a deeper understanding of reality. I'm also, even though I thought about this for 20 years and think about it all the time, especially trying to really, I have to get back into that mind frame to be able to think clearly about it. Is so challenging.
How long does that take? How hard is that?
Depends on if there are kids around or if I'm alone or if I'm meditating. But I thought maybe we need to just take one step back and talk a little bit, just because I think the importance of taking up intuition for scientific advancement is such an important piece of the scientific process. And I think we've reached the point in consciousness studies where it's very difficult to move forward. And usually that's a sign that we need to start shaking up intuition. So, throughout history, the huge breakthroughs, the things that really shifted our view of the universe and our place in the universe and all of that. So it's always required that we, at the very least, shift our intuition, update our intuition. So many of them go of intuition, feeding us possible about the way the world works.
So the weirdest thing here looking at our own mind.
Yeah.
You have to let go of your intuition about your own intuitions.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Very why doing interviews for me feels so difficult, aside from the fact that it's got social anxiety in general.
It's good because I just so we're on this journey together. Let's go. So where do we take a step back?
Well, I was going to say this because I was going to say the thing is, also for me, I feel like I'm not as good at speaking as I am at writing, but I'm clear in my writing, and because these topics are so difficult to get our mind, it's hard to kind of get to any real conclusion in real time. That's actually how I started writing my book. It was just writing for myself. I decided that I needed to spend some time writing down all of my thoughts to get clear about how I speak about them.
Do you write down just in that silent paragraphs?
Yeah. And I see if that makes sense. And then it's like it was my intuition. It's really the scientific process. And I really, in many ways, I feel like I'm a physicist at heart. All of my inquiry, all of my career, everything I'm interested in, and actually going back to being a child, is just deep curiosity all over what this place is, what it's made of, how we got here, just being amazed at the fact that I'm experiencing over there in this moment of time, and what does that all mean? My interest in consciousness really came out of originally an interest in physics, and I guess that the two were always side by side, and I didn't connect them until I was older. But I've always been interested in just understanding the nature of reality before I even said language to describe it.
You talked about sort of laying down and looking up at the stars.
Yeah.
sort of trying to let go of the intuition that there's a ground below us, which is a really interesting exercise. And there's of this story you can do, but that's a really good one.
Well, and I think, scientists and children who will become scientists or scientists at heart really enjoy that feeling of breaking through their intuition. And I remember the first time it happened, actually, I was playing with marbles. And, marbles have all these different shapes. Each one is unique, and they're all, it looks like there's liquid inside. And I remember asking my daughter how they got the liquid inside of that ball, but actually solid all the way through, all black. And I had such a hard time imagining this. He was very young, but he was a complicated person, but he was wonderful at his way, and that he would kind of entertain my curiosity. So let's open them up. And he got a towel, he put the marbles on the towel, and got a hammer, and smacked the ball, and the ball splat. I remember it was the first time I had that feeling of realizing how true so different. And I like that feeling. Of course, you need to be able to do that to understand the secret of the flag, to understand the theory of the disease, to understand long process belief or like everything. We just never really do it that we share genes with ants.
Did you just say the Earth is flat? I mean, Earth is not great. I actually like
Exactly. See, this is why you need to write and not speak.
Well, I actually really like just conspiracy theories and so on. I really like flat Earth people that believe in Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Not believe, but argue for Earth is flat.
That's interesting because you can see. I mean, the intuition of both sides.
The thing I love about folks who argue for flat Earth is they are thinking deeply. They're questioning actually what has not become intuition. It's become the mainstream narrative of the Earth is round, where people actually don't, don't think actually how crazy it is that the Earth is round. We're in a wall. And that's exactly what you're doing out in space. It's really helpful. Basic intuition when you're walking on the ground, there's a underlying belief that Earth is the center of the universe. There's a kind of feeling like this is the only world that exists. And you're trying to know that there's a universe out there, but you don't really hold that information. And I think flat Earth is really contending with those big ideas.
Yeah. No, and I think, the truth is that when those observations were first made, when the celestial observations were made that revealed this to us, I can't remember how long it took, but I think it was close to 100 years before it was actually accepted as common knowledge that we're no longer the center of the universe. Of course, we never were, but and that's true almost every time we have breakthrough like that challenges us. There's usually a period of time where we have to, and it's an important part of the process because often our intuitions give us good information. So when the science, again, when our scientific observations go against our intuition, it's important for us to let that in, see, which side is going to win. Once it's clear that the evidence is winning, then that's the period where we have to grapple with our intuitions and shift the way we frame our worldview and go through that process.
So free will.
Free will is a hard one. So here we are, still in consciousness studies, pretty stuck, at least in terms of the development. And so that's why I'm so deeply about this. That's why a lot of scientists right now are interested in studying consciousness. It was very active before, so we're at a really interesting turning point, and it's wonderful, but it will require that we shake up our intuitions a bit, reframe some things, look at the neuroscience telling us. And there are a lot of more questions than answers. But I think it's time. I think we're going to make progress in consciousness studies. We need to start really looking at the illusions and false intuitions that are getting.
Do you think studying the brain give us clues about free will in some of these?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it already has, and I think many facts that have come out of neuroscience rarely see because we're at the long process. So a part of my work is really just looking at areas that we already know some of our intuitions are wrong and starting to accept them, starting to let them in, starting to ask questions about what does it mean then about the drone.
That's right, actually. Get question people on my as well. And I have my intuition there are human being. Yeah. It's really, I mean, I approach it from two aspects. One is a human being, and two, from a rabbi's perspective.
Right.
And I wonder how big the gap between the two is. And that's a useful, right? Engineer perspective is another perspective that's useful and helpful to take on this. It's like, are we really so different from the human? We'd like to believe so, but you don't exactly see where it is.
Research into AI and just the fact that it's entered our consciousness at the level of stories and film and all of these questions that it's raising is with that. It's almost like the zombie experience here in life for us. We're more and more looking at life systems and wondering, is there experience in there? How can we figure that out? When you were talking about your looking at robots, it reminds me of how I, for many years, plants. Actually, that's an example. Maybe we'll try it out. It may not work. For example, I recently because I was reading back the work of Mark Bass, who did this research with weekend rules. I'm sure he did many other plant studies, so this is one I was reading about. I'm hoping this analogy, I'll just set it up. I'm hoping that this analogy will be something that we can come back to us before, because, as we take up our intuitions and get confused, and then our come back to ours, that just can't be. I think this analogy might be helpful. A pea plant has these tendrils, you can picture that makes a big oil. So I don't know what to do with this. I'm guessing that maybe.
But he's looking around long.
Yeah. And then happens long. Pea tendrils, as a system, generally, there's a few more things they can do, but generally they